with him for the last, since 2013 basically. When constitutional carry came up and campus carry came up, that F-rated Democrat voted for it in the state of Texas. So they can be educated. But we sued New York City, almost $1 million. And we were this close to going to the Supreme Court to receiving cert. And the person who wanted to hear our case the most was the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, because it was about a civil right. It was about vagueness. It was about anybody being able to say, oh no, I'm sorry, that's illegal. And yet 2 days later, the same type of knife wouldn't be prosecuted. So we had just passed our bills again for the third time, and we actually forced the former governor of New York, Cuomo, to sign the first pro-second rights administration. His administration had to sign that bill because we were going to take the city of New York to the Supreme Court. So we actually passed in the state of New York for the first time. In fact, I can't remember when they passed pro-Second Amendment legislation in the state of New York, but we got that governor to sign that bill. And it has made a huge difference in the lives of people, in the lives of an electrician who was carrying a knife because he needed it for his job. So we are the second front in defense of the Second Amendment. It's important to us, and I bet there are a lot more people out there that have knives in their homes, at work, what they do, when they go camping, when they go fishing, than actually have firearms. So this is our fight also. I also want to tell you about a new organization that I am a founding board member of. We caught wind that 4-H was getting rid of shooting programs. So Tiffany and Rodney Shedd, through their generosity, has founded the Arizona Shooting Sports Foundation. And what I'd like to say to you is what we have found over the years is you get children involved in the shooting sports and the outdoors. They really benefit and gain and learn. So what 4-H is taking away, we are going to provide for the youth of Arizona here in the state of Arizona. So watch for us in the news. It's rolling out. We care about our children. We care about our state. We care about the fact that you can carry any knife you want to go to work or go to your job as a chef. We care about the Second Amendment, and again, we don't care who's sitting back there. We are all going to fight for it. Reach out to your neighbors. Reach out to your friends. Don't assume that just because they're a Democrat doesn't mean that they are anti-knife or even anti-firearms. Some of them are actually target shooters. Make friends. Invite them out. Get involved. Learn who your state representative and senators are. Get involved. Follow things on the web. It is so easy to follow legislation in this state, which I think new Representative Austin Smith will tell you. Keep informed. Thank you for your time. Thank you for all of those in Arizona that do support knife rights, and keep on fighting. Thank you.
All right. I mean, arms, right? That's knives as well. So thank goodness we've got knife rights. Coming up next, we have a good friend of mine, Arizona State Representative Austin Smith. He is a proud fifth-generation Arizonan who is a former enterprise director of Turning Point Action and former chairman of the Maricopa County Young Republicans. Representative Austin Smith is a conservative, pro-rights Republican with a strong backbone and a fierce disposition, who we just elected to serve as one of our newest Arizona State Representatives. Austin Smith.
Freedom lovers, how we doing? Are we fired up for freedom? Are we fired up for the Constitution? You know, it's great to be here because this is the safest place right now in the state of Arizona, am I right? So I don't know if you guys know this or not, but we have a gun grabber on the executive tower right here. Do you know who that is? The hobgoblin that's sitting back there right now is not a fan of your right to self-defense. Not a fan of your right to free speech. Not a fan to your right to practice and worship your religion. Not a fan of your right to defend yourself. How many of you here love the ability to be able to defend yourself, your family, and your property? Yeah. Arizona is the #1 place in America for your right to self-defense. We are a Second Amendment sanctuary state here in the state of Arizona. Federal gun laws don't apply to residents here in the state of Arizona. We can be thankful for that. But the elitists and the people at the very top, they are conniving and deceiving. There will never be a time in your life where they're not trying to go after your rights. Do you know what one of the things that gun grabbers and politicians are doing now to go after your Second Amendment rights after it's already been established in the Constitution and in your own Second Amendment right states? What they're trying to do is tax, levy, and fee your right to own a firearm, accessories, or ammunition. You've already seen what the ATF is trying to do with accessories. You already see what the federal government tries to do every year, taxing your ammunition. In the state legislature right now, in the state house, I authored HB 2394, which is an amendment to our currently Second Amendment sanctuary laws that we have here. What my bill does, it tells the federal government, the state government, and local municipalities that they cannot tax, levy, or put a fee or a stamp on your ammunition, your firearms, or your accessories without applying it to other purchases and commerce here in the state of Arizona. We have got to consistently be on the offense while we have somebody in the executive branch here, the Attorney General's office, and the Secretary of State who doesn't believe in your individual rights and liberties. The reason we exist, the reason why we have our Second Amendment is to protect all the other amendments that are enshrined, that are God-given here in the United States of America. Each one of you here, you could be anywhere on your Saturday and you chose to be here. You've got to be way more aware of what's going on in your community. The most important thing that you guys can do is become a precinct committeeman. How many of you know what a precinct committeeman is? That's good, but we got to get better than that. A precinct committeeman is the official representation of the Republican Party in your neighborhood. Why is that important? It is the office closest to the people to protect your rights. Before today is over, you need to go over to the Turning Point Action booth and sign up to be a precinct committeeman. Update your voter registration. Reach out to your local representatives. Be a part of your legislative district Republican committee. If you don't do it, somebody who's bad is going to fill that gap. Only you are the one who is going to be responsible for standing up for your rights, for your family's rights, for your grandchildren's rights, for your neighbor's rights. If not us, then who? It's incumbent upon each and every single one of us, every single day, to stand in the gap between tyranny and freedom. It's between me and you. If we're going to save this country, if we're going to save Arizona, each and every single one of us, every day, has to stand in between the gap between freedom and tyranny. We're going to save this state. We're going to save Arizona. We're going to save this country and send the elitists back to the depths of hell where they're from. Thank you guys, and God bless you.
All right, good to have him in the state legislature, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. There we go. All right, where was I? Oh, I was supposed to remind you all that we've got raffles going on. Stop in at the Riders USA booth, which is right back here on my left, your right, and buy yourself a raffle ticket. We got, what, a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol? All red, white, and blue, all gorgeous. I want that. Can I enter? Is that okay? Yeah? Nobody will call foul if I win? While I'm standing here talking about that, I want to point out, I don't know if anybody's noticed, my my pistol, on the stocks of my pistol, I've got a sticker. It says I voted. That happened many years ago. The first time I voted in person in the United States after I came back from the Army.
John, you have no right to call me Antifa.
The lady stuck that little sticker on my shirt, and I went and got my El Camino and I put my gun back on, and I thought, hey, and I took that I voted sticker and I put it on the stock of my pistol. And I made a habit of doing that. It usually wears out sooner than this, but this isn't the gun that I've been carrying mostly. But I encourage you, the next time you go vote, when you put your gun back on, stick that I voted sticker on and open carry for a day or two. Just let people know, I'm a gun owner, I vote, I'm the good guys.
No, we don't need.
Our next speaker, oh my goodness. She's a competitive shooter, she's a local volunteer and match director, she's a member of AZCDL and a 2A activist, and she advocates with the DC Project as well, and she's just an all-around good guy. Ladies and gentlemen, my friend, Ursula Williams. Come on up here, Ursula.
You're stopping discussion, and I don't know why you're stopping the discussion. Okay, then I'm done. It's all good.
Well, as you said earlier, I am Ursula Williams. I'm a competitive shooter, pro shooter for a whole bunch of awesome companies. I do a lot of stuff. I have more jobs than a Jamaican. So, firearm instructor, law enforcement officer, and most importantly, I am a mother effing American. Oh, there's like 3 kids here. I could have said it. Anyways. However, it wasn't until about 6 years ago that I actually really felt American. And some people are like, well, what does that mean? Like, what does it mean to actually feel American? Whole competitive shooting world, it was really awesome. I actually got the opportunity to go overseas and actually represent the United States in what's called the Shotgun World Shoot, which is kind of like the Olympics of the practical shooting world.
It's not really the focus.
Not this boring standstill shoot. You're actually doing John Wick stuff running around. So going there, and for 2 weeks, I had people from all these little crappy countries who are also competitors were like, yo, you're American. Man, I would love to be American. You get all the guns. Man, our government is stupid. Oh my God. Dude, I never felt so proud to be American until hearing other people in their broken ass English to tell me that they wanted to be American and I was lucky to be American. Holy cow. And then, icing on the cake, the extra freaking sprinkles, is that I podiumed. I'm there holding the American flag with so many emotions going on. And I'm like, I'm American. I get to do this. Even with all the history that this country has, where people are like, well, you can't do that because you're black. No, I can do a lot of things because I'm American. And I got to go overseas and do it? Holy crap. And then to come back, and I have people in this building, these buildings over here, that's trying to stop me from being American. So this is why it's super important to get into this fight. And it's a legit fight. We're going to see stuff that, you know, these other countries have seen. States that are getting just absolutely ridiculous, as Tony Simon spoke about earlier. Like, we don't want to get there. We're like one of the biggest strongholds in the Southwest. Like, can we just come together and like fight for the same team? Please? Because I don't know about y'all, I don't want to be a slave. You know, history, you know, it will repeat itself. I don't want to be a slave. Look, I just like getting my paycheck. I don't want to do work for free for somebody else because I can't defend myself. There's a word for that, but I see a couple kids walking around. It starts with a B and ends with an itch. So we don't want that, okay? Another thing too about this beautiful country that people don't realize, there are people literally dying to get here. Why? Because we are equal-ish to our government. I'm saying ish because I want full autos. Government has full autos. Granted, the snipers over here on the roof are running great Remington 700s that we all can get, but the ammo that most of them have, we can't get that. I want to be equal to my government. I do not want to be a slave. Pretty simple. And then for the kids that I see walking around here, like, I'm actually getting slightly nervous because I don't know what type of future they're going to have if we don't fight. If we sit around here and and be bitches and not actually stand up to this government, guess what? Those kids are gonna have to fight, and they shouldn't have to. What are we gonna do? So, Tony Simon did bring up earlier, get involved locally. Guess what? AZCDO's right there, and annual membership is $30 today. You have $30. I've seen half of y'all at that food truck. Y'all know damn well with inflation, that food truck is hella expensive. So y'all can go over there and spend $30 where these guys, they go to court on your behalf. All day, every day. You need to know what's going on here. I do not subscribe to a lot of national, groups because that doesn't matter. They're gonna do what's gonna be in their best interest. I wanna know what's going on here to keep me from not being a slave, from you from being a slave, our children into being slaves.
Take down Klaus Schwab.
Another thing we need to do is we need to stop with the infighting.
That's right.
I'm about to hurt some feelings. So, the feelings I'm gonna hurt. Look, everybody need to stop the whole, oh, you're running 1911. Oh, you're running AK. Oh, you got my Emerald Grand. I don't care. Some people walk around here with kit from Amazon. Some people walk around here with some some good stuff. I don't care if you're running a Property Pony or a Gucci gun. You still need to get involved.
Come on.
I don't care because guess what? There's people in these buildings behind us that won't give us the
right.
choice.
That's right.
So you need to get involved. Stop being a bitch.
Come on.
Jeez, y'all are American. It's time to start acting like it.
Come on.
Anyways, as I digress here, please figure out who your congressional representative is, contact them. If their job is to represent you, doesn't it make sense for they to know who you are? And you get to know who they are so you can see if they're the best fit for you? I did. I actually like my representative. She's actually pretty cool. She actually represents me, and I know who she is. So I know she's doing a good job. And I check in with her. I kind of feel like that long-distance girlfriend. I would check in every 6 months, make sure you're okay. Make sure everything is still the plan. You need to do that too. And for those of you who are afraid to do so, or don't have time, guess what? You're just going to come to a point where you won't have time, and you won't be able to get involved, so you need to do it now. Thank you so much for having me here. If I hurt your feelings, you can fight me later. Anyways. Thank you for once again having me. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate you. And I'll see y'all around.
All right. Don't you just love Ursula Williams? She's a pistol and rifle. Our next guest is going to cause me a little bit of problems because you might have noticed that I have a tendency to kind of follow the accents of people who go before me. When Rhonda Mary was up here from Mississippi, I just slid right on down. And unfortunately, Deb Ferns is from way up north. Don't you just love her? And all right, I have trouble understanding her sometimes, but I'll read what I'm supposed to say about her. She wrote a book. It was called Babes with Bullets. She's the founder of the Women's Outdoor Media Association and the annual She Never Quit event that empowers women of all ages in the outdoor sports. Deb writes a whole lot. She gets active with a whole lot of groups, and she's a firebrand. Folks, welcome Deb Ferns. Welcome.
All right, so I'm going to warn you, go ahead and strap in. I'm a fast talker. The UP of Michigan for the first 36 years, 30 years, and I've been 36 years now in Tucson. So I'm also known as a late bloomer. How many folks, just give me an idea, how many of you guys started to shoot, men or women, at age 50? Okay, so you and I have something in common. I started with this whole walk at age 50. I wasn't raised or born into a family that did much more than deer hunting. So that wasn't something my dad did with us, so I got involved with guns kind of like middle age. So I'm not going to be Pollyanna up here. I'm going to tell you that everything I'm reading and everything I'm seeing and hearing screams that we're doomed. The Biden administration is a nightmare, and the Hobbs administration scares the crap out of me. All right? It's insidious the way this election was manipulated. All right? Okay, so let's go a little further back. It isn't just insidious how this election was manipulated, it's insidious how the United States people were manipulated through COVID. All right, let's go back a little bit. You want to see when mental illness really took a big jump forward in this country? It took a big jump forward when the government shut us down. And a lot of people, we're starting to see the reaction right now of a lot of people. How many of you guys have seen I worked decades in the rail industry as a meeting planner. How many of you folks have really tuned in on how many bad train accidents and hazmat accidents there has been over the last few months? Has anybody followed the mustard gas that's taken out huge amounts of people in Ohio? Everywhere I look, I see the federal government failing us. Everywhere I look, COVID mandates, horrific border control policies. And don't get me going over the debacle with the Chinese spy balloon. All right? That was almost like something out of sci-fi. Okay, all that said, now that I've been the voice of doom for you, I believe that I have a responsibility to be better today and better in the future at protecting our Second Amendment rights. I can't wallow in despair over the debacle of politics. I just cannot. I can't wallow in the despair of how many family members and how many friends have disassociated with me because I refused to get the jab, or I refused to give up my guns, or I refused to go along with putting a sign in the front that said I'm nothing and I'm sorry that I was born white. I can't change this. All right. So bottom line is I can't look in the mirror every day and say, oh, woe upon me. So what I do and what I'm urging you to do is do a little bit more. I have to be better, not bitter. Back in 2004, when I was 50 years old, I started Bathed with Bullets. And I did that because I thought, how can I make a difference going forward? And now here we are 19 years later, 8,000 women have come through our training program for pistol, rifle, and shotgun. And I look at it now and I go, those women go into the community and train more women, which is important to me, all right? Little did I know that those women that I had as instructors starting in 04 were going to be the backbone of the charity foundation I started in 09 called Women's Outdoor Media Association. How many people here know Ted Nugent? Just curious. All right, Women's Outdoor Media Association got started in 09 because of Ted Nugent. I was doing a radio interview at NRA, and I was complaining that there were no stories about women in shooting sports, hunting, fishing, and archery. And Cameron from NRA must have thought it was between so Ted's on one side of the broadcast booth, I'm on the other, and Ted looks at me and he goes, if you want more stories about women in shooting sports, archery, hunting, fishing, he goes, then you start your own association. And I left there, that was in 08, and in 09 I thought, by golly, Ted is right. If you want something, you have to make it happen. So at that point in time, 14 years ago, we started the Women's Outdoor Media Association. And then what ended up happening with our all-volunteer board, we became a 501c3 private foundation and charity foundation. And what we do is we raise money training women how to shoot guns, how to do archery, how to go fishing. We collect money from those women, and we also collect money from the firearms industry. We put on auctions, and every year for the last 10 years, we give money, now $50,000, now $60,000, now $70,000 to Foundation for Women Warriors, for first responder females, and for the Fallen Blue. So I want to let you know that it's been a really interesting walk between Babes with Bullets and the Women's Outdoor Media Association. And I'm going to kind of wrap up with a gentleman I met in Florida, Parkland, Florida, named Ryan Petty. His daughter was killed in the Parkland, Florida shooting 5 years ago. He started a foundation that addresses the need for better school security while stating, and here's his remark, criminals don't obey gun laws. Really? Really? We didn't all know that, right? Additional gun controls and laws don't make any sense. He went on to share with us that evidence from a 5-year study that over 90% of the attacks, including the one at Michigan State University last week, are done by people who tell somebody, and usually on social media, that they're going to commit this crime. They share their plan, they make a threat, and then people wonder later, what happened? What happened is that we're all so busy being politically correct. We're also worried about being deemed a racist, or as one ex-family member said to me, well, I guess she's not really an ex, I'm still stuck with her. She said to me, I have socially gardened you out of my life because you don't understand, what everybody else has been through. And I said to her, I understand a lot. 68 years old, I understand more than you do at 30. And I said, I have to understand how we're going to be better at protecting our schools, our families, our churches. So for the record, and I'll state this for the record, because I just said it to her not long ago, I'm not brainwashed. I'm not a cult member. I do not need to be deprogrammed. And I will tell you, I will admit, and I know Cheryl would agree with this, being on the road constantly, talking about Second Amendment, constantly about trying to get more women involved, more families involved, it's exhausting. Being better is exhausting. I look at all of you in the audience who want words of wisdom, and instead I give you words that you have to be better. You have to work harder, and you need to pray more. So in closing, I pray that God heals America while helping us to drain our political swamp. And God bless all of you for being here today. Thank you.
Deb Burns, everybody. That is fantastic. Followed right up by another firebrand, Miss Lindsey Graham, the Patriot Barbie. Now, if you know her story, I had her on our show, Gun Freedom Radio, and after listening to her story, I said, you know what? I love the Patriot Barbie, the look, the whole thing, but I'm gonna think of you as the Patriot Phoenix, rising from the ashes of a former life. This woman is amazing. She's a public speaker, a conservative influencer, a political activist. Lindsay is an ambassador for Turning Point USA, the director of media relations for Freedom Square, and the author of a book called Targeted: One Mom's Fight for Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit of Happiness. The Patriot Barbie, Lindsey Graham.
Hey Arizona, thank you so much for having me. Oregon would never accept me at this podium. So a lot of you guys know my story, though you may not associate it. I was the salon owner in Salem, Oregon in 2020 that opened up my business against lockdowns. I was probably the second person in America. And in response, my Democrat governor targeted me, hence the name of my book. I had every government agency come after me. They threatened to take my children. They fined me. Remember, this was stay home, stay safe, and I was not complying. What the media, this was national news, this was actually global news. It changed my family's life forever, just the idea that we wanted to work. But what the media did not tell almost all of you is that when they put my face on national news and they painted me as this disrespectful, murderous, conservative, they put a target on my back. Antifa and BLM, which were prevalent in Oregon, started tracking me, sharing pictures of my children, my photos, where I was at all times. The threats came rolling in. And when the George Floyd riots started, a public call was made to burn down my salon and kick my ass by BLM, by Antifa, by all the radical left in Oregon, which is the majority of Oregon. And I had spent about 2 weeks fighting the government and cancel culture 24 hours a day, every day. And when I heard that the last straw was that my business was going to be burned down in the name of one man's life for racial equity, I said, no, I don't think so. I did a call to arms and didn't realize how large my reach was. And 400 patriots, much like yourselves, showed up outside my salon, armed. Thank God for Second Amendment rights. And we stood outside. There were so many that we actually were forced to spread out and protect all of downtown Salem, Oregon. I was getting phone calls. Can you send guys and girls to my shop? I'm not there. Can you go outside of my shop? I'm not there. We even stood outside and protected the crazy loony leftist shops from getting rioted and looted and their windows broken. And that was certainly the demise of me, because I then, of course, became a white supremacist, a white nationalist. We got completely canceled cultured, which beautifully landed me here in Arizona. But what I think the message here is that this is why the government is so scared of our Second Amendment rights. This is why Antifa and BLM doesn't want us to have them, because not a window was broken in downtown Salem. No one was shot. No one was hurt. The men and women that stood outside with their rights protected every small business in Salem, Oregon. And I had the chief of police call me 2 days later, and he said, if I can never say this on record, but Lindsay, if you hadn't done what you did, Salem, Oregon would look like Portland, Oregon. And as you all know, Portland, Oregon is still burning 3 years later. So it worked. Our Second Amendment rights worked. All we did was hold our guns. All we did is possess our guns. We didn't aim them at anyone. We didn't shoot anyone. But no one tried to burn my salon down, did they? They sure didn't. So here I am in Arizona. We lost all of our businesses. We sold our home. We ran for our lives from Antifa and BLM. What God did with that horrific situation is beautiful. He spoke to me and said, you are going to use your voice. You may not have been a raging conservative like they said, but you are now. And I advocate for women's rights and gun rights and our children's rights and biological sex and God and small government. And someone asked me to share this story today, which has very little to do with Second Amendment rights, but I think it's important. I went viral recently for speaking at a school board dressed as a cat in order to, yeah, you guys probably saw that. Whoops. The mockery was, because you put on whiskers and a tail, you're not actually a cat, just like this man who sits on a school board and uses the little girls' restrooms is not a woman. I don't think that's controversial, but so this same man uses the same gym as I do. What a small community. Well, recently this man saw me undressing in the women's locker room at my gym. Now, this also went viral, so you might have seen this. I called 911. I told them there's a man in the women's locker room. They said, is he trans? I said, it doesn't matter. There's no such thing. He's a man. The point of that being said at a school board meeting is that this man went to the court system and he filed a harassment injunction against me, and he won. The courts said that because I spoke up at a school board, which is my constitutionally protected First Amendment right, and because I called the police on a man in a women's locker room, that's harassment. The courts do not back us up. The judges do not back us up. I'm a woman with rights to the women's locker room. Now, I'm just not sure I'm safe in there anymore. So I can no longer go into facilities that are deemed female and believe that there's not a male in there. I don't care how you identify. I don't care what shade of lipstick you're wearing. Now my Second Amendment rights are going to matter a lot. Because if I'm in there alone with him, This man is 6 foot tall. He is bigger than me. He is stronger than me. That is how God designed us, male and female. I can't protect myself unless I have my Second Amendment rights. And now, it means a lot more than protecting this. It means protecting myself, and it means protecting my daughter and your daughter. And we have got to, all of this is tied together. We've got to protect all of these rights that they're infringing on, because when they take one, they take two, they take three, and they're all connected. And as much as it seems like men using the women's locker room has nothing to do with Second Amendment, it does now. Because areas where we think we wouldn't need our Second Amendment rights, they've removed our women's rights, and we do. It means a lot more than protection. So I thank you guys so much. By the way, I am hiring an attorney, and I am appealing it. I will not shut up, sit down. I will fight this man. I spoke at the school board after he served me with the injunction. I plan to fight it to the death, and I just encourage you guys to do the same, to find what God has called you into, to look inside yourself and see what gifts God has given you and how you can use them to not only glorify Him, but get yourself immersed in this spiritual battle that we're in, because it is spiritual. We do need the Lord to come in and back us up and carry us through this stuff. Like I said, we can't trust the government, can't trust our court systems or our judges. We need Jesus, and we need to find our purpose, because if you fulfill that purpose, you know you can't fail. That's what I'm doing, and I thank you so much for having me and for hosting me. If you would like to read my full story, it's on patriotbarbie.com. I have books back there that I'm happy to sign if you guys would like. But most of all, thank you so much for your prayers, and thank you for your time. I love Arizona, by the way. Never going back to Oregon.
Oh my goodness, my goodness, my goodness. Let's, moving forward. How do you, maybe that'll work. You know, one of the things that we've talked about a little bit today is how important it is to get involved politically. You can easily become a PC in your local precinct. For the Democrats or the Republicans, we don't really care, but your voice as a PC makes a difference. That's a precinct committeeman. It's the lowest rung on the official ladder within the parties. Do that. Run for office. If you don't like the people who are running for office, run for office. Get involved. And somebody who has done that, his name is Jeff Surdy, and he's the owner of AJI Sporting Goods. He's the former mayor of Apache Junction. Used to be a bit of a radio host, and currently he's, I believe, the chairman of the Pinal County Board of Supervisors. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jeff Surdy. Do that. Run for office.
And Mishka, she's always with me. So today, I want to talk about, I always get fed up when they say the Second Amendment was back in 1776. There's no need for it anymore. But I want to give you an example of how very recently the Second Amendment saved a whole county. Here's my notes. 1946. It's called the Battle of Athens, Tennessee. And I encourage everyone to research it. And what was going on is there was a county sheriff who basically ran a whole county. Every election was fixed. You had to go through him to get elected. And everything they did, there was a fee. There was a fee if you got arrested, a fee when you were jailed, and a fee when you got released. And I want you to see the parallels of what I'm going to say. Now, this is a long story. I'm not going to be able to do all this in 5 minutes. They had the DOJ come in and investigate it in 40, 42, and 44. The DOJ was, of course, FDR and Truman, very democratic. They found nothing wrong. Everybody knew there was something wrong. The veterans were deployed. This was during World War II. They were hearing what was going on in their hometown. A couple of GIs who were home on leave were killed by the sheriff's deputies, and word got back to them. So when they started getting out, they wanted to run their own slate of candidates, and of course that wasn't gonna fly. And you know, when you got out back then, you had mustering out money, so they were really hard on these veterans. There were 3,000 of them came back to this county. They actually made a movie of this, but in typical Hollywood fashion, they changed it. They put it in Texas and they made it a mayor. But it's a true story. So they ran their own slate of candidates, and if you voted against them, they knew it. But everybody was fed up with it. They knew there was going to be trouble. The sheriff, his name was Cantrell, he brought in 600 extra deputies from other counties and paid them $50 a day, which is the equivalent of about $500 a day. And he had no salary. All of the money they made, he got from these fines and payoffs from the businesses. The businesses were tired of it. So the GIs formed their own little, what would you call it, militia group, whatever. And they were guarding the precincts. The sheriffs were there trying to voter intimidate. And they kind of knew how the election was going. Then at the end of the election, what happened? Chain of custody. They took the ballot boxes and took them to the jail. The GIs, they had their own firearms, and they also had merchants who were buying them firearms. They went to the National Guard, and what did they get? They got 1917 Enfields, M1 Garands, the same weapons that our military and the police had. So they were of equal firepower to this corrupt police department, actually sheriff's department. And there was a little battle. The sheriff they were holed up in the sheriff. They had called the National Guard. They had to settle all this by that evening because the National Guard was there on their way. They didn't know what was going to happen if they got there. Finally, at 3:30 in the morning, they gave up. They got the ballots and they got them secured. And of course, when they counted the ballots, they won overwhelmingly. And so at that time, there was no sheriff's department. They all left. The sheriff took off and left. They had a committee meeting. The local PD of the town, they formed a committee. They had new leadership until they could have a new election that September, and they took their town back. And this sent reverberations through all of the South because this was going on. You know how corrupt the South used to be. And unfortunately, only one person got arrested. One of the deputies shot a black man in the back as he was voting, and they ran him off. That was the only person that did any time. So they basically got away with it, but they did take their town back. So you see some of the parallels. And here's another thing that afterwards, remember FDR had just died, but Eleanor Roosevelt was still very powerful. And what did she want to have done because of this? Because all these articles were in the New York Times about this skirmish, this battle. She wanted to have all of the returning vets checked out for violent tendencies. Red flag laws, anybody? And of course that didn't happen. But the MO of these folks that are in power and slowly get power with the Patriot Act, etc., they just keep trying it again and again, and eventually they do try to get it. So you can't let people like Dan Crenshaw and the Democrats you can't give in to them ever. But I encourage everyone to research this. Was it an insurrection? It was armed. They didn't want any trouble. They just wanted their own government back. And what happened in Washington, they weren't armed, so it wasn't even the same. But they wanted to make sure, and I think that an event like this made them plan ahead so that they can control us in the future and that we can't do anything about it. So that's my take on that. I'll just give you a couple more. Where are the Maricopa County supervisors? Where are they at? You'll notice the rural counties, all of us who are threatened with being jailed or stripped of our office unless we certify bad elections. Please, legislators here, change that so that we can not certify bad elections. As of right now, we're forced to. That's got to change. And we're very open. We had a few snafus in Pinal County, but we opened up our books. We checked it out. We actually found votes for Abe Hamada. He gained 600 votes. Had they checked Kerry Lake, I think they would have found way more as well. And that was happening all over, but they sealed it up. They would not look into them. We've got to take it back and not let it get to the point that it did in 1946 in Tennessee And thanks, Cheryl, for having me back again. I look forward to it next year.
Good job.
All right, coming up next, some really amazing people. You will, if you don't already know them, you will not forget them. They are the best, hottest fiance pair in the 2A movement. We have Amy Dillon and Shaky Dave Smith coming up. Amy is a first-generation Filipino-American whose family has experienced an invasion by a foreign military, causing them to have to flee their home. And Shaky Dave Smith is known as the Parkinson's shooter, and he uses gun therapy to fight for his health, his life, and his independence. I'm so excited to have them both here today, Amy Dillon and Shaky Dave Smith.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
It's a privilege for me to be here today, as I'm standing on my tippy toes. It's a privilege to be an American. My grandfather, who is from the Philippines, he literally fought for me to grow up in this country. And, you know, as Cheryl was explaining, growing up in the Philippines in World War II, during World War II, where the Philippines didn't have their own military, when Japan invaded the Philippines, he ended up actually fighting for the U.S. after an army came to their house and forced my my family to flee. So my grandmother at the time, she took her 7 kids, one of them being my dad, who was 7 years old at the time, and they ended up having to run from their house, literally on foot with the clothes on their back, and hide in the mountains while this fighting was going on. And 2 of my uncles actually died in the bombings and the blasts, and so I grew up with hearing these stories. And so being very grateful for that experience that the U.S. did for my family. My dad ended up, when he was 18, coming to the U.S. and enlisting in the Navy. But we were actually granted American citizenship because my grandfather, while he was fighting, he never actually came back from the war. He was assumed killed in action, but he's still missing. His remains were never found. And so carrying that with me, as I grew up and hearing these stories, I'm so grateful for my family's sacrifice. And I ended up actually enlisting in the Marine Corps myself because I wanted to give back, and I believe in service to country, in service to, and in service to my community. And I share my family story every chance I get because at the core of the Second Amendment, there is a freedom that exists that no other country has in this world. We have the personal right to defend ourselves and many more opportunities that a lot of other people don't have. I've seen firsthand these differences on my deployments to multiple countries when I was on active duty. And since leaving active duty, I work in the firearms industry in various positions, and as an instructor, I help educate and empower others. It's really an honor for me to teach the importance of the Second Amendment and why it exists. And I really hope that everyone here, you'll follow me and join me in my efforts to continue to be outspoken about preserving our rights, including the most important one, which is the Second Amendment. It's why we're here, because without it, we are at risk of not having any. And so with that, I want to share the stage with my fiance, David Smith, and he's going to talk a little bit about his background. We met about 4 years ago and really bonded over gun therapy and shooting.
Yeah.
Thank you. I bet y'all are thinking I'm going to stand up here and talk about stabilizer braces, right? How about neuroplasticity? Okay? Everybody get your phone out and look up neuroplasticity. If you don't know, it's the changing of the brain, molding a new pathway in a damaged brain. Someone told me that right before I was supposed to be going to a nursing home. at 37. And at 38, I found gun therapy, which is basically neuroplasticity, that feel-good feeling that you get after shooting. The dopamine rise in your brain is the pathways that I'm missing. And the short circuit, some say I got a hand stutter, but it all goes away when I get a gun in my hand. So I decided to shoot more and shake less. So I was one step away from the nursing home, and somewhere on that path, I met my fiance. Somewhere on that path, I wound up in Sweden at the World Rifle Match.
Wow.
On the shooting for the U.S. So. We just got done talking to a bunch of people with Parkinson's this last week, probably about 100 people with Parkinson's, about this single point sling that I use every day. Most people know slings help you steady your shot, right? Well, it steadies me to drink a cup of water. Steadies me for putting my key in the door. And it steadies my friends, I just found out, when I shared it with a few other guys that had the same condition. So be on the lookout. We're going to try to put this out for people to buy. And hopefully we can give one to someone with Parkinson's. So, gun therapy.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave it with her for a second. Oh, no? Okay, she's the boss.
No, if you do want to read more about Dave's story, his website's guntherapy.org. And please, if you want to just kind of follow his journey and what we're doing, please follow us there and sign up for our newsletter, because we'll be sharing just developments and kind of our schedule. We travel a lot, and we're excited to be here among fellow patriots. So thank you.
Amen. Great job. Good job, Dave.
Yeah! And I'll tell you what, you should see that man shoot. All right, coming up next is one of my favorite people in the whole wide world. I just have been impressed with this young lady since she first came on the scene. She's the founder of Empowered. It's a nonprofit group designed to educate, train, and equip young women in the use of firearms for protection on college campuses. She's also the director of Women's Outreach for Gun Owners of America. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to welcome Antonia Okafor.
Southern welcome right there. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. God bless Arizona. Thank you guys so much for letting me be here as a Texan, especially. Of course, guys, you knew as a Texan I was gonna drop that I was a Texan in there at least once during my speech. But it is so good to be among like-minded people and to see everyone here on this beautiful 71-degree day, February 18th. Again, God bless Arizona. Ladies, gentlemen, thank you so much for just being here. It's just so, it's great. It's so, what's the word? Edifying, encouraging to see so many people who are here for one common purpose, regardless of our background, regardless of our last names, regardless of where we come from. We're here because not only do we want to defend and protect the Second Amendment, but the most important thing to me, at least as a God-fearing person, as a person who's a follower of Jesus Christ, is that we're here to defend and protect people. We're here to be the defenders and protectors of America because we have been given that God-given right to be able to do so, to defend those who don't even know that they need it and who need defending. So I'm gonna kind of get a confession here. Every single time that I am asked to speak, the night before I get nervous. The night before I'm praying to God, I'm asking him why. Why am I given this opportunity to be able to have a message, to speak to you guys in this opportunity? And every time he gently reminds me that it is not about me and my story, it is about him. It is not about who I am, but whose I am, okay? And at the end of the day, my message always comes down to the fact that I wouldn't even be here for so many reasons, but I wouldn't be here speaking to you guys today if it wasn't for Jesus Christ and the work that he's been doing in my life. So in order to help you have a context of why it's so important that I share my message, I'm gonna go back to my story. I'm definitely not your average advocate for the Second Amendment. In fact, in 2015, before then actually, was the first time for the first time ever, I shot my firearm. And it was the word empowered that came to mind because for so long I was chasing a path of empowerment that this world, particularly the radical left, said that in order to be a woman, I had to seek. For so long, because I'm a sexual assault survivor, I've been seeking empowerment through the avenue of the radical left feminist movement. It was in 2015 that I finally realized that, first of all, realizing through the fact that I had become a Christian at that time, that I had given my life to Christ, that I'm a defender and protector of people, of women like me. But second of all, that I finally woke up and realized that there was an agenda that had nothing to do with actually empowering women. It was an agenda that was focused on anything but empowering women. Because let's be honest here, if you are a true feminist and you're a person that really truly is about encouraging and empowering women to be individually able and independent to take care of themselves and those that they care about, then absolutely you would be a God-fearing person who loves the Second Amendment, because that is how you empower yourself. That is how we empower other women. When I went to college in 2010, there was an epidemic of people, whether you believe or not, there were people who were at that time concerned about the rising sexual assault cases that were happening on college campuses. And God, through his infinite knowledge and wisdom, helped me realize through where I was at the time that if I was really truly able to empower myself and empower other people around me, particularly other young women, that I needed to be an advocate for the Second Amendment. I needed to be able to empower students like me to be able to defend themselves against sexual assault and other violence and evil that are in this world. Because if you understand your position in Christ, you understand that unfortunately there is sin in this world and there will always be evil people doing evil things. But there are good people in this world who want to do good things, who want to protect those who are victims of violence. And that's what we're doing here today. That's what you came down here to protect. I have a short amount of time, but I want you guys to be encouraged. In fact, so much encouraged, I want to help you guys remember where your true empowerment comes from. Yes, empowerment through the Second Amendment is something I speak on every single day when I speak with GOA, with Daughters of America, when I talk to women on college campuses, when I talk to survivors like me of sexual assault, of domestic violence. They understand that a firearm is a tool to be able to use to defend themselves and those that they care about. But my empowerment as a believer in Jesus Christ, my empowerment comes through the Holy Spirit. Amen. And I want to use this time to pray over all of you guys. So I'm going to end with a prayer. Heavenly Father, I thank you so much for being here, Lord, for being with us today, for protecting us. Lord, I thank you for this avenue that you've been able to allow me to share the message of what you've done in my life. The story, Lord, that is about you and you alone and the empowerment that you give, Lord. I pray, Lord, that you protect these men and women who are here because they want to protect and defend others. Because you've given us this right to defend ourselves and to protect those who, whether they know it or not, to be able to protect them in that situation. Lord, thank you. Lord, I pray for all ailments, Lord, anything that's happening right now, Lord, in these people's lives. I pray that you lift it and release it from them, and that you, Lord, at the end of the day, that your will be done on earth as it is in heaven, Lord. I pray, Lord, for your protection as they go home. Thank you for bringing them here safely, Lord, and I ask for protection going home, Lord. And Lord, at the end of the day, Lord, I pray that all of us here, Lord, know where our true power comes from, and that is through you. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Amen. Thank you.
Fantastic. All right. You know, in this nation, it has been well documented that at minimum, 2.5 million times every single year, lives are saved by responsibly armed citizens. And you are about to meet one of those people. Our next guest is Raul Mendez. Now, Raul is a survivor of a mass shooting event in a normally quiet neighborhood right here in Arizona. He was born and raised in California, but he moved to Arizona for the freedom that our state offers. Even after being gravely injured, Raul used his firearm in order to have self-defense, defend himself and his family and his friends. He's going to share his story with you, but I just wanted to say that thanks to the work of the AZCDL securing constitutional carry here in our state, that Raul was able to do these things without any special training or any permission slip by the government. I am excited to introduce to you. I know we're a little over time. I love that you've all stayed. Thank you for your attention. Just a little while longer. It will be worth it. Raul Mendez.
That guns in the hands of law-abiding citizens save lives. On July 3rd of last year, my life, my family's life was forever changed after being victims of a mass shooting.
Come on.
On July 3rd, beautiful day, we were just celebrating our freedom when an uninvited neighbor came in and just started shooting at all of us out of the blue. Unprovoked, didn't know what was happening. First victim was a really good friend, Carl. He was shot in the throat, died instantly. By the time I heard that first gunshot, I turned around and he was able to catch me in the side of the head, taking out my left eye. As the screaming continued, the shooter made his way to the living room where he just continued to fire at everybody trying to run out that door. He was able to shoot a few more friends and actually executed another friend, shooting him in the top of the head. The shooter then eventually made his way to the master bedroom where there was 3 women and 2 children.
Are you trying to leave?
Brave women that actually fought the shooter, wrestled him, and one of my really good friends that was shot 3 times in the arm and 1 in the leg.
But
was actually yelling
I actually have
my
a
name
flight to get
because she
to,
knew
and
that I
my
carried a
ride basically just said
concealed
that we're leaving. So I'm going to cut the live stream
By that time,
here, but my understanding
by
is
the
there are
grace of
other
God,
live streams, so if
I
someone is
actually
watching
stood
this
up.
and wants to see the end of it,
I stood
I'm sure
up,
you can still find that online.
and I had a choice
I will
to make.
have some HD footage
My
up later
choice was
today,
either run out
and
that
actually
back
I'm
door
flying basically
or
right back
go
to
towards those
Washington,
screaming,
D.C.,
that
where
yelling.
tomorrow is a sort of controversial
So
event
what I
called the
decided to do,
Rage Against the War Machine.
screaming,
And so
actually pulled out my
that is
concealed
expected to
weapon
have, among
and put
others,
shots in
Ron
the
Paul
shooter's
and
chest.
Tulsi Gabbard,
That took him
the
out.
Republican former congressman and the Democratic former congresswoman. who are going to be speaking at the same anti-war event tomorrow in Washington, D.C. So I'll be live. That'll be, I believe, 12:30 Eastern Standard Time in the afternoon until a few hours after that. But I'm going to call it a wrap here. Here at this event, a lot of people with guns, no violence, no arrests. There was one sort of little argument that I showed a little bit of, but they kind of mostly resolved it among themselves while the police were standing by next to them. So looks like it's going to kind of wrap up pretty soon anyhow. Thanks everybody for watching. HD footage on the way. Have a great rest of the weekend.
Amendment. You're going to hear it from many different speakers, many different angles on it, but it basically reads that a well-regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not
The former President Jimmy Carter. We'll have more on that in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Shirley DeScorbeth. We're following breaking news here at Live Now from Fox on the health of former President Jimmy Carter. Well, he is now under hospice care at his home, and this is according to the Carter Center. Take a look at this statement released by the Carter Center. It reads in part, after a series of short hospital stays, former U.S. President Jimmy Carter today decided to spend his remaining time at home with his family and receive hospice care instead of additional medical intervention. He has the full support of his family and his medical team. The Carter family asks for privacy during this time and is grateful for the concern shown by his many admirers. All right, some video here of the former president. Again, he is under hospice care. Now, we know that in August of 2015, Carter had a small cancerous mass removed from his liver, and the following year, Carter announced that he needed no further treatment as an experimental drug had eliminated any sign of cancer. Some information here about his background. In 1962, he won the election to the Georgia Senate. He then became Georgia's governor in 1971. He was also the Democratic National Committee campaign chairman for the 1974 congressional and gubernatorial elections. Then in 1974, he announced his candidacy for President of the United States and won his party's nomination on the first ballot in 1976 and was elected president. And he served as commander-in-chief from 1977 to 1981. And after serving as the leader of the nation, he became University Distinguished Professor at Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia, and founded the Carter Center. Former President Jimmy Carter is 98 years old. Again, he is under hospice care at home, surrounded by his loved ones. All right, and of course, we here at Live Now from Fox will continue to follow those breaking developments and continue to stay on top of that story. Meantime, we want to go ahead and bring you some remarks here from President Biden that he made during the week on the state of the economy. Here's that.
Thank you. Denise, thanks for your leadership in this organization. You're right. I'm a county guy. You know, one of the things for real is that one of the things you learn when you start off, and I had the great honor of being a county councilperson in Newcastle County. We're like the military of Illinois. We have one county that has about 60% of the state's population. So a county commissioner or county councilperson has a district that's, I think, 7 times larger than a state rep and 3 times bigger than a state senator. What I learned early on, if you're in the county, you got to go through someone else to get help. You got to go to the governor, you got to go to the state legislature, you got to go to the state senators, and guess what? I stopped that. No kidding. Because I'm telling you, you know, one of the things that we expect people to do is we think that people are like us, very familiar with all the detail of, is this working? Very familiar with all the detail of how government works. They don't know whether there's a pothole in their front and their side street, whether it's a county, a state, they don't know who's responsible. And they come to the county all the time. At least that's was my experience in Newcastle County. And when you don't have the same funding that you have for these other programs, you find that you know, it's just hard. And one of the things that I found out early on was we always did better when there was direct funding for the things that related to the county. I think it's one of the hardest jobs. No, I really mean it. I'm not being solicitous. I think it's one of the hardest jobs in politics. How many of you knocked on a door and say, my name's so-and-so, I'm running for county commissioner, and look at you and go, oh, yeah, you wonder what the county commissioner does, aren't you? Yeah. So I sincerely mean it. And so I want to begin by thanking you all for what you do. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I ran for the United States Senate because being in the county council was too hard. Look, I'm glad to be here with all of you. Before I begin, I want to take a moment to say our hearts are with the students and the families of Michigan State University. Last night I spoke with Governor Whitmer, and the FBI and additional federal law enforcement are on the ground assisting the state and local folks, and 3 lives have been lost and 5 seriously injured. And it's a family's worst nightmare. It's happening far too often in this country. Far too often. While we gather more information, there's one thing we do know to be true. We have to do something to stop gun violence ripping apart our communities. Ripping apart. Today marks 5 years to the day that 14 students and 3 educators lost their lives in Parkland, Florida. I met every one of those families, spent time with them all. And a lot of you here have to confront violence in your communities every single day. We took a big step toward passing the most significant bipartisan gun legislation in 30 years. Ghost guns and other things, background checks, but there's a lot more work to do. And I'm committed to getting it done with all of you. Some of you know that, and I'm going to say something that's always controversial, but there is no rationale for assault weapons and magazines that hold 50, 70 bullets. Got it done once, and then do it again. Then look, some of you know, as I said, I started as a councilman in Delaware, and the county executive of Newcastle County is here today, Matt Meyer. Matt, where are you sitting? Matt's hiding because, you know, I'm a kid, Matt. Good to see you, pal. And Matt knows what I'm talking about. When people have a problem, they've got your number, they knock on your door. Not only you, but your spouses can't go to the grocery store, the gas station, can't show up without, can you fix my such and such? Well, I've always had enormous respect for the job you do. You're the ones who make people make sure everything gets fixed. The libraries stay open late so kids can do their homework. The sewer system is backing up into the creek and their basements, so you make sure that your public health department runs smoothly, that your communities are meeting the needs of growing and changing populations, that your residents have access to affordable housing, that you're investing in public safety. There are huge responsibilities you have. They touch every aspect of people's lives. And when your constituents call needing help with a state problem or a city problem, you take the call and you get it done. You end up calling to make sure you find out how to get it done. Simply put, you get things done. You used to get things done, fixing problems. And that's because you know the measure of success isn't how partisan points are scored, but it's how you fix the problem. Can you fix the problem, whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or Independent? We're often told that Democrats and Republicans can't work together. And, you know, there's always been competition. But in the last 10, 12 years, it's been particularly tough. But as I told my friends in Congress in my State of the Union address last week, I believe people sent us a clear message in this off-year election. Fighting for the sake of fighting gets us nowhere. We're here to get things done. That's why we got elected. It's always been my vision, and I really mean it's always been my vision, and I know it's yours as well. Over the past 2 years, we've been delivering on that vision. When I came to office, the pandemic was raging and our economy was reeling. But together we acted. Less than 2 months after we took office, the American Rescue Plan led to the fastest economic recovery of any major economy in the world. And I know that at the beginning of the crisis, like you did, that strengthening state and local governments was the key to our recovery. But when the CARE Act was passed, before I came into office, just before, under the previous administration, some of you had to go to your state legislatures to get permission to use the money that was in the act. I used to be in your shoes. Only 120 counties in the United States of America got help in that CARES Act. There was a lot of money, but only 120 counties. When I signed the American Rescue Plan, it sent $350 billion for the first time in history to every state, city, and county in America. We made sure all of you, over 3,000 counties got direct funding because I know we empower you directly, you get the job done. 3,000 counties. That money helps show up your budgets, avoid painful layoffs, put cops back in the beat, firefighters back in the job, teachers in the classroom, nurses in the emergency rooms, and it worked. Since then, because of you, we've created 12 million jobs. Just 500,000 alone, last month alone. we've now created more jobs in 2 years than any administration ever created in a 4-year term. And folks, the unemployment rate is 3.4% at a 50-year low. We've seen record small business applications. Bother every time someone makes an application for small business, that's hope. It's hope. Expressing that hope to get something done. We urge you to use rescue plan money to make communities safer. Invest in affordable housing, get small businesses back on their feet. Train your workforce, and you did. In Travis County, Texas, and Pierce County, state of Washington, you're addressing homelessness by increasing affordable housing stock, partnering with nonprofits to get to the root of the problem. Ramsey County, Minnesota, is addressing worker shortages in child care and health care by training residents to become nurses and licensed child care professionals. The American Rescue Plan also provided $12 billion to address mental health needs arising from the pandemic. I know that addressing mental health is a priority for so many of this organization. And by the way, one of the things that I wrote down, I had lunch with the Vice President today, and I keep little note cards about what I think we have to do, and I said, we have to pass legislation on the damaging technology that's having an effect on our kids. We've got to change the way the internet works and the way people can use our children. It's got to stop. Milwaukee County is using rescue funds to mentor kids involved in the criminal justice system. LA County is offering job training for kids in vulnerable populations. With the Bipartisan Communities Act, the most significant gun safety legislation in 30 years, we're providing another $10 billion to prevent violence and threats resulting in human trauma. $2 billion of that is for young people in particular, to pay for things like school counselors. And as part of the Unity Agenda in the State of the Union, I call for surge in resources to deal with the fentanyl epidemic that I know is devastating many of the communities. We now have a record number of personnel working to secure the border. We've now seized over 23,000 pounds of fentanyl just in the last several months. But if we're going to have the strongest economy in the world, we have to have the strongest and the best infrastructure in the world. We used to be number 1 in the world. Now we're moving to number 14. And China used to be number, I think, 10 or 11. Now they're number 2. Folks, that's why I asked Congress to pass the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment Act, larger than any investment made in infrastructure since Eisenhower's interstate highway system. A number of Republicans came together with Democrats to help us get it passed. And we're rebuilding the country through the bipartisan infrastructure law. In your counties, we're investing in roads, bridges, airports, public transit, water systems, high-speed rail, so much more. Maricopa County, Arizona, we helped build a new bridge over the Holly River. Look, in Washoe County in Nevada, we're spending $89 billion to add several lanes to the US 395. In Maryland, Montgomery County, Prince George's County, we're replacing dirty diesel buses, which are bad for the health and the environment. With the leadership of Vice President Harris, we're partnering with you to deliver affordable high-speed internet to every single household, so no parent has to sit in the McDonald's parking lot, for God's sake, so their children can connect to the internet to do their homework. We've already added 16 million more households to the affordable internet. We're just getting started. We're also making the biggest investment ever in climate through the Inflation Reduction Act, creating millions of good-paying jobs, investing in fence-line communities that have suffered the most as a consequence of being smothered by pollution. Think of Cancer Alley in Louisiana, or as the Delaware delegation can tell you, Route 9 in Delaware. They're going to be the first ones to benefit. We passed the CHIPS and Science Act, which has led to a commitment of over $300 billion. $300 billion in private investment in manufacturing. We're opening factories in your states to build semiconductor chips and electric vehicles and advanced batteries that's going to power those vehicles. My first 2 years in office, we created 800,000 manufacturing jobs. Where in the hell is it written to say we can't lead the world of manufacturing? Where does it say that? For decades, we imported projects and exported jobs because cheaper jobs overseas. A lot of companies left. How many of you come from areas where you used to have a factory of 400 or 500 people and everything got lost? It just hooked up and took off overseas. What happens? It leaves the community devastated. You lose hope. How many of you have heard someone say to you, well, my daughter came up to me and said, I can't live here anymore, Mom. There's no jobs. I got to move. Now America is exporting products and creating jobs at home. Today's report on inflation shows the good news is that inflation in America is continuing to come down. It's fallen 7 straight months. There's more to go. Food prices at the grocery store are coming down. Gas prices are down at $1.60 since their peak. Real wages for working Americans are up over the last several months, delivering welcome breathing room. Well, just like my dad used to say, all I'm looking for, Joey, is just a little breathing room at the end of the month. Just a little breathing room. Have a little bit left over after I paid all my bills. We're seeing this progress even as unemployment remains at a 50-year low. We're going to have bumps in the road still. There's still more work to do as we make this transition more steady, more stable growth. And there could be setbacks along the way. That's why my unwavering focus is on continuing to lower costs for families, rebuild our supply chains, invest in America. Today's data reinforces what we've made historic progress and we're on the right track. Now we need to finish the job. We're building the economy from the bottom up and the middle out. So every county across America, not just as works on costs and the coast-to-coast areas, but in the heartland. My plan I refer to as a blue-collar blueprint to rebuild America. We're creating good jobs you can raise a family on. And most don't require a college degree. Jobs that people don't have to leave home in search of opportunity. Let me just give you a few examples. Intel is going to invest $20 billion on 1,000 acres outside of Columbus, Ohio, that I refer to as a field of dreams. They're going to build 2 fabs, they call them, factories that manufacture semiconductors, which, by the way, the semiconductors were invented in America. You got it? Invented in America. Now we used to have 40% of the world's chips manufactured. We're down to 10% because we forgot. Not anymore. Intel's going to create 7,000 jobs building in that field of dreams, 3,000 working on the fabs, 4,000 building the facilities. The average salary in one of those factories is going to be roughly $130,000 a year. And you don't need a college degree. That's building America from the bottom up and the middle out. But there's $300 billion being invested. And now we're doing all this and so much more while cutting the deficit more than $1.7 trillion in 2 years, the largest deficit reduction in American history in my first 2 years in office. Largest. You may have seen the spirited debate in my State of the Union address. It was kind of fascinating. I felt like I was back in a playground. Some of my Republican friends in Congress, not all of them, but some of them, have been threatening to hold your economy hostage if we don't cut Medicare and Social Security. When I called them out on this in the State of the Union, it sounded as though they agreed right then and there to take those cuts off the table. I sure hope so. If that's true, I'll believe when I see it, but I hope that's true. That's also when we see whether or not we're going to plan to cut Medicaid and other programs critical to people. Most of you have finally reached the point where your revenues are climbing and your budgets are stable, most of you. And so I know that you share my concern that some in Congress are putting that progress at risk by threatening to have America default on its debt, which would be catastrophic for counties and the country. In fact, even coming close to default will raise borrowing costs, make it harder to finance key projects in your communities. Ironically, nearly 25% of the entire national debt, which took 200 years to accumulate. So the national debt is 200 years old, accumulated over that period of time. 25% of that debt was added in the previous 4 years of the last administration. 25% of the 200 years of debt. So I met with the Speaker of the House. He's a decent guy. He's got a tough job. He made it real clear to me what he wants to do. He says he's not going to raise taxes at all on anybody. He just wants to cut programs. So I suggested instead of making threats about the debt ceiling, which would be catastrophic, let's just lay out our budgets. I'll lay out mine on March the 9th, exactly what I want to spend, who gets taxed, who doesn't get taxed, what programs get cut, what programs get added. And he should do the same. We can sit down and go, I mean sincerely, go over it. See what they want to cut, see what we want to cut. But here's the thing. If you add up the proposal my Republican friends in Congress have offered so far, just so far now, legislation, they would add another $3 trillion to our debt over the next 10 years. Let me be specific. Here's how they do it. They made it clear in legislation introduced to the investment we made to crack down on tax cheats, billionaires and millionaires. The CBO says by doing away with those extra agents, we're going to cost the American public another $114 billion in lost revenue. They finally have made Medicare negotiate the drug prices. Well, they want to repeal that. They want to repeal the prescription drug savings and increase subsidies to big pharma. Right now, for the first time in history, and I've been trying to do this for over 30 years, we pay the highest prescription drug cost of any nation in the world. Any nation in the world. No one else is close. So what do? We passed a law that said that in order to be able to, the Medicare, which pays billions of dollars in Medicare bills for everybody, Medicare should be able to negotiate drug price. Say, we will only pay you so much for that drug if you want to sell the drug to Medicare to give to people. Well, guess what? It passed. Now, if that gets cut, and by the way, it's like, when we talked about this bill being passed, everybody said, yeah, and it promised that we're going to bring down drug prices. Insulin. How many of you know somebody who has diabetes and needs insulin? Yeah, a lot of you do, a lot of people. Well, guess what? Those folks who need it, including 200,000 kids, are paying somewhere between $400 and $600 a month. You know what they're paying now as of the 1st of January? $35. And we're not cheating anybody. You know how much it costs to make that drug? $10. Package is another $2. It was invented over 100 years ago. The man who invented it didn't even want to put a patent on it because he wanted to make it available to everybody. Well, guess what? It's coming down. Guess what's going to happen? This year, the total amount of cost of the drugs you have to pay for that you need is now $3,800. Next year will be $2,000. You say, what difference does that make, Joe? Who has those kind of bills? Anybody like my family, you know how much cancer drugs cost? $10,000, $12,000, $14,000 a year. Nobody on Medicare will have to pay more than $2,000 a year for all the drugs they consume. Nobody. And guess what that's doing? That's saving the taxpayers $159 billion a year. They're paying that much less out to Medicare recipients. Well, folks, you take that away, it raises the deficit $159 billion. We passed a law to make sure corporations pay at least 50% tax. Now, I come from the corporate capital of the world, Delaware. No, not joking. More corporations are incorporated in Delaware than every other state in America combined. The idea, for example, one of the reasons I was able to cut the deficit as I was able to do, and have these programs available was simple. We said the 55 corporations of the Fortune 500 who made $40 billion in 2020 had to pay at least a 15% tax. That's less than a nurse pays, a police officer, a street cleaner. Well, guess what? It allowed us to pay for all this. 15%. And like I said, if you're a cop, you're paying 10% more than that. Look, they want to repeal, again, that tax. They want to repeal the corporate minimum tax, which is 15%. If they do that, that'll add $222 billion of the deficits they repeal when we pass. They want to repeal the 1% surcharge for stock buybacks. Let me explain, I didn't know years ago what a stock buyback was. Well, it's a simple proposition. If in fact one of the big mistakes I made as a U.S. Senator, and it was well intended, like a lot of things, like the nuns used to say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Well, you know, one of the good intentions, I voted with Bill Clinton, who's still a good friend, to say that no corporate president could make more than $1 million from the profit of from the corporation they ran. Well, that incentivized everybody to get paid by stock buybacks. So I think it's 91% of all corporate execs are paid in stock. Well, what's the one way to increase your salary? Buy back your stock. It raises the price of the stock, raises the value, and shareholders, and you do well. But guess what? You end up not investing in the thing you're engaged in. For example, corporate America. You had oil companies. You know how much they made in profit this year? $200 billion in the middle of an energy crisis. Because they bought back their stock, and they're not investing in refineries, repairing them, or maintaining them. Now they're saying, and it's a legitimate argument they make, they said, Biden, you want to go green, and in 10 years we won't need this. Well, guess what? We're going to need oil for a long time, gas for a long time. It's not going to all go away. But look at all the refineries that are closed, because they're not investing in the nature of the business they're involved in, as one example. And so what do? We added a % tax on the stock buyback. If you eliminate that, it's going to cost $74 billion more in the deficit. You want to extend the Trump tax cuts from the previous 4 years, which cost $2.7 trillion in the deficit, extended. And guess who gets it? You all don't. The point is this. I believe we can be fiscally responsible without threatening to send our country into chaos. I believe it because we've been doing it. When I introduce a budget a few weeks from now, I guess March 9th, well, you're going to see we'll cut the deficit by another $2 trillion in the next 10 years. And I'll lay it out in detail. But here's the bottom line. I'm simply not going to let the nation default on its debt for the first time in history. America is a nation that's paid its bill for the last 200 years. And over the past 2 years, we've passed historic amounts of significant legislation that actually grow the economy, increase jobs, increase access to health care, reduce the cost of prescription drugs. We're on our way to building the best infrastructure in the world again. But as all of you know, the work doesn't stop here. So let's finish the job. I'm really optimistic for the year ahead as we implement the laws we've already passed. We didn't pass another single thing. The things that are going to take place by implementing just the laws we passed last year are going to deliver real benefits to people that they're going to feel in their everyday lives. Just like people now understand, since the Inflation Reduction Act was passed, seniors are only going to pay $35 for a prescription of insulin. We're seeing the effects. It's going to change people's lives. This is the work we're going to continue to do together, Democrats and Republicans, and we're proving in every county in America, our best days are ahead of us. They're not behind us. This is the United States of America, for God's sake. There's nothing.
All right, remarks there from President Biden earlier this week. He made a number of remarks on different topics, including the economy and gun violence. Well, we're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. We are following the latest on the health of former President Jimmy Carter. He is now under hospice care. We'll bring you more details in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Well, we are following breaking news on former President Jimmy Carter. He is now under hospice care at home. And this is according to the Carter Center, again, that former President Jimmy Carter has entered home hospice care. Now, the charity created by the 98-year-old former president said on Twitter that after a series of short hospital stays, Carter has decided to spend his remaining time at home with his family and receive hospice care instead of additional medical intervention. Now, it said he has the full support of his medical team and family, which asks for privacy at this time and is grateful for the concerns shown by his many admirers. Carter, a Democrat, became the 39th U.S. president when he defeated former President Gerald Ford in 1976. He served a single term and was defeated by Republican Ronald Reagan in 1980. In August of 2015, Carter had a small cancerous mass removed from his liver. And then the following year, Carter announced that he needed no further treatment as an experimental drug had eliminated any sign of cancer. So again, former President Carter under hospice care at home. He is surrounded by his loved ones, one of them being his grandson. You see there this tweet by a former state senator of Georgia, Jason Carter. The tweet reads, "I saw both of my grandparents yesterday. They are at peace, and as always, their home is full of love. Thank you to all for your kind words." We'll continue to stay on top of this major news story here on Live Now from Fox. All right, we want to go ahead and bring you some remarks here from Speaker McCarthy. During the week, he visited the U.S.-Mexico border along with some new members of the GOP delegation. Here's that.
First of all, let me thank you for being here. I want to thank from the sheriff to the border agents. They do so much to protect this nation. They're working harder than they ever have before.
So glad to see all of you here today in support of this. Just a couple logistic things. We've kind of reworked how some of the things are going to happen today, so I just want to make sure that we address all those things. Just first and foremost, this is a non-violent protest, no matter what folks have been saying in this county. No matter what the police have been saying, no matter what your Meemaw and their gossip chain have been saying, or the prayer chain have been saying, this is a non-violent demonstration of our First Amendment rights, something we are all clearly here to do. This is not a religious, or this is not divided among religious or racial or political lines. I imagine everybody here has a diversity of beliefs and opinions. There will be a time, a moment of silence and prayer, and if it's not your thing, we just ask you to be respectful. We understand. Of course, no drugs, no weapons allowed. We respect your Second Amendment rights, but this is not the place for it today. We need no reason for them to paint us in a bad light, and we know good and well that's exactly what happens. We will not be shouting obscenities today. There will be a time of chanting as we do a march here towards the end after the speakers. We have some chants that are really easy and really good, so it's easy to learn. There might be people here who do not share our desire. People here who are not here for the right reasons. People are here because they're against this. And really, at the end of the day, this isn't about us versus them. This is about justice and about coming together as a community. And this is about taking care to make sure this never happens to another Tony Mitchell again. So know your rights. I don't see any cops around. They might be here. They're welcome to be here. We would love for them to be here to hear from us in our community today. But so far, it doesn't seem like they're showing up. But know your rights, stay vigilant. If you see somebody who you are suspecting is not acting on their best, in the best interest of this community and this movement to bring justice for Tony Mitchell, confront them. Or ask one of us and we'll make sure. Because this needs to be safe, and this needs to be something that paints all of this in the light that it needs to be in. And we don't need to give them any excuses to think differently about this or discredit it. Power! That's right. Amen. If police ask you to leave or to get out of the street, point them to us because we got permits. Okay?
Here it is, right here.
We got permits. We got multiple copies of permits. So one of the things really quick before we move, we're going to move into a time of allowing a few people in our community to speak. I just wanted to list the core groups, at least, demands for this protest, the things that we were keeping in front of our faces and in the back of our minds as we were thinking about what it means to struggle for justice in this community and struggle together for a different Walker County. Our demands are first and foremost the release of all footage to Tony's family, both body cams and jail surveillance pertaining to the arrest and detainment of Anthony Tony Mitchell from the time of the wellness check until his death at the hospital. The second immediate demand is the resignation of Sheriff Nick Smith and the Corrections Officer TJ Armstrong. And they're all you deserve better, y'all. And that all officers and personnel involved directly or indirectly in the events that led to the death of Anthony Tony Mitchell to be placed on immediate unpaid administrative leave from the Walker County Sheriff's Department pending the ongoing investigation by the FBI and the FBI.
Yes!
Amen. Our long-term demands and aims is the creation of a non-police operated emergency medical response team that will respond to all instances of medical distress and wellness checks, funded by the money that Walker County has and is receiving from the National Opioid Settlement.
Yes!
They want to take that money and buy new radios for the county. When we got
a
people
detox.
in our community dying from overdoses.
Over $1 million. Over $1 million they get.
Over $1 million. Wow. And our last long-term demand is the creation of an independent police oversight committee as a means of holding Walker County Sheriff's Department accountable to the county's constituents. At this time, we're going to list the names of a few other people who also need justice. A few other people who've died for inexplicable reasons or very, very clear reasons in the custody of Walker County or at their hands. Mindy Tidwell, who was jumped and beaten so badly by inmates that she died from internal bleeding, being refused attentions from corrections officers, medical care, and was not taken to the hospital. Family found out the next day through a Facebook post that they let her die in her cell.
Justice for Mindy!
Say your name!
Mindy Tidwell.
Mindy Tidwell.
Vincent Rowell.
Yes.
2009, he was beaten to death in jail. Sheriff John Mark Tyree stated there were no visible injuries that could have caused his death, and they ruled it an accident. But the funeral home took videos that showed the victim exact opposite. That family's here, and if that is incorrect, if there's something we missed on that, you please let us know, because we want to make sure we honor him today.
Justice for Vincent!
Justice for Vincent!
Austin Aaron, a teenage boy, ran over by a police officer, a Walker County police officer, driving recklessly, who is still on the Walker County Sheriff's Department's payroll to this day at a desk job.
Say his name.
Austin Aaron.
Austin Aaron.
Autumn Harris, who recently died of pneumonia due to lack of medical care after being detained for 3 weeks over allegedly stealing $40. $40.
Say your name. Autumn Harris.
Frederick Height, a young man suffering from mental illness, shot by an officer while laying on his stomach with the officer on his back at a wellness check. Said officer, as far as I know, is still employed as a school resource officer to this day.
That's wrong. And I believe he said he would see what he would get.
He said jokes on you when he got it.
Yeah. Say his name.
Frederick Height.
Frederick Height.
So this moment, we're gonna take some time we're just gonna take a moment of silence, if we will, and then a prayer, and then we're gonna hand it over to some speakers in our community who have something to say. If you will, join with me in a prayer, a moment of silence. God, we know that you see the injustices that are happening in this community.
Amen.
We know that you see Austin and Autumn and Frederick and Vincent and Mindy's families. We just ask for peace for them and upon the Mitchell family. We just pray that your peace and your comfort will be with them, and that this people in this county would know that you're the God of justice. You're the God of the oppressed. You're the God of the poor. You're the God of the mentally ill. You're the God of the addicts. You're the God of the lowly.
Yeah.
We ask, Lord, that you just allow today to be a sign to the people in power who willed your name, who willed it while destroying your very image, and the people in our community and our neighbors and our family, that today will be a sign to them that enough is enough and never again. We ask all this in your precious, wonderful, beautiful name. Amen. Amen. This time I'm going to turn it over to Miss Randolph.
So before I even speak anything that I've written down here, I want to say something real quick. I am not suicidal. I do not use pharmaceutical drugs, and I have no known enemies out to get me or no dirty dealings. And the fact that somebody like me, who has not even so much as had a speeding ticket since 2009, to say that out loud because I'm in Walker County should speak volumes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for being here, and thank you for your bravery. As much as everyone here deserves their moment on a megaphone, unfortunately there aren't enough hours in this day to allow it. But if you will allow me, I'd be honored to speak on your behalf. Will you let me do that? Yes. Thank you. My name is Angela Randolph. My husband is Dr. Ken Randolph. In addition to being a doctor, he's also an accomplished musician and a frontman for the Cooter Brown Band. Perhaps you've seen us here locally. Every weekend I stand with him on a stage to perform, and every weekend he introduces the band member by member. When he gets to me, he says, "And from Sipsey, Alabama." I'm from Sipsey, Alabama. When he says that, I feel myself shrink. with embarrassment. When I tell people from other areas I'm from Walker County, the looks on their faces tell me a lot. It literally keeps people from wanting to get to know me as a person. And before I go on, I know I'm going to get a lot of hate for being here today, and there are people who remember my past here. So let me just go ahead and get out ahead of that and tell you I am a former addict, and I've done things I am not proud of.
We all have.
I am 20 years clean. 20 years clean of methamphetamines. Thank you. I'll be 20 years this year.
Now I would like to introduce my good friend and colleague from Oregon, Lori Chavez Dreamer.
Thank you, Juan. Well, it's a pleasure to be here with you all today. And again, I want to thank my colleague, Juan Ciscamani, for inviting us. Why would I step foot in Arizona from Oregon? And I'll tell you why. Because we are the solution makers in Washington, D.C. now. I was a former mayor of Happy Valley, Oregon for 8 years. I sat before the group today at the round table, and I listened to mayors, and I listened to the supervisors, and I listened to Border Patrol. And if you could have heard their voices, they're shaking. They're not sure what to do. They've lost hope. My message to them was, don't give up on your people. Please, don't give up on us. We're here to make a difference. Fentanyl is attacking the streets of Oregon. We had our largest drug bust in Oregon's history in my district this past year. It would have killed 4.5 million people. That is more than the population of Oregon as a whole. Why am I here? Not only to support my colleagues, not only to get this under control, we all ran on border security. It is our job. We will help. Help is on the way. I am very proud to stand here with you today. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing us to come out here and go to every state. And with that, I would like to introduce my dear friend, Representative Jen Kiggins from Virginia, too.
Thanks so much, and it's a great honor to be here with all of you today, and thanks to my colleague Juan for inviting us down here and to Speaker McCarthy for taking the time. I represent Virginia's 2nd Congressional District, which is the home of some of our nation's servicemen and women, and I ran for Congress because I wanted to help restore American strength. I see an administration that's not focused on strength, it's focused on weakness. And our enemies are watching, and I'm worried that our enemies are not fearing us anymore and that our friends aren't trusting us anymore. National security is very important to me. It's important to all of us. It's not a Republican or Democrat issue. It's an American issue. And we're seeing a border right now that is weak, that is inviting illegal immigrants to come across, and it's putting our families at risk. And the stories we've heard today from mayors and from sheriffs and from Border Patrol agents, you know, their families are at risk too. These guys put their lives on the line every single day to look out for us and to protect us from a group of people that doesn't care about our families and doesn't care about our safety. So as a mom of 4, as a Navy veteran, my country's important, our security is important, but our families are so important. So we've got to start supporting our Border Patrol agents. This group of freshmen that's here is so focused on finding solutions. That's why we're here today, because we actually want to get things done in Congress. That's why we ran for office, and that's why we're here to learn. So thank you so much to all of you who took time today to share our message. And with that, I'd like to also introduce another fellow Navy veteran of mine, Derek Van Orden from Wisconsin.
Thank you, Jen. John, thanks for having us on your land. I appreciate it greatly. Juan, thanks for having me down. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Yeah, I came down here for a couple reasons. First and foremost, to thank the men and women of our Border Patrol. They're literally working on the front lines, protecting us, and it's up to them to make sure that we are safe, and they're just not getting the help that they need from the Biden administration. It's the policies of the Biden administration that have led to this crisis. The second reason I came up here to put these things into perspective, there's been 4.6 million apprehensions on the border since Joe Biden has taken office. There's been 1.2 million gotaways. You add that up, that's 5.8 million people. That is the entire population of the state of Wisconsin has either been interdicted or entered this country illegally since Joe Biden has taken office. That's unsustainable, and it is absolutely unacceptable. We've had 3 pounds of fentanyl interdicted in La Crosse, Wisconsin, 12 pounds in Appleton, right outside of my district. That's enough to kill hundreds of thousands of people. And talking to everybody here, it just wasn't like that 2 years ago. So I'm calling on the Biden administration today. Secretary Mayorkas, do your damn job. Enough is enough. So again, thank you so much for having me down here, John. I appreciate it greatly. I'm going to find out how big your herd is later. And with that, I'd like to bring Speaker McCarthy back up.
Well, I want to thank these group of freshmen for spending the time coming down here to actually learn. They sat and listened to community leaders. They heard stories from the sheriff that his jail was only 5% full of arresting individuals, of Americans who are helping illegals come across. Now it's 45%. No federal money comes in. I listened to mayors represent both parties, fearful of what's happening in their city, the high-speed chases, the challenges that they see coming across, the fear that you have in a county that a Mexican cartel is the biggest employer. You don't feel safe in your own nation. The saddest part about all of this, the Mexican government doesn't know which of their citizens are leaving their country. The American government does not know who's coming into our country. But there's one entity who knows both, the Sinaloa cartel. They know exactly who's coming across and who's entering. They also know what's in the backpacks, the drugs to kill Americans. Today, more than 300 Americans will be poisoned and died from fentanyl. You're looking at a place that much of it comes through. Tomorrow, there'll be 300 more. That's the equivalent of an airline crashing. If an airline crashed in America every single day, by the third day, the entire nation would wake up and say, we need to fix the problem. Well, I promise you this. The new majority in Congress, we're going to fight to fix this problem. No longer will the Democrats be able to ignore the issue and act like it's not happening. We will have hearings on the border. It's the responsibility of all members to attend. Those who come to testify will come from both sides of the aisle, and they will tell the truth of what's happening, just as we heard today. This has got to stop. And it starts with the Secretary of Homeland. Stop lying to the American public. Tell them the truth of what's happening, and change back the regulation that we had before so our border can be secure. With that, let me open up for questions. Yes, ma'am.
Republicans that want to remove Mayorkas from his office, are you still looking to do that? Is that a plan? Is one of those?
The Republican plan is to secure the border. We want to know why the border got so out of control. So we want to know the actions of Mayorkas. Wherever that takes us will take us. Yes.
You said you wanted to go back to the border. What are Republicans going to do?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
What are you going to do to secure the border? Because House Republicans haven't been able to pass the ship-away bill through the House, let alone get it through the Senate. So what is the...
Okay, let's see. The Republicans have been in office for 40 days. The committees have just now been constituted. Not all of them have even been constituted yet. So I don't think it's a really opportunity to say you haven't acted yet. No, we're here at the border. It didn't take us 40 years to come here, less than 40 days. This isn't my first trip. This is my 6th trip, my first trip as a speaker. I haven't seen the Democrats come. We have energy and commerce along the border right now in Texas. We have Homeland Security scheduling a meeting to come down here as well. So no, Republicans have been taking action. We've got a lot of ideas inside Congress. It's different than the Congress before. We're just not going to write the bill and put it onto the floor. We're going to listen to the people that are on the border. We're going to listen to border agents. We want the very best ideas. And we're going to be challenged. Yes, we're moving it now, just as we bring our committee down here and we gather the information, because we want to do it right.
Speaker McCarthy,
yes.
Former President Donald Trump threatened Mexico with the tariffs if they didn't do their part to secure the border when he was in office, and we did see this problem, it got better. Now, I'm wondering, what are you going to do about that? Are you going to do something similar, or how are you going to hold Mexico accountable for their part?
Well, I'm not President of the United States, but the one thing I can be is Speaker of the House. I could change legislation and put it into law, Because right now, what has changed from President Trump to President Biden, there has been no legislation change. But why has the border, why has this region gone from 66,000 people coming across to 250,000? Why is everybody who comes across here wear camouflage outfit and rugs on their feet? Why are we catching so much fentanyl? The only thing that changed was the administration and the administration policies. So if you want to stop fentanyl, the first call you should make is to President Xi. It's exactly what I told President Biden inside the Oval Office the other week. Call President Xi and tell him to stop the chemicals coming down. If you want to stop the cartels, you got to be serious about it. These are terrorist organizations. Call them as such and take the action to stop them. They are making billions of dollars. They are human trafficking. What John told you, the rancher, he did not mention. His family has found 14 dead bodies on his ranch in just the last couple years. Those are human bodies. He tells the story of his grandson smelling the body. It is different from a dead cow. Why is that happening? Because the administration's policies that is allowing it to happen. The administration, on the day President Biden was sworn in, when you look at the gaps in the wall, why are they there? Why are these lights wired but not working? Because we got a new president that said to stop it. We paid for the metal to go up, but it's stored far away. There's gaps that allow it to come in. That's wrong. Why are they having Border Patrol agents becoming processing agents and taking away from the job they want to do? That continues to harm the cartels able to watch and take advantage of it. So more drugs come into America that kill Americans. That has got to stop.
Speaker McCarthy, can
Yes.
you talk about why Arizona, for this visit, the last three as Republican leader, you went to Texas. Why did you want to focus on this region? And why these 4 Republican members instead of adding congressional?
That's a great question. I've gone through Texas. This is a different area, but it's also a border area. The people who come across here, as I said, wear camouflage outfit. Show me one that doesn't. Because the Sinaloa cartel controls it. When the agents come up to find them, they don't just find the agents like they do in Texas and say, let me in. They run from them. They don't want to be caught. This is not families coming across here. More than 70% are single males. The terrain is much more difficult, but they come. And you know what? Americans go up in helicopters and rescue them when they fall. They risk their own lives 2,900 times in the last year. But what we're watching on this border right now, the increase, it's now the 3rd highest. It used to be the 5th and 6th. We're watching more fentanyl come across. But we also have a new member here, Juan Ciscomani, who understands what immigration means, who immigrated at age 11 from Mexico here for a better life. He understands the greatness of America that gave him an opportunity to be a member of Congress. He understands the importance of finding a solution. These are new voices, new people. Take a look at who they are. I'm not finished. Jen Kiggins. Jen Kiggins is from Virginia. She served this nation in the Navy as a helicopter pilot. Her husband's an F-18 pilot. Her son's in the academy. She watches that the border may be far away, but no longer is it that far. That every city in America is now a border city, because that's where the fentanyl comes. Derek Van Orden, a Navy SEAL, who risked his life to defend this nation in Afghanistan and others. He understands how technology helps you protect a border. But he's watching this administration, as we came out here today, to actually take away blimps that he saw in Afghanistan, give you the eyes to go miles away to protect us. But the administration is cutting it. Why? Well, some people will argue that if you cut it, you won't know the number of people coming across, so in the next month you could say the number's lower. That doesn't mean less people entered the country, it just means the data may be different. You're playing politics. Lori Chavez DeRemer, who understood, one, serving her nation as a mayor and finding solutions. This is a unique group that came, but this is a group that cares about solutions. And this is a group that sat down, listened to people on all sides of the aisle, and now wants to go back and solve the problem. I thank you very much. Have a good day. Oh, you want this good money?
All right, again, those were remarks from House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, along with freshmen of the GOP delegation as they visited the U.S.-Mexico border. Again, they want something to be done about the influx of migrants coming from across the U.S.-Mexico border. Well, we're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll have more top stories and more details on the health of former President Jimmy Carter. That's up next.
All right, women. Come on, all the beautiful ladies in that house. Hit that one. Love the women. There we go. Frank Pants. Wait, what? Frank Pants. You ain't no lady, Frank Pants. Are you? Maybe he is. I don't know. There we go. There's all the beautiful women. See, love you, ladies. Big shout out to all the beautiful women out there. There we go. Doris. Yeah, Yoli. Yeah, Frank Brooks. Come on. Come on, women. You all know you're beautiful. Let's go. Flaunt it. There's nothing wrong with it. You're all beautiful. Doesn't matter what color, size, doesn't matter. Shape. Doesn't matter if you're missing a toe, finger. Don't matter if you don't even do your nails. Doesn't matter. Women are beautiful. Remember, your mother gave birth to you. Without your mother, you wouldn't be here. And of course, without the father too. His daddy has to, you know, get it out from his huevos, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Hey, how you doing? Let's call somebody. Who could we call? Hey, how you doing? Oh, who's got a number? You want me to call you guys? I'll call you right here on the live. Shoot your number. Give me like a WhatsApp number. We call you up. We'll give you a call on live and say how you're doing. We'll go check upstairs after. Yeah, I'll give you guys a shout out right on the live. How you doing? Give me a WhatsApp number. You know, they say when you drink Gatorade, it gives you energy. Gives you a lot of energy, Gatorade. So good, Gatorade. So good for you. So delicioso. I got people emailing me hate stuff now. I got some haters emailing me. Oh, it's so funny. I'm sorry, everybody, for all the haters. I'm sorry. Dog 29 setting of Brooklyn at the 3rd precinct. Where's the 3rd precinct? The 3rd precinct's like in Yonkers, I think. The 3rd precinct? I don't even know where the hell that is. Shallon Ordis, man. What up, bro? Shallon Ordis, my boy, bro. He was with me the other day a couple weeks ago. Staten Island precinct came through. Sorry I haven't got back to you, bro. It's just, life's crazy, man. Life is crazy. Life is busy. Upstate Audits, what's up, bro? How you doing, man? What is she smelling, this girl? What are you smelling, sweetheart? Grab a little cup of sunshine. I'll give you a cup of something, sweetheart. What is she smelling? Wait, upstate Audits, you caught 2 felonies? Wait, what? Yeah, you have to remain silent. I know. I know he's doing something a little shady. I know. I was in the Heights, Dykeman, Kingsbridge. There was like 6 stations, maybe more. Ah, man. BC Transparency. No way. What do you mean, bro? Big shout out to BC Transparency. What do you mean, dog? What's good? What's good, my brother? How are you, man? Yes, Doris Bove, exactly. Exactly, sweetie. Yeah, BC Transparency, man. All good, brother. You Gucci, man. Guys, please don't feed into the haters. Okay? Please do not feed the pigeons. Don't feed the haters. Just, I'm guilty of it too. See, look, they spread disease and mites. They're dirty to the public spaces. They destroy our flowers, beds, and leftover pigeon food attracts the rats. So the more you feed into the trolls and the haters, like Dr. Dave and them, this is all it's gonna do. It's just gonna keep spreading disease and mites and dirty for our public spaces. And you know, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a good screenshot of this. That's right. Here we go. But you know, that's what the trolls are. They're a bunch of pigeons. They even make that noise too. Little pigeons. Like little birdies. Buses are all parked here, huh? What's going on in here? It's quiet. The door opens. Where's the bus? No smoking. Angry vet, man. Love you, bro. Yeah, Canada cop watched. Put that little fool in timeout. Now, he had his words. It's so funny to put them in timeout for 300 seconds. It bothers them. They get butthurt feelings. They can't handle it. Right now, that guy's probably got like 5 holes in his wall. Probably beating up his wall. He's probably beating up his little cat. He doesn't even have a dog. He probably has a little cat. He has a little pussy at home. He has a little pussy at home. He's probably never saw pussy in his life. Who knows? Only pussy he's ever saw was out of his mama. Sorry, ladies. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, ladies. Sorry, ladies. I have a filthy mouth. What do you want from me? I'm from New York. What do you want? What do you want? I can't help it. Oh, dripping to the door, to the floor. I know, Angel K. I know. I just say it anyway because I have a lot of respect for the women. My mouth is a little harsh sometimes. Can't help it. What's over here? Gates what? How are you, dear? I could at least say hello, but nah. I want to see if I can find a precinct or something. There's got to be a precinct here somewhere. No, I'm not walking down those stairs, man. No, I'm good. Walk down all those stairs, and next thing you know, it has to come all the way up.
Need to have attention, please. Jose Rivera. Jose Rivera Tux, please on extension 2260. Jose Rivera Tux, extension 2260.
The fuck? That scared the hell out of me. You guys ever watched Elf? Remember Elf? The Christmas thing that comes on at Christmas? Elf? And the speaker went off in the mall and you got all scared and jumped around? That shit just did that to me right now. No, I'm not lost. I'm trying to find the NYPD. Like any kind of police station. Oh, Thomas O'Dyer, how are you? How are you, hater? We got another pigeon in the house. Look at him. Gotta feed him some bird seeds. You damn right. What? What? You got a fucking problem with that, huh? You got a fucking problem with that, laddie? Do you have a fucking problem that I'm wearing a mask? It won't do nothing. Exactly. You won't do nothing. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. All right, so we got Greyhound. We have a few nice bus stations here. So we got Greyhound. I'm trying to find the NYPD. It's not that way. It's not that way. Dunkin' Donuts is here. You think they'd be over here, but they're not over here. Oh, where are you guys? I don't smell them yet. Hey, if we look. Yeah, can't find them. Oh, here we go. Please, South Wing. Wait. Where the fuck is the South Wing at? Oh, okay. Hey, all the haters, you want to go watch The Lion King? Like little kids that you are? Yeah. I'll get the pamphlet for you so you can go watch The Lion King. Yeah, this is for you too, you little haters. Here you go. You guys are like SpongeBob. You want to go watch SpongeBob and the Ninja Turtles, you little haters? Yeah, I got another one for you too. What else? Do they have like Annie? Because they sound like Annie. Remember Annie? Does anyone know about Annie? Remember that old school show, Annie? Come on, if you know Annie, hit number 1. That's what the trolls need to go watch, is Annie. Yeah. Doris, thank you, dear. I love you more. Yes. There's a lot of people know about Annie. Like the Generation X has no idea what I just said. They're like, who? What girl? Oh, you son of a bitch. No littering. Some of the new generation has no idea what I just said. They're like, Annie? Who is that broad? Is she hot? Wait, who? Yeah, see, Annie. Nobody knows about Annie. Where the hell is the precinct? Damn it. It's gotta be up here somewhere. There you go, it's the hard knock life, yep. It's the hard knock life for us. Canada Cop Watch, man. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you. Do the 121 precinct again in Staten Island, no problem. I'll do it this week. Coming up. 9th Avenue by the exit door. This is 9th Avenue right here. Here we go. Good job, buddy. Thank you, officer. Thank you, Officer Marcus. Nah, I'm only joking, Marcus. We don't know if you're an officer or not, but thank you for that. Shaolin, later, bro. Cheers to you, man. Big shout out to Canada Cop Watch, man. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, man. Canada Cop Watch helping me out big time, man. You should go to work for the circus. Yeah, you should go work for me. You know what you're gonna do for me? You're gonna dance my drink to me, Spider. That's what you're gonna do. I'll hire you if you want a job. Like right now, I'll blow a whistle and you just come out here and dance my drink to me, Spider. All right, here we go. The precinct's somewhere over here. Now I'm starting to smell it. Oh, yeah, smell it. Getting close. I'm getting close. It's real big in here. Where the fuck are they? Sydney Sue, thank you. Thank you, sweetie. I appreciate that. You are very welcome. Let me tell you guys, it takes a lot of balls to do this. You know, people, oh, here we go, please. It takes a lot of balls to do this. I'm risking my own freedom. I'm risking my life doing this. And nobody realizes it. I always gotta watch my six. You think I'm looking that way, I'm looking this way all the time. Risking my life and my freedom doing this. Oh, they gotta close. Look at this. It's the police station right here. Look at this. They got it closed off. Why is it closed off? Hey, how you doing? Who's that guy? Hey, who's that handsome guy there? Hey, how you doing? Hey, how you doing, buddy? Why is it closed off? You got a glass mirror. I can still look inside, bro. Oh, you got the glass door. It's slick. Ah, it's slick. It's slick. See if we can look in like this. Hey. Hey, how you doing? Hey, you know whose vehicles those are parked outside? That's from the Port Authority? Do you know whose vehicles those are? Yeah, close that, Spider. I don't want to be blamed for that. Do you know whose vehicles those are outside? Outside? The vehicles. Why are you ignoring me? Come on, don't ignore me, man. What the fuck, bro? Oh, BCT. Yo, BCT, man. Big shout out to you, bro. Thank you for that. Wow. Big shout out to BCT, man. Thank you for that, brother. I really appreciate that. Yeah, you can still see me and I can still see you. That's how you know I'm 6'1", son. That's how you know I'm 6'1". See, everyone thinks I'm short, right? Yeah, 6'1", and I'll lay your ass out. Dripping to the floor, to the door. Says who? Says you guys, but not those guys, right? Yeah, I know, sure. What's your name and badge number? You're coming up to me. Do you know whose vehicles are outside? You got business cards? Can I get a business card? Yeah. You guys don't know nothing. They're allowing me to do it, so go back to work. I'm outside. I'm in public. What do you mean? You know, this is... Yeah, I am. I'm not crossing your barricade, which is still unconstitutional to do that. You know that, right? That's unconstitutional. Where's your business cards, though? I want those business cards.
I have my shield on. You want it?
No, I want your business card. It's in your policy.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. So what's your name and business? What's your name and badge number?
2972 and Officer Polanco, right?
What's your name and badge number? 39 what? 3290.
You good?
You guys got complaints on you?
No, not yet. No, I'm sure you.
No, we could run your name and find out.
Okay, good.
But I want those business cards. I know you have them.
When you come back, I'll have them, right?
No, you have them on you now. I know you do.
Sir, if you continue to follow
But who's the cause?
with disorderly conduct, okay?
Disorderly conduct for doing what? I'm trying to have a conversation with you. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. And you're walking away.
Conversate with me, but can you please turn that off so we can have a regular conversation?
I'm doing it for my own protection. But I'm saying, all right, the vehicles that are outside, that are parked outside, whose vehicles are those? Because I got tickets right now for expired inspections. You know that, right? Yeah, they got. What's up with the inspections though? Why could they drive around expired inspections from like 2 years ago?
2 years.
2 years. Yeah. Blue. Yeah. So you think that's okay? They can drive around like that?
Check it out, and I guess you could get your lawyer, and you guys could go and bring
Lawyer.
tickets, right?
Come on, lawyer. Come on. No, we gotta get the city to step up and wake up. Come on.
What organization you work for, sir?
Nah, I don't have to tell you that.
Oh, you don't have to tell me that, but I can tell you all of my information.
Because you do work for the city, though.
No, we don't work for the city.
Who you work for?
For the Port Authority.
And that's for the city.
No.
Who's that for?
It's a
New York State.
It's a quasi self-sustained.
Don't worry, I got no ill will. I'm cool. I got no ill will. I got no weapons, so I don't want you guys getting all nervous and stuff.
I don't think you.
No, I'm not. I'm just exercising my rights, and we're just trying to see who's, doing their job and who's hanging out and who's on their phones. I always catch the NYPD on their phones all the time. I know you guys are Puerto. We want the citizens scared of you guys? No, absolutely not. We want you guys. We want to walk up to, hey, how's it going? How's your day? Hey, what's up?
Absolutely.
You know how many times I do that to the NYPD? And what? You know what they do? They get all mad and flipping out.
Maybe
Yes, they
have
do.
a bad day, but they're good guys, man. Everybody's here.
No, I found a few of them. They are good, but a lot of them, nah,
I
man,
think most
nah.
of them are.
And then they get mad that I record them. So what? You guys are recording me. If you go by a priest, you know how many cameras are out there recording me? So I record you for my protection. They record me for their protection, right? So what is the problem? We're having a civil conversation. I go to, and you know how they act? They all act disrespectful, mean. And it says CPR on their car, right? Where is it? Where's the courtesy, respect, and the professionalism? Where is it? You guys are different. You guys are Port Authority. I get it, but still.
We're all the same, man.
You're on the same team, I know, but those vehicles out there, they got a ticket by me, all right? I gave them a ticket. Hey, I'm gonna go in my pocket. I got no weapon. Don't worry, I'm cool. But look, watch, I want to show you. I don't want you guys to think, though. I give tickets all day to the NYPD. Yeah, I give them tickets, yeah.
As a civilian, you can write tickets?
Yeah, it's a friendly reminder. It's legal. Yeah, it's a friendly reminder just to fix your inspection and all, you know? Nah, these are like something you actually buy on Amazon. Look, see? Yeah, they sell them. It's legal. And I spoke to someone about this. No, you're allowed to. It's a friendly reminder. There's no fine. Obviously, I put the thing at the bottom. I laugh about it. It's just a reminder to fix your inspection. Because, come on, you all know we got to drive around with the inspections up to date. You know that. You know, I catch their personal vehicles a lot. A lot of their personal vehicles. And what they do is they put their plaque up in the window. That's not cool. Because now if I'm driving around, you guys know what happens with the NYPD. They pull us over and they can take our car. You know that. They can take it. Because your vehicle is technically not safe to drive in New York State. That's the whole point of inspection. So there's two of them out there. I think it's that way or that way, in the middle. Blue inspection stickers from 2021. Come on.
Across the street or like?
It's like in the middle. You know how you walk in and then it's like a middle driveway. I think I went through the escalators here. It's downstairs. There's like a little middle section. between when you come in on 9th Avenue, I believe it was, or 10th Avenue. You gotta cross that little mini street. It's like a little mini street inside, right? There's 4 of them there. Yeah, 2 of them had spy inspection, so they got it.
We'll see you around, all right?
Cheers, man. Yep, you too, brother. Thank you. Yeah, they were actually cool. He wasn't too bad. He tried to get a little crazy at first, but then he realized, fuck them both anyway. I'm going back towards the precinct again. Go hang out with them again. 'Cause I know I'm allowed to do that. You can't say nothing. Mr. Chat, sorry guys, what happened here? What did I miss? Let's get those thumbs up. We have another hater in the house, Keith. Another troll. Wow, this channel brings all the trolls, don't we? So many trolls. It's unbelievable. Look at he's following me. Oh, one of them was. Tell me disorderly conduct at first. Get out of here. There's no memo about that. Can't be inside a Port Authority. Get out of here. I know they love me. The trolls love me, bro. Confidence, you're right. They have to create their own privacy. 100% right. Hang on a second. I gotta watch my back from here. Hold on. I'll go back towards the precinct and say hello to them again. This is disorderly conduct, right? There's nobody over here. What are they talking about? There's nobody over here. This office has been missing since before 10 a.m. was deployed at World Trade. Oh, this is old then. I was about to say, wait, how's this cop missing? I'm back. I'm back again. Gotta close it more, man. You don't live in a barn. Close it more. Oh, look, they're getting upset that I'm recording. Oh, they're upset. They're upset. Oh, you got a holding cell back there, huh? Oh, you're hiding in the holding cell? Yeah, they got a jail cell back there. Foil, why don't you be a good little boy and shut your fucking mouth? You won't get timed out. Just shut your fucking mouth and kick rocks. We don't want trolls here. We don't want you here. We don't want the trolls here. Get out of here. Beat rocks. Kick it. Beat it. Scram, spider. Scram. 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 Don't. Bro. I know, I got you. I told you. I got you. I don't care if you're trying to set me up. I got you, bro. Service for a second, sorry. I got you, dog 29. You can set me up all you want. I don't care. I mean, it's all Gucci, bro. I got you. Thank you for that, and trust me, I'm gonna be out there. I'm gonna be out there. I just cannot do it tonight. Tonight it's already time is it in New York? Yeah, right. You think they work like that? It's 6 o'clock already. I'm sweating my balls off in here. I gotta get some air if I sweat my balls off and pass out. It's so hot in here. Hey, sweetheart, how you doing? What's going on in here? What is this place? Hey, sweetheart, how you doing? You're holding some big balls.
I'm supposed to get called one more time, Raising, before we get some heat. On 20s next week. Right.
Crystal scored a 93 on her anatomy project on plastic surgery. Congratulations, daughter. We are so proud of you. They were so close to each other. Crystal's birthday was on the same day as her younger brother, Malachi Williams. faces charges of murder, aggravated assault, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony.
A few hours from now, the man accused of violently ambushing and killing his ex-girlfriend and her mother as they were leaving their apartment complex in Dunwoody will face a judge. CBS 46's Tracy Brackenridge.
Mother, 46-year-old Danielle Sims, police say Turner cut off the family's vehicle with his car as they exited the Dunwoody Glen apartments Sunday night. That's when he gets out, gun in hand, shooting and killing the two women. According to investigators, investigators also say he shot Williams' 18-year-old brother, who luckily survived.
Take Justin Turner, take Justin and his ex-girlfriend.
Into a stranger, and it could have been a shooter, so we were just unaware, but we was cautious at the same time. It just last day, and you just saying that it's
We're attempting to elude police officers. Hopefully, Justin Turner will get what he deserves in court soon for the crime he committed. Family members staged a vigil to shed light on the volatility of abusive relationships. Our sincere condolences to the friends and families of Crystal Williams and Danielle Sims. May Crystal and Danielle's memory be a blessing to their families and for all those who love them. And may their life and death be an inspiration and a turning point towards justice and increased protection for domestic abuse survivors. This is the story of Jane Janae Harris, aged 23, a young mother who was fatally shot by two strangers for saying no to one of them.
You talking about your mom? Yes, sir.
Alright, everybody, it's kind of slow right now, so I'm going to shut the stream down and come back on when I get a call or something, alright? So thank you guys for hanging out with me. It's your boy Scatterman Mo. I'll be back in a while. Peace.
Oh, guys, people are so slow. Oh my God, if I don't find my way out of here, I'm gonna start losing my mind. I came from here. There we go. Now I see the fucking doors, finally. I was about to start spazzing out in here. I can't find my way out. I'm telling you, I was gonna kick over a thing, spaz out. It's getting fucking hot in here. Escaping the Labyrinth. Word. Yo, Richard Miller. That was like my favorite freaking movie, Labyrinth. I loved that movie, bro, when I was a kid growing up. And I got my kids to love that movie. Dance, magic dance, magic dance. That was a classic, Labyrinth. I guarantee you a lot of the new generation has no idea what Labyrinth is. Only the old people like us. Only old us fuckers know. Damn, I got fucking lost in this place. I don't know how to get out.
Yeah, you need help getting out?
Exits, yeah. Yeah. Why don't we have exit signs? Dr. Dave, what are you doing, Dr. Dave? What are you wearing, bro? What is Dr. Dave wearing? Dr. Dave, you're a weirdo, dude. What a weirdo. Gypsy, order. What up, bro? Finally, I'm gonna end this live, but we're gonna start another one. Cynthia, my girl. Yeah, we're gonna start another one. This one's at 91. Big shout out to the Gypsy, bro. Gypsy order, man. I checked your channel out. You got definitely a great channel going too. Oh, air. Whew.
Yo, are you still trying to lose weight with exercise alone? Guys, it ain't gonna happen without
and intensity of storms, which will better allow you to prepare for severe weather, since you will be able to pinpoint where the storm actually is. Another source is AM and FM radio. The emergency alert system can be activated for weather alerts, which will interrupt the regular broadcast of the station, and will play either a shortened version of the warning through a system called MNET, or the full warning you heard on your NOAA weather radio. A fourth way is your phone. Wireless emergency alerts, or WEAs, are alerts that are sent to your cell phone to warn you of emergencies. Remember to have multiple sources of weather warnings, so if one becomes inoperable, you will have multiple backups. We will now discuss tip number 3, knowing what to do when a warning is issued. When a severe thunderstorm warning is issued, this means the National Weather Service's radars have detected a thunderstorm capable of producing damaging winds, large hail, or even a possible tornado. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building until the warning expires, or is cancelled. When a tornado warning is issued, this means radar has detected a possible tornado via visible rotation, or there is one currently on the ground, and has been confirmed. Move immediately to the lowest floor of a sturdy building, preferably a basement, away from windows and exterior walls. If no basement is available, go into an interior room such as a closet, and cover yourself with pillows and blankets to protect yourself from flying debris. If you are in a mobile home, or a vehicle, evacuate them and get inside a well-built form of shelter, taking the same steps. When a flash flood warning is issued, this means heavy rain will cause pop-up flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways, and be sure to follow all barricades. Only a few inches of rapidly flowing water is enough to carry away your vehicle. If you are at home in a low-lying area, move to higher ground away from potential flood waters. The National Weather Service holds annual severe weather drills to allow the public to practice their severe weather procedures. Taking these drills seriously will allow you to come up with a severe weather plan and be able to practice it, so when the weather turns hazardous, you will be prepared. For additional severe weather safety tips, please visit the National Weather Service's website at weather.gov. Here are some tips for severe weather safety. Severe weather safety is very important, and you can be severely injured if proper precautions are not taken. The following are some guidelines for staying safe during severe weather events. Number 1. Know the difference between an advisory, watch, and warning. Number 2. Have multiple ways of receiving severe weather warnings. Number 3. Know what to do when a warning is issued. We will now discuss tip number 1, knowing the difference between an advisory, watch, and warning. An advisory, or statement, is the lowest priority alert. Advisories are issued when no impacts are anticipated, as long as the suggested steps are taken. A watch means severe weather is likely in the area, but not yet occurring. Tornado and severe thunderstorm watches are issued by the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma, when severe weather is anticipated within the next few hours. You should postpone any outdoor activities scheduled for that day, as weather conditions can change rapidly. A warning means severe weather is imminent or already occurring. Follow all instructions given. It is important to continue to monitor the weather, since conditions can become life-threatening in a matter of minutes. We will now discuss tip number 2, having multiple ways of receiving severe weather warnings. Most weather experts recommend NOAA Weather Radio as your primary source. The National Weather Service has transmitters set up all across the U.S. and adjacent islands that continuously broadcast weather information 24 hours a day on frequencies ranging from 162.4 to 162.55 MHz. A NOAA Weather Radio can be purchased at most stores for around $30. When a warning is issued for your area, your NOAA Weather Radio will sound an alarm, alerting you of the warning. Another good resource is any local news channel. Most news programs will interrupt their regular programming to bring you severe weather information and to
forgotten. They've been invisible. And we've forgotten, but we haven't forgotten. We haven't forgotten. The truth of the matter is we made a lot of this progress with Republican help. Sometimes we had to go it alone, but a lot of the progress we made so far is because we worked together. Sadly, from what I'm hearing from the new leader of the House of Representatives and the new House of Representatives, they're suggesting this cooperation has come to an end. Well, that'd be a big mistake for America. Some of our Republican friends in the House are talking about taking the economy hostage over the full faith and credit of the United States. They say, unless I accept their economic plans, which is totally irresponsible, they're not going to pay the national debt, which took 200 years to accumulate. It's not the debt this year, last year. We cut the debt by $1.7 billion in the last 2 years. This is a 200-year obligation that's been accumulated. And I made it clear in the State of the Union, I will not negotiate whether or not we pay our debt. I will not allow this nation to default. So I met with the new Speaker of the House about how we should proceed to settle our differences. He's a decent guy. And here's what I suggested to him. Instead of threats about default, which would be a catastrophe, the first time America's full faith and credit will have been, anyway, not met. Let's have a conversation, I told him, about how to grow the economy, create jobs, lower costs, and reduce the deficit. And toward that end, I suggested let's each lay out our proposals. On March the 9th, I'm going to lay down my entire budget, how much I want to spend, how much we're going to do, everything from taxes cut and raised to programs cut and raised. How we should proceed to Republicans should do the same thing. And when we sit down and see where we agree and disagree and negotiate In my view, we need to finish the job we started. The Inflation Reduction Act, which is a fancy sounding name, but that I signed into law. We're taking on powerful interest to bring health care costs down so you can sleep better at night. You know, we pay more for prescription drugs than any nation on earth. We, the United States, pay more for prescription drugs. One example, 1 in 10 Americans has diabetes. I bet every one of you knows somebody has diabetes. Well, right now, every day millions need insulin to control their diabetes so they can stay alive. Insulin has been around for over 100 years. It costs the drug companies today less than $10 to make that insulin, and to package it arguably another $2, maybe $3. But they've been charging people $300, $400, $500 a month for it, unfairly charging them. But not anymore. We capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. $35 a month for people on Medicare. When I initially introduced the bill and Ben tried to help get it done, it was for everybody, $35 a month. But we couldn't get the votes to pass for everybody, only got it done for Medicare. We got to finish the job. We got to make sure everybody needed insulin. Those 200,000 kids who needed to stay alive. Limit that cost to $35. Let's finish the job. And let's cap the cost of insulin for every single American who needs it and pays no more than $35. That's just one example. The law also, by the way, this law we passed, caps out-of-pocket drug costs for seniors on Medicare at $2,000 a month, no matter what their costs are. For example, many of you, unfortunately, like me, know the cost of these expensive cancer drugs. These drugs can cost $10,000, $12,000, $14,000 a year. Well, as of November 2025, as of next year, that's capped at $3,500, and the following year is $2,000 a cap. No one will ever have to pay more than $2,000. And Ben and I have a lot of been fighting for years to allow Medicare the power to negotiate how much they'll pay for the drugs they need to buy for Medicare. We've been working like hell. We finally beat pharma. But here's the point. I don't understand, my Republican friends don't quite get this. Bringing down the cost of prescription drugs isn't just fair. It saves seniors a lot of money. But here's what else it'll do. It'll cut the federal deficit, saving taxpayers hundreds of billions of dollars over time. Otherwise, they have to spend the money to pay the high price, pay $400 instead of $35. It's saving the taxpayer. Not a joke. Now our Republican friends want to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act. They'd get rid of the savings on prescription drugs that we buy like Medicare. We buy through Medicare. And it would eliminate today, right now, $159,000 a year in savings on lower drug cost. Now that just means your tax dollars are going to be saved $159,000 to do what we're doing right now. In other words, it cuts the deficit. It doesn't cut Medicare or Medicaid or drugs available. It cuts the cost. And by the way, we're on the topic of Medicare. The distinguished senator, and I shouldn't be a smart guy, Senator Rick Scott from Florida, who is responsible for getting Republicans elected to the Senate, is a little bit in hot water right now. Because his plan is to sunset Medicare and Social Security. Well, meaning if you don't reauthorize them every 5 years, they go out of existence. Sunset them. They'll go away. As I said in the State of the Union, if anyone tries to get rid of Social Security or Medicare, I will veto it. If that's the Republican dream, I'm their nightmare. Look, folks, you saw when I said that on the floor, maybe if you saw it, you saw when I said that on the floor, said, no, liar, hey, I said, that means you're not going to cut Medicare or Social Security? And they all stood up and started to clap. I said, well, we got to settle then. Remember? No, seriously. Well, it's all on film. Let's see who votes to cut it. Look, and here's Rick Scott's response to this. He says that because I'm cutting prescription drug costs, that means I'm cutting Medicare. Where's he been? I think he's a little confused. We're saving Medicare hundreds of billions of dollars over time. We're strengthening Medicare because they'll no longer have to pay exorbitant prices for big pharma. We're saving millions of dollars in out-of-pocket expenses for seniors, for drugs they need to stay healthy. Senator Scott's bottom line is, he said, we're reducing the deficit and at the same time we're getting seniors a fair price. Somehow that's costing the government. He's a little confused. In addition, this Inflation Reduction Act cracks down on super wealthy tax cheats. My Republican friends have spent years cutting the number of IRS agents, the people who audit the super wealthy. It's very, when you make $200 million, I only wish, like $200 million, you got very expensive accountants. You got a lot of people doing a lot of things to make sure you pay little. Well, you make it impossible if you have more auditors. You make it impossible for the super wealthy tax cheats and their tax shelters to succeed. That lets the super wealthy game the system if you don't have people looking at it. Well, what has happened, I don't know how many years now.
All right, President Biden on the state of the economy from Maryland earlier this week. Well, before we leave you here for the night, we just want to bring you another developing detail here on the health of former President Jimmy Carter. Well, people all across the world are reacting to the news that he is now in hospice care at home. Again, this is according to the Carter Center. Well, now the spokesman of the U.S. Secret Service reacting to the news. Here's a look at this tweet here. It reads, you can kind of see it there on your screen, but it reads, "Rest easy, Mr. President. We will be forever by your side." Again, the former president is 98 years old, and he served as president from 1977 to 1981, and he decided today to go home under hospice care. Of course, we will continue to follow the latest regarding his health and his condition here on Live Now from Fox. Meantime, before we leave you here for the night, some events are taking place across the country right now. I want to go ahead and show you a Live Now look in New Orleans. This is a preview parade to Mardi Gras, which takes place on Tuesday. Many people there in the city coming out for those fun festivities. Meantime, a little further south in Florida, a look at the Daytona International Speedway. Daytona 500 takes place tomorrow. Well, we will have more on that tomorrow here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us here today. We certainly hope that you enjoyed the stream. And of course, we will be back in the morning tomorrow, Sunday, with more top stories. And of course, with more on the current condition and news on former President Jimmy Carter. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Shirley Discorbeth. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Palestine. The U.S. EPA, in partnership with an independent contractor, continues to monitor the air in and around East Palestine. To date, they have sampled air in over 500 separate homes. They've also continue to sample air out on the streets and throughout the community. So far, they've had no detection of contaminants, either outside or in the specific homes where they've been asked to monitor. Volatile organic compounds, or VOCs, are generally present in things we come in contact with every day: paint, flooring, carpet, furniture, cigarette smoke. Although the testing in approximately 75 homes did show elevated levels of VOCs, further testing in those 75 homes found that contaminants of concern from the derailment were not present in those homes. So nothing from the train derailment was found in the homes. Nothing was found out on the street. The monitoring will continue, however. Today, more than 24 additional homes are scheduled for air testing. The teams are still taking appointments for those people in East Palestine who want to schedule a screening of their home. That number is 330-849-3919. In summary, in the 500 homes where the air has been tested, no contamination of concern caused by the rail derailment was present in any of these homes. There are in the community 20 monitors strategically located throughout the community to continue to monitor outdoor air. I think we have a map somewhere, I hope. There's a map there. This is a map from the U.S. EPA that shows all the places where they've taken outdoor air samples over the past 2 weeks. Again, the experts tell me that these monitors are coming back clean. Clean for contaminants of concern associated with the train derailment. So this monitoring started very early on. This monitoring will continue. We will continue to do this. So we have 20 monitors. These monitors are moved around, and they will continue to be moved around the community. Let me now talk about water, residential well sampling. As we talked about earlier this week, the testing results from East Palestine's municipal water source have come back, and the results are that drinking water, testing those 5 wells that go into the community system, those 5 wells have all come back clean. The water is safe to drink. We never thought that the municipal water was contaminated, but out of an abundance of caution, our Ohio EPA took samples which were analyzed, and they in fact came back and were shown to be safe. You do not need to drink bottled water if you are on municipal water. If you get your water from a private well, you are encouraged to use bottled water until your water is confirmed to be safe. That, again, is just out of abundance of caution. To date, 38 private wells have been sampled. More private wells are scheduled for testing today. These samples, unfortunately, take a while to get it back from the lab. So we don't have any results back yet, but we expect them very, very soon to start coming back. Again, to schedule testing for your private well, call 330-849-3919. Let me talk now about the Ohio River. When we met earlier this week, the Ohio EPA discussed the chemical plume in the Ohio River. I'm happy to report this morning that sampling has shown that the plume is now completely dissipated. It was never thought to be a threat, but they could get slight detections. And I want to mention that something I've learned during this is the Ohio River is monitored normally very extensively. And so they were able to pick up, before they were able to pick up where that plume was. It was never thought to be very high, never thought to be very dangerous, but they could detect it as it moved down river. Now we're told that they cannot detect it at all. To give you some idea of the numbers, the level of concern for this contaminant is 560 parts per billion. Readings yesterday, when we could still get a reading on it, were under 3 parts per billion. So again, level of concern 560. Yesterday it was at 3. Today it is at 0. The levels at which this chemical was in the Ohio River have always been very low. We are no longer getting readings at all. I'm told that some water systems along the Ohio River will close their water intake lines for the time being out of an abundance of caution. We understand that. That's perfectly fine, but we do believe there's no reason to be concerned about water now from the Ohio River, and there's never really been a reason to concern, and we no longer can get any reading at all of this contaminant. Let me go to the local creeks. You know that there's been some video played on TV of circulating a visible physical contamination in one of the local waterways. A section of Sulphur Run that is very near the crash site remains severely contaminated. We knew this. We know this. It's going to take a while to remediate this. It will be remediated, but it's certainly a place to be avoided at this point. Very soon after the crash, Sulphur Run was dammed, so the contamination in that part of the creek does not contaminate any of the other water. It was kept in there and on hold. In fact, teams are pumping clean water from the point of the eastern dam, funneling it away from the contaminated section of the creek and releasing it back into Sulphur Run at the western dam, so diverting it around where the contamination is. This occurred early on after the crash. This allows clean water to bypass the area of the derailment and prevents clean water from picking up contaminants and carrying them into other waterways. The remediation of the water in the direct area of the spill is going to take some time, just as it is taking some time to deal with the dirt. This is not a simple process. We're encouraging people to continue to avoid that area. Now, I know there's been a lot of questions about FEMA and calling in FEMA for aid. At this point, based on what FEMA has told us and continues to tell us, my Chief of Staff talked to them again this morning, we do not qualify for assistance. Although FEMA is synonymous with disaster support, they're most typically involved with disasters where there's tremendous home or property damage, tornadoes, flooding, hurricanes. That's why we do not expect that FEMA will come to East Palestine. However, to make sure that if in the future FEMA is ever needed, we want to preserve our rights to be able to ask them for help. So, to make sure that if FEMA is ever needed in the future to help residents in regard to this crash, we're going to preemptively file a document with FEMA to preserve our rights in case we need their assistance in the future. We believe that the railroad should continue to pay, and we're going to insist that they pay. Whatever damages have been caused, the railroad is responsible for those damages. We're filing this paper with FEMA just in case in the future we need that. Let's say, for example, the railroad stops paying for whatever reason. We're still going to go after the railroad, but we want to make sure that there will be support for people if that support does, in fact, stop from the railroad. Let me move now to HHS. We know that the science that indicates that this water is safe, the air is safe. Whatever damages have been caused. But we also know, very understandably, that residents of East Palestine are concerned. They ask themselves, you know, they might have a headache. They might ask themselves, is this a headache, or is this headache that is in fact caused by the train derailment? Or other medical symptoms they may be experiencing caused by the train derailment. These are very legitimate questions. Residents deserve an answer. They have suffered a great deal. This has been a traumatic time for them. This has been a horrific train derailment, and we understand, you know, have some understanding of what they've gone through. We've asked for medical experts from the United States Department of Health and Human Services to come to East Palestine. This request has now been granted by HHS. We are now going to establish in the next several days a clinic in East Palestine. This is a clinic that will be established by the Ohio Department of Health. We will get assistance and help from HHS. We want them to be able to engage with the residents of East Palestine. We want them to be able to answer the residents' questions, evaluate symptoms, provide their medical expertise. The people who will come in, and we expect them in early next week, will also have access to the best experts in the world in regard to chemical exposures. Again, we are doing this because we know the concern that has been expressed by so many of the residents. Dr. Vanderhoff spent a few days there. He talked to a number of residents. Other members of our team have talked to residents. We know the concern that they have. And they're very, very understandable, and they deserve answers. Working with the Ohio Department of Health and the U.S. and Ohio EPA, they plan to begin seeing patients early next week. Information on the location of the clinic and the hours that will be available, that will be available as soon as we have them. It will be on the website at ema.ohio.gov /East Again, that is ema.ohio.gov /East Palestine. So we expect them to come to town probably on Monday, and we will be in the process of putting that clinic together. Again, we know that there are some people who do not have insurance. We also know that we have people who may not even have a primary doctor. We want to make sure that they have a place to go, a central place where they can go to get help. Again, this is not based on anything that we're seeing in the sampling of the air. It's not based on anything we're seeing in the sampling of the water. Water is good to drink if it's coming from the municipal water system. The air, we will continue to monitor the air, but so far we've seen nothing in regard to the air out of the ordinary. But we'll continue to do that. We know that this whole last several weeks has taken a tremendous toll on residents in East Palestine. We know that this has been a traumatic experience for all of them. Working with the County Alcohol, Drug, and Mental Health Board, we are supporting a number of local mental health resources. Information will be available on our website later today, again at ema.ohio.gov ema.ohio.gov/East Palestine. Again, that's ema.ohio.gov/East Palestine. In addition to these local resources, the Ohio Care Line is open 24 hours a day and staffed with trained mental health professionals who are there to listen and to help. All calls are free and confidential. They can also connect you with local resources if follow-up care is in fact needed. And I'll ask in a moment Director Laura Christ to talk about this. Now I've asked Dr. Vanderhoff, the Director of the Ohio Department of Health, to join us, and ask Dr. Vanderhoff now to talk a little bit about what is coming up in the future, and may also reflect on what he has seen when he has been in East Palestine. Doctor?
Well, thank you very much, Governor. Well, thankfully, as the governor has described very well, extensive testing of the air in East Palestine, as well as testing of municipal water sources, has been very reassuring, and further testing of the private water sources is ongoing. Thus far, as the governor outlined very thoroughly, we have simply not found elevations of these volatile organic compounds that would lead us to suspect any significant risk related to the tested air and water. Nevertheless, I and my colleagues have been on site and in the community talking with so many members of the community. And as a result of that, we know, as the governor described, that some people continue to have concerns, perhaps even after seeing their doctor, and we know there are other members of the community who really do not have a regular doctor. We also know that many medical providers who are in that area would really value support from medical experts who are deeply knowledgeable about how to address questions people have related to their concerns about a potential exposure. So with all of these concerns in mind, we have worked very closely with the local community, of course our state agencies, and our national partners to bring enhanced clinical support along the lines of what the governor described in very good detail to that greater East Palestine community. Now, in partnership with local providers, providers who include the Columbiana County Health Department, as well as a community health center. We, as he noted, are planning to open a medical assessment clinic for those who may have these lingering concerns, particularly those who may find themselves in the situation of really not having a primary care home. As he noted, our plans are in active development. We are committed to bringing this online next week, and we will be making further announcements. We are also working with the national experts, again, under the rubric of the support from HHS, and that the acronym for that, we've mentioned it before, ATSDR. These are the nation's leading experts in addressing health concerns related to potential chemical exposures. And as the governor noted, they are coming into the community. We are going to be bringing them in, working alongside of them to further evaluate the community's concerns and the community's needs. We're also going to be working with these experts from ATSDR to provide medical providers in that region with direct access to the best medical authorities so that they can work with them closely to understand how best to address some of the specific concerns they may be seeing expressed by their patients. And the epidemiologists from the Ohio Department of Health will continue to work very actively with these same national experts to monitor the health of the community, both now and into the future. And in answering very important questions along that line, including, for example, well, how long should we monitor the air? Or when should we consider retesting a given water source? All of these efforts really are a reflection of our continued commitment to working with and being with the community, the people of East Palestine. My team and I and representatives from many agencies have been with the community right from the beginning. And we are going to continue to listen to the community and support them and work with them to ensure their best health.
Doctor, thank you very much. Director Chris.
Thank you. So I think we all know this, but it's really worth saying out loud that traumatic events like this cause stress and anxiety and worry, most significantly for the people closest to the traumatic event. And everyone reacts to stress differently. And so it's important for the families affected by this disaster in East Palestine and for all of us to really pay attention to how you and your families are reacting and feeling right now, and to reach out for help if it's needed. Common signs of emotional distress include feelings of disbelief or numbness, also change in energy levels or difficulty concentrating, disruptions in appetite or sleep, and also feeling really fearful or angry. We also know that stress can cause increased use of alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs. These feelings will gradually decrease over time for most people, but in the early days of a traumatic experience like this, they will be intense for many or most, and that will be true maybe for weeks. We know that we can make those kind of stressful feelings, and the stress experience can make it really difficult to manage daily life. I'm really grateful for Marcy Patton and the team at the Mental Health and Recovery Services Board of Columbiana County, for the community counseling service providers right there in Columbiana County as well. They've all been engaged in this disaster and the response to it since day one. I talked to Marcy on the night of the derailment, and our teams have been in regular contact, making sure that the community has the services and supports that are needed. And I'm grateful and proud to say that the behavioral health providers in Columbiana County are present and they are there for the local community members. These services are always available in Lisbon, Salem, Calcutta, East Liverpool, and East Palestine. These providers are known in the local communities. The Counseling Center, Family Recovery Center, Community Action Agency, On-Demand Counseling, and Insight Clinical Counseling and Wellness. These are all organizations that have been in the community and will remain in the community. Most of these organizations are offering services and supports for stress, both in person and through telehealth. And that means that anyone can call them from the comfort of wherever they are rather than having to go to any specific location for services and supports. For the local community members, you can call 211, and that is operated by the team at the Help Network of Northeast Ohio. And they can help you connect to whichever of these counseling organizations, these service organizations that you feel most comfortable seeking help from if you need it. You can also call, as the governor mentioned, the Ohio Care Line. This is an opportunity to talk to a person who's trained in helping with stress management, and the calls are open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They're confidential and they're free, and it's for just emotional support. The number for that is 1-800-720-9616. That's 1-800-720-9616 for free, confidential conversation for someone who can help with stress. The important thing is to know that you're not alone, and help is available within your local community in a way that feels comfortable and convenient to you. And it can help really manage hard situations. And we're in this with you for the long haul. Thank you.
Director, thank you very much. We're happy to take any questions.
Kevin Landers, Channel 10. When you say you're going to hold Norfolk Southern accountable, can you detail exactly what that means?
Well, we've talked to the Attorney General, and Attorney General, is looking at this situation, but he'll have further information, I think, next week. But look, thus far, when we've asked them to pay, they have paid. They are responsible for this crash. They are responsible for any damage that has been done. And so, I reached out again to the CEO the other day and asked him, I said, look, people are worried you're going to leave town. He said, no, we're not going to leave town. We're going to make sure we have everything cleaned up. But it's just a general statement. We're going to make sure that they fulfill their duty. They caused this problem. And let me just also say that I think, East Palestine was visited yesterday by our 2 United States senators, members of Congress, others. As I've expressed to them, I think it's time now for the U.S. Congress to take a look at rail safety in this country. Look at the question of what products are being carried on the rails, what the responsibility is of the railroad, what the responsibility is of the railroad to notify a state when that product is coming through. In this particular case, there was no notification, and apparently there was no legal requirement for a notification. Now, you look at the product that was on these trains and on these cars, and so many of these different cars, you see what's happened after the train wreck, and you think, what? The law doesn't require them to notify the state of Ohio or anybody that this is coming through our state from one end of the state to the other? This is crazy. The law has to be changed in this area. We have to be given notification. Something's very, very wrong here. We've also seen other train derailments in the state of Ohio. We've seen them across the country. When it's a train derailment and it's just an empty boxcar, I guess that's one thing. But, you know, many of these trains are carrying some very, very dangerous products. So, again, I think Congress needs to look at that whole issue as well. The federal government, historically, over a number of years, has preempted the states from really controlling this, and the states from being able to control what comes into Ohio, what goes out of Ohio, what goes through Ohio. The responsibility is with the federal government to make those changes, because they preempted our ability, really, to act in this particular area.
Thank you. Haley Nelson with ABC 6 in Columbus. Are you considering a declaration of disaster, and is that not needed for FEMA?
Yeah, look, we will, if at any point we get any indication that we can activate FEMA, we certainly can, you know, do that notification of disaster. Look, this is a disaster. It's a disaster by any definition, but there's a legal definition. So whether we file it and say there's a disaster or don't, and I'll leave that up to our lawyers, this is certainly has been a disaster. The declaration of disaster does trigger the ability then to get FEMA to do something. FEMA has told us as late as this morning that we do not qualify. We don't qualify yet. You know, we just, for all the reasons that I outlined before. So, you know, we'll do whatever we need to do if in the future FEMA aid is needed. But, you know, we started this with aid from the U.S. EPA. They've been on the scene all the way through this. We got the U.S. military involved when our Ohio National Guard was modeling this. We have reached out to, again, the federal government, HHS, in regard to getting help to come in here. That help will be coming in the form of doctors and other medical personnel next week. So we will continue to, you know, work very, very closely with them. You know, our contact with FEMA has been on a daily basis for a number of days.
Good morning, Governor. Morgan Travis, 5 Cleveland. Can you please tell us about the route that the train took and if it went through any major cities like Cleveland or if it went through any other areas?
Yeah, I do not have the exact route, but you know, it was in Ohio for a considerable period of time. And again, it goes back to what I said. You know, this is exposing Ohioans all the way through. We all have seen or at least heard about the video when it went through Salem, also in Columbiana County, but in a different part of the county, where there were indications clearly that there was something going on and something was wrong. So I think it goes back to, wherever it went specifically, and the railroad can supply that information. The reality is it was in Ohio in a significant period of time, and it was, subject to a problem at any point. So you had a lot of Ohio citizens who certainly could have been traumatized by this rail accident.
And even if it had not gone through these different areas, or even if it had gone through other ones instead, if you knew that it had toxic material on it, would that have changed anything with the transfer?
Yeah, well, look, that's a good question. I mean, we cannot, because of federal preemption, we cannot prohibit them from coming into the state of Ohio. But what we can do is to know that, and to notify our fire departments or EMS people all the way along the route that, hey, this is what it's carrying. These are the chemicals it has. It's coming through at such and such a time, and if there's any problem, you'll know that is what it is carrying. So, notification, no, it doesn't solve the problem. The problem is they derailed. There's a defect somewhere. There was a mistake somewhere. There's a problem with the car. There's a problem with the rail. Something. But that doesn't solve that problem, but it does at least give people some notice and give the people who are going to have to respond at least some notice before the train comes through. Hey, if anything happens, this is what's in that train. Who else?
Governor Natalie Fogg, NBC4. How long and how often will you continue to test the air and the water in the area?
Yeah, we're going to continue to test the air and the water as long as it's necessary. So we're in here for the long run. We're not leaving East Palestine. We're going to rely on what the experts tell us, but we still are seeing, we're still in a process where cleanup is occurring with the dirt, and remediation cleanup is occurring with the water that's in the creek. So that work is going to continue. So certainly not anywhere in the near future are we planning on leaving. We're going to stay there until we're not needed.
Hi, Governor. Joe Ingalls, Ohio Public Radio. My question is, a lot of people online are saying they simply don't believe you. They don't believe the state leaders on this. They think you're downplaying this. And they're afraid that someday in the future it might be like 9/11, where 5, 10, 15 years out, something's discovered that's horrible that happened like it did with the 9/11 responders. Can you address that concern?
Yeah, I mean, in this particular case, from early on, we've had people on the scene who have been testing. So, we are doing this testing. We didn't wait. We were in there early. We know where the contamination is. We know what the situation is with the air. The air that people are breathing is in fact fine. We're now bringing in medical people to talk to anybody who has a particular problem. So we're doing absolutely everything that we can to assure residents about what the situation is. So we're going to continue. We're going to continue to do that. Look, I understand people have been traumatized, and I understand skepticism. And sometimes skepticism is warranted. Nothing wrong with healthy skepticism. But all I can do as governor of the state of Ohio is tell you we have the best experts that we can get, and we have the best equipment that there is available to do the testing. We believe the testing is accurate. It is not just one test and we go away. We continue to test. We continue to monitor. And these are not just people from the governor's office. This is the Ohio EPA. It's the U.S. EPA. And we're now bringing in other experts as well. So that we got a lot of people in here who have absolutely no reason to be lying, no reason to be minimizing this. And candidly, I have no reason to minimize this particular problem. What we need to do is, my obligation is to tell people what we know, when we know it, do it in real time. That's why we've held a number of press conferences. That's why we do a release every day of what evidence that we have uncovered and what the testing is, and we're going to continue to do that.
Can you clarify what exactly you filed with FEMA today? And then as a follow-up to that, do you anticipate requesting any other federal assistance aside from the HHS aid that's coming in?
Look, we're going to request any kind of assistance that we think we qualify for and that we think can help the people of East Palestine. Basically, I don't know what the document's called, but it basically is a placeholder. It allows us to say, look, we are here. We've had a problem. We want, if in the future we qualify for any reason for help and assistance to our residents, we want to preserve our rights to be able to get that. FEMA is fine with us filing that. This is the document they suggested we file. My chief of staff was in touch with FEMA as late as an hour ago. So we're going to continue to do that. We're going to get every assistance, every bit of help that we can get from any source that is available, and that certainly includes the federal government.
Governor, we have 15 people in the Zoom.
I'm sorry?
We have 15 questioners in the
All right, let's go to Zoom.
The first question is with James Pilcher from Local 12.
Good afternoon, Governor. Good morning, Governor.
Morning.
How can you reassure, I know you said that the plume has dissipated, but how can you reassure people that are living downstream from this, such as in Cincinnati and elsewhere down the Ohio River, that there won't be any lasting impacts chemically or otherwise from this event?
The Ohio River is very well monitored. It's monitored 365 days a year. What started out with the plume, it could not be seen, I'm told, but they could tell there's a little rise in the numbers, not in a dangerous area at all when this started. It continued to move downstream. Now I'm told they cannot find it. They don't know where it is. The water that's coming in that they're testing is fine. So that, I think that listening to the experts who do this every day, this is not Mike DeWine. This is people who test the water in the Ohio River every single day. We rely on them that when I'm in Cincinnati and I'm drinking the water, or I'm someplace along the river drinking the water that comes from the Ohio River, we rely on these people every day to make sure that water's okay. They're telling us the water's okay.
Next question is Danny Eldridge from Hannah News Service.
Hello, Governor. Thanks for taking our questions. Can you talk about what the state government can do about railroads? Like, can you require these companies to give notice to the state of Ohio or local governments about hazardous materials?
Yeah, look, we're asking our lawyers to look at that and see exactly what we are allowed to do. But I can tell you that the history of this is that the railroads for a long time have lobbied the United States Congress to get federal preemption on virtually everything. We see this all the time. We see it even as situations where, we used to be able, a local police department, when a railroad blocked an intersection for 2 hours, they could cite the engineer. They used to do that, and when I was a prosecutor in Fairborn, Judge Kimmel used to do that. Can't do that. The federal government has just preempted this. So I can tell you that the remedy needs to come from the members of Congress, House of Representatives, and the U.S. Senate. We're asking them to give us some relief in this area.
Next question, Bill Reinhardt from WVXU Cincinnati.
Governor, thank you. There's a lot of claims and a lot of concerns about damage and deaths among domestic animals, pets, barnyard chickens, and I've heard claims of fields filled with dead cows. Is there any update, any confirmed information?
We have no additional information. I'll ask Dr. Vanderhoff if he has anything additional. As you know, we had the state veterinarian over at the town hall meeting the other night to talk with folks. My understanding is that there's been nothing that has actually been reported that's gone through the system. People were told what needs to be done. You need to get your vet out. Your vet will in turn then, if there's something happened to your chicken or something happened to some other animal, you don't know what caused that, that can be sent to the state lab and they can try to figure out what happened. Dr. Vanderhoff, do you have any update on that?
Governor,
I know you're not a veterinarian.
No. No, I'm not. But Governor, you answered that completely accurately. The state veterinarian is, and the team that he supervises, that is the team that would perform necropsies and allow us to determine what happened to the death of an animal. We have asked for anyone who is aware of a dead animal for whatever reason that is mysterious to them to please contact the Ohio Department of Natural Resources. They will help make that connection. Even a better path would be if it's a pet or a farm animal, contact your veterinarian. They know how to do this.
And look, we want that information. We want to know if there's a problem. We understand that someone could have a pet, someone could have chickens, someone could have some animals and they die and they don't know why they die and they wonder, hey, I wonder if that's connected with the train wreck. That's understandable. Those would be questions I would be asking. So again, we want people to get answers and we want to know the answers as well. And this is how we get the answers.
With our next question, we have John London from WLWT.
John.
Hi, Governor. Do you feel that what has happened in East Palestine merits a presidential commission to more clearly get at the responsibilities of railroad companies that transport hazardous materials? And in a perfect world, what would you like to see from Congress in order to give states more power over what is transported?
Well, I think that, whether it's a presidential commission or whether it is congressional hearings, I think, or both, I think there needs to be a spotlight shined on the railroads. Look, we need our railroads. They supply us with a lot of goods that we use, products that are beneficial, but we want them to be safe. And it just seems that we're seeing a lot of derailments. I think we have the right to have answers. Why are these derailments occurring? We have right to know, how much stuff is being transported. If there is a derailment, will cause, significant harm or potentially harm. So yes, I think the federal government needs to take a look at that. And so I've urged our senators, I've urged our representatives, really to take a look at this, hold hearings, look at the whole safety issue of our freight system in the United States.
Our next question comes from Neil Fisher at 3 News.
Hey, good morning, Governor. This is
Morning.
Neil Fisher at Channel 3. Have you asked Norfolk Southern the tough questions that you're just mentioning to talk with Congress about? Like why they didn't stop that train when it was on fire seen miles away, or if they continue to go through East Palestine with hazardous materials, and how often they're going through East Palestine with hazardous materials. Have you been able to connect with them and talk to them about those questions? Because we received a written statement last night from the CEO saying he would stay in East Palestine and offer everything they have, but we haven't heard from them verbally.
Yeah, well, look, the CEO needs to go to East Palestine. He needs to go there. He needs to answer questions. I was upset that they, pulled out of the town hall meeting the other night. They didn't come. I think that's a mistake. I've not personally had that conversation with him. As far as what happened, why it happened, We have experts who are a lot smarter than I am in regard to trains, who understand trains, who are doing the analysis. And we expect to get some public report in the next several weeks from the federal government in regard to why that accident actually occurred. But we're relying on, just as I rely on the Highway Patrol in Ohio when there's a highway accident, we rely on these experts from the federal government to tell us exactly what happened in regard to this derailment.
Our next question comes from Nick Evans at OCJ.
Hi, Governor. How are you?
Morning.
Good. So I understand you said that there are limitations to what would come with a disaster declaration, but as of right now, to your mind, is there any reason not to declare a disaster?
Look, we can declare a disaster, but I want to be clear with people. We don't want people to think that something's going to happen. And I tried not to mislead people. So we try not to do things where it implies that something's going to be happening. Whether we declare a disaster or don't declare a disaster, we can certainly do that. But please understand there's now no consequence in regard to that declaration. There's really no consequence to that. It is a disaster. You can't call it anything other than that. But the legal definition, you declare the disaster, it doesn't do anything. What we've done in talking with FEMA is to make sure our rights are preserved. And we're going to file a document today. And in that document, we'll talk about the disaster that has taken place. But please understand that as of today, based on the facts that are there today, FEMA can't do anything. FEMA won't do anything. But we're getting help, from other agencies, and we're getting the help that we need.
Our next question comes from Craig Cheatham from WCPO.
Governor, thanks for taking our questions. This is directed not only at you, but also EPA, and in particular, Dr. Vanderhoff. One of the complaints that we've heard repeatedly over the last few days is that public officials have not only downplayed the potential health hazards connected to the derailment and pollution, but have not released a lot of specific details about what they've done, what they've tested for, and what they found. And one of the things that Dr. Vanderhoff stated several times was used the phrase, the good news is. In addition to that, he mentioned that that the most harmful chemicals and compounds in very small amounts are, quote, actually a part of our everyday life. Talked about the fact that the municipal water in East Palestine was safe, but then later encouraged residents to use bottled water, and even said that the air testing, quote, told us that the air really looked pretty much like it did before this event ever happened. And you've emphasized a little bit of that today as well. So my question is, specifically, what information have you received that gives you this idea that essentially nothing has changed when it comes to air quality, water quality, the condition of the land, that people have no reason to be concerned about? And do you feel like some of these messages are in conflict, and that in fact has contributed to undermining the community's confidence in what you're saying?
Let's do the bottled water issue. We did a press conference the other day. We said that we had tested the 5 wells that go into East Palestine's water supply. We have always felt, based on what experts told us because of where the wells are, that there was very little chance that there's any contaminant in those wells. But Dr. Vanderhoff said, we don't have the results back yet, so out of an abundance of caution, drink the bottled water. A day after the press conference, we got the results back. When we got the results back, we then said, we have the results back. And they are what we thought they would be, which is that if you get tap water in East Palestine, we have tested all your wells. They are all good. You are free to drink the water. So that's where the confusion, I think, came in regard to the bottled water. It was a precautionary thing. We hadn't tested it. We had tested it, but we didn't have the results back. But when we got the results back, then we were able to say, look, you can go ahead and drink that. Look, there was an expert on national TV the other day who was not privy to exactly what we were doing, and he opined that we were only testing a few, 2 or 3 for 2 or 3 separate chemicals. As soon as I heard that, I got on the phone, called Dr. Vanderhoff, and said, Dr. Vanderhoff, what are we testing for? And I'm going to let him answer that, but he told me we were testing for a lot of different things. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Vanderhoff, but let me just say, look, all we're doing is is relaying in real time the information we get on testing. No one is trying to downplay this. This has been a horrific crash. A lot of trauma impacted on people in East Palestine. We don't downplay it at all. We've had people over there since the beginning. We're going to keep people over there. We've reached out to the federal government to help us to send additional people in. We've accessed all the experts that we can find in regard to chemical exposure, so that when the doctors next week see people, if they have a question, when they're looking at that person, they can call the expert and get some additional help from that person. But we're going to continue to be transparent, continue to put the information out that we have. But no one's downplaying anything. We're just trying to tell you what we find. Dr. Vanderhoff.
Yes, thank you, Governor. First, let me just reiterate that we're very sensitive to the concerns and the anxieties that people have. We think that they are understandable, they are well-founded. But consistently, we have worked very hard to provide accurate information based on the facts as we know them. And that has included all the information around the testing that we are doing. In fact, as we receive the results, Ohio EPA is posting those publicly. So I am mystified by people who express concern that the information is not readily available. It is accessible. And from that, you will see that we actually test for an extensive list of volatile and semi-volatile organic compounds. So there's a long list of items that we look for, and we have been guided from the beginning by national experts on what to test for. Right at the very outset of this, my team was in communication, for example, with the experts that I referenced earlier, who are the national leaders in toxicology. And the ATSDR has been our guide throughout this. Let me also reference, when we provide context, or when I provide context, it is just that. I want people to understand how to interpret the information they receive. Because the simple fact of the matter is, and this is true of almost all the tests that doctors and scientists run, there's not a yes-no result. The results almost always occur in a range. And from the very beginning, I wanted people to understand that. And so that's why I've provided context. And in fact, the governor reiterated some of that context at the beginning of his statements. We care about people, and we want them to be in the know.
Next question.
For the next question, we have Andrea Salcido from Washington Post.
Thank you, Governor. Was it the EPA and the Ohio EPA who made the decision to do the controlled release based on the information that they had available before they presented to you the decision to you so you could approve it?
I'm not sure I quite get the question. You want to repeat that?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand who made the decision to present you the controlled release option, and before you had to approve it, or
yeah, look. Yeah, look, we were weighing the two options. The one option was to wait and take no action, but the report from the railroad was that you had rising temperatures, temperatures very volatile, and they were deeply concerned about what the explosion would be. When I arrived there that morning, we had a long conversation trying to determine, the risk of doing a controlled release versus the risk of doing nothing and waiting. And so we went through that. Part of the analysis was based on what the controlled release what area it would endanger. In doing that, the Ohio National Guard, the experts there, were utilizing not only their expertise, but they had reached out to the Defense Department. Can't remember exactly what group, but it was a group that understands this. They got help from them in regard to what the spread would be. So we looked at that spread, they modeled it out, and then we went in and, for the third time, had law enforcement go literally door to door, knocking on doors, getting people out. This is the third time they'd gone for most of those doors, shouting, doing whatever they could to make sure that people were out. So yes, it was a balancing test, and ultimately I believe that the fire chief has statutory responsibility there. As governor, certainly I have some responsibility as well. This was the decision that was ultimately made, and as far as we could tell with the measurements we were doing outside of the area that was modeled that would be danger zone. The numbers, the air numbers continue to be good throughout that.
Our next question comes from Garrett Tini from Fox News.
Governor, thank you for doing this. There's been a lot of criticism from lawmakers of both parties over senior administration officials taking so long to come to East Palestine. This morning, EPA Administrator Michael Regan said he didn't come to the area sooner because it would have diverted resources from the emergency response. I know that you have said you've gotten everything you've asked for from the administration, but you have been to East Palestine, and I'm sure, like us, you've heard from people here who feel ignored by Washington. How important is it for senior administration officials to come out, and do you wish it would have happened sooner?
Well, look, I started my career as a county prosecutor. I'm kind of a hands-on guy. You know, I'm the type person that when I was a prosecutor, I went to the scene of the crime. It was 2 a.m. in the morning, whatever time it was. If it was a serious crime, you know, I got called. I went out. I like to see things. I like to touch things. I like to talk to the people who are directly involved. That's just the way I operate. That's me. So, you know, that's how we did it. In this case, as far as if you're talking about the federal response, you know, the EPA people from the federal government, you know, were there early on. And those were the people that we needed to have there. And they were there, and they were working directly, and they've worked very well with our Ohio EPA. It's been a very good relationship, and were doing what they needed to do, you know, early on. So, you know, again, as I've stated several times, when our National Guard reached out to the Defense Department, also part of the federal government, they responded very, very well. FEMA, look, you know, FEMA has told us consistently when we've looked at the rules and when we've talked to them, they've told us consistently that they can't help at this point, at least. You know, I've reached out to the White House several different times. Whenever I've reached out, they've been responsive. So that's about all I can tell you. Look, I mean, if I was a federal official, would I have gone to the scene? Yeah, I probably would have, but that's kind of what I do. That's just kind of how I am. You know?
So for you don't know that there would have been a benefit to having senior administrations come out sooner, whether that be in terms of the actual response or the impact that would have for folks there in the community?
Well, look, I mean, I think part of what we all do, those of us who are elected or who are in a very top position, I think, you know, coming out and being there, you know, shows that we're focused on it. I think that's always a benefit. It's always helpful.
Thank you, Governor.
Our next question comes from Abigail Batar from Idea Stream Public Media.
Okay, who's next?
Next, we have Corey McRae from WFMJ.
Good morning, Governor. Question
Morning.
for you. Are you satisfied with the testing of the air in East Palestine? Because there are experts, including one at Johns Hopkins, that say what's being done in East Palestine is air monitoring and that it's not specific to the chemicals of concern, and that what should be done is air sampling and testing that does look for specific chemicals.
This is beyond my expertise. I know that there was a expert on. I have no idea if it's the same person from Johns Hopkins on a few days ago who said they're not testing for the right chemicals. I immediately went back and asked our team, you know, are we only testing for 2 or 3? And they said no, we're testing for everything that what the manifest showed was in the rail car. That's about all I can say.
Our next question comes from Jerry Rakuti from WKBN in Washington. Youngstown, sorry.
Governor, thank you for taking my call this morning. We're hearing and have heard several times, even Senator Vance brought this out the other day, that there are stories, Norfolk Southern and its contractors, instead of taking out all of the contaminated soil, simply laid new track, new rail over top of contaminated soil, just covered it up with other dirt, and were able to open up the line sooner. Is there any way the state, the feds, anyone, can they force Norfolk Southern to go back in there and remove that contaminated soil that so many people in East Palestine believe was simply buried to get that line open again?
Yeah, so I don't know exactly what they did, but I can tell you that we are committed to making sure that, you know, every square, every little bit of dirt that's contaminated is taken away from there. Whether it's under the tracks, by the tracks, wherever it is, it's going away. So if it's not done yet, we are committed to making sure that before it is over with, all of that is gone. So, you know, we're going to require the sampling to continue to determine if all of that is gone. We've not stopped. They have not stopped removing dirt. They're still removing dirt, to my knowledge. That will continue until all that dirt's done. And if there is dirt under the track, if they laid track on top of contaminated, we're going to insist that that be dealt with. And I can assure you that the state officials and the federal officials, we're all on the same track here. We're going to make sure that that happens.
And if I can, one quick follow-up, and you mentioned this briefly, but so many people wonder, we all say, you said it, the two senators have said it, the EPA director said it, we're all going to hold and make sure that Norfolk Southern doesn't get off the hook. How do the people in East Palestine and Columbiana County see with their own eyes that, yes, indeed, they are not getting off the hook?
I'm not sure I quite understand the question. How do they see with their own eyes that they're not getting off the hook? Is that the question?
Well, just that they will know in their own minds that everybody has done everything they can to make sure that Norfolk Southern is held accountable and that they're not sneaking away without doing everything they need to be doing.
Look, we've remained there. If people have specific concerns, they need to talk to us, talk to our Ohio EPA, talk to our Ohio health people. But, you know, we are going to continue to be their advocate. We're going to continue to represent them to make sure that Norfolk Southern does not get off the hook in any way, shape, or form.
Thank you, sir.
Our next question comes from Krista Canoe from Governor.
Hey, Governor, can you speak to the role of the Ohio Farm Bureau or Department of Agriculture in making sure that products that are coming out of this area are safe for consumers and you know, any impact economic impact that those producers might feel?
Yeah, as I indicated, the state veterinarian was over there, and was talking the other night. We've tried to reiterate to people there's a system in Ohio, and that goes through your local veterinarian. Your local veterinarian knows what to do if he or she finds a dead animal or an injured animal, and wonders what happened to it, knowing that there's been a rail derailment, and wonders if that action, that tragedy, that wreck, in fact caused that animal then can be taken, the carcass can then be taken to the state, and there's a system. And we encourage people to use that. If you have some animal that has died, if you have an animal that you think is sick, that shouldn't be sick, you think it might have come from the derailment, please, please, please take that animal to your vet, find a vet. They will get it into the system, and we will get it tested. We want to do that. It won't cost you anything to get it tested. We want to do that. We want to know. We really want to know, and we want to be able to tell you as well.
Our last question comes from Roxana Sabiri from CBS Network.
Hi, Governor. Thanks for taking my
Sure.
question. You had mentioned that the water in the area from the municipal wells will continue to be tested, that the air will continue to be monitored for as long as needs be. For people who have private wells, how long will they need to keep testing their water? Is it for months or years? And who is paying for that, and who will pay for that?
Yeah, they're being tested for free. I cannot answer the question how long. That's beyond my capability to tell you that. We're going to rely on the experts to tell us that, and that certainly is a very good question. It's a question that, you know, if I was a homeowner and I had a well and I was not on the local system but rather had my own well, I would want to know that. We don't know that. I don't know that answer. But you can get testing for free. We get you the results back. But as far as second and third testing, I'll have to defer to the experts on that. Okay, thank you all very much. We will continue to keep everyone informed. Most importantly, the residents of East Palestine. We're not going away. We're staying. We're going to stay throughout this, and that's our commitment to all of you. Thank you very much.
Take you right now to Fox's Lucas Tomlinson that is there right now covering this and talking to people that are on the ground and in those communities. Lucas.
Well, Mike, we just heard from Ohio Governor Mike DeWine. He continues to insist that the water in this town is safe to drink. He said the tests have come back negative. He said anybody getting their water from their local wells should have those wells individually tested before drinking them. It sounds a lot like what we just heard from the President Biden's EPA administrator, who says the water's safe to drink and that the air is clean as well. You might just have heard that train horn. We've got a freight train coming through here exactly 2 weeks from the day when 32 North, that Norfolk Southern train derailed here in East Palestine. We have been talking to some locals. Can I just bring in right now? This is Darren Gamble from East Palestine. Sir, thank you for joining us. We just heard from Ohio's governor who says that drinking water is safe. Do you believe him?
I don't know what to believe right now, but I would say no. I mean, it's so early. I mean, just because it doesn't show up now doesn't mean that it's not going to be in there. I just, we're not getting any answers. Nobody knows, but I would say no. I'm drinking bottled water. I lived here for 60 years, my whole life. I've always drank the city water. In fact, I thought it was some of the best city water ever. But now, it's too many unknowns.
What about children being back in school? The local high school, middle school, the children are back in school starting Monday. Although last night I heard that a women's basketball team canceled their playoff game against East Palestine. Who's right there?
Unfortunately, the Bristol, the team that did cancel, asked the Ohio High School Athletic Association to move the game somewhere else, and they refused. So Bristol canceled. I mean, it's hard to blame them, consider what's going on here. But, they sent us home, and, 2 days, 3 days later, we finally got the manifest of what other chemicals were on the train. It's the whole thing's absurd.
How's the cleanup going in the town?
It's terrible. I mean, the first day they're hauling the contaminated soil from the wreck, and all the trucks had mud all over their tires, and the streets they was hauling, it was just nothing but mud. So to fix that, they brought in street sweepers, and the mud dried, and it turned into dust and right back in the air. I mean, it's
where's this dust and dirt going in some of the water they're taking?
Well, it's obviously going right back into where we are. Who knows? And I don't know. It's just the whole thing's a mess.
Are you feeling assured from President Biden, from his top aides, from Ohio's governor, from perhaps Senator J.D. Vance, who came to the town yesterday, said Norfolk Southern needs to pay, not the American taxpayer?
Well, I understand that, but, we're still in a state of emergency here, in my opinion, and the only people that are helping us are the local nonprofits. Our tax dollars, believe it or not, we pay here too. We might be in Appalachia, but we deserve the same accommodations that a more affluent community would get. And I don't think that we're getting it.
Does Norfolk Southern need to do more?
Norfolk Southern needs to do a lot more and start being transparent. I mean, the other day, I'm sure you know that anybody in our zip code was allotted a $1,000 deal. This is 10 days after it happened. I'm sure they're not just giving that away because they feel sorry for us. I mean, I think there's going to be a lot more of this yet to come that nobody knows.
Now, when Ohio's governor says that FEMA can't come in here yet because this was not a natural disaster, it's not a tornado, a hurricane, damage to property, I'm paraphrasing, what is your response to that?
Well, it still damages the people. I mean, isn't that, we're supposed to be the greatest country in the earth. What's the deal? Why aren't we getting any more assistance than we're getting?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Gamble. So, Mike, as you heard, many residents feeling exactly the same way that Mr. Gamble is thinking. He wants to see more help, more assistance from not just Norfolk Southern, but also the federal government.
Yeah, that is definitely a hot topic there and a concerning topic for so many there that live in that community. Fox's Lucas Tomlinson, thanks so much for the chat and the live interview right here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
You bet, Mike. Thanks for having us.
Let's be joined right now live from East Palestine, Ohio. Fox News correspondent Garrett Tenney with the latest. Garrett, thanks so much for being with us. We've been speaking to you throughout the course of the week. What are residents telling you tonight?
Well, there is some sense of hope and relief because today the Department of Health and Services announced that starting early next week, they are going to be here in East Palestine, opening up a clinic with medical and toxicology experts to be able to meet with folks who have been getting sick and try to get them some answers as to why that's happening, despite data suggesting that the air and water should be safe. One of the big concerns, though, from folks, or what they've been saying about that is, while this is great and while it's welcomed, this should have happened a lot sooner. And that's also what they're saying about visits from the Biden administration and senior Biden administration officials, including the EPA administrator's visit yesterday, nearly 2 weeks after the disaster. This morning, though, Director Michael Regan tried to suggest that waiting this long was the responsible thing to do.
When you bring in a senior official, especially at the cabinet level, you divert or pull away resources
from the emergency response, from the state police and the like. And so we wanted to be sure that the emergency responders had all the resources and the focus to do what they've done.
Yeah, and as for any future visits by administration officials, Mayor Trent Conway said at this point, 2 weeks after the disaster, he told me it would be a slap in the face to his community if any other administration officials, including the president and Secretary Pete Buttigieg, came to show up.
As far as Mayor Pete, as people like to call him, I would rather he just stay away. He is just going to cause a circus, and unless he's going to bring a shovel and shovel some dirt and get rid of this contaminated soil, that's the only reason he would need to come to this town.
Yeah, they are grateful for the help that they have been getting from the federal agencies, the employees that are here on the ground. But as far as the leadership of those agencies, the town tells me that they're okay if they stay away for now. Andrew?
So, Garrett, I'm just kind of curious. So you've been there for a number of days. You're presumably staying in a hotel. Do you have to drink bottled water? And are you seeing signs of some of these toxic elements? Do you smell it in the air? Do you feel it in your lungs? What's going on?
Well, it's always hard to say how much of what you're feeling is a result of a lack of sleep and working really long hours or not. We are drinking bottled water. We're staying, probably about 20 minutes outside of town just because, it's so small that there aren't really hotels here. I can't tell you, my crew, we have, on and off, you will smell something in the air, depending on where you are in town, depending on which way the wind is blowing. We have had some coughs and headaches, but again, it's hard to know whether that is just a lack of sleep, whether it's just this time of the year, or whether that is associated with the disaster 2 weeks ago today.
And Garrett, I'm also curious, too, because is the anger palpable? We've been seeing so many interviews. We've been speaking to some residents ourselves, and they just don't know what to think. There are a lot of answers with these officials who've been holding press conferences saying that the water and the air is safe. Are you getting the sense that residents are just not buying that?
Oh, absolutely. They're not buying it. They don't trust what officials are being told. They don't trust this data. They don't trust the science. And I think that's for a number of reasons. There is a sense when you get to a lot of these small towns across the country where there's this resentment towards authority because so often they feel like they are forgotten, that they are overlooked and just passed through, and that, people that are making these big decisions, they don't care about people here. So there is a lot of skepticism about anything that someone in a position of authority in terms of the government is going to be telling them about their town and their lives. I also think, though, one of the big issues that we continue to hear, and this has been the prominent question that folks here have had, is if the air, if the water is safe, then why are we seeing all of these symptoms? Why are people getting sick and experiencing things that line up exactly with what exposure to these chemicals would suggest that they would be experiencing? And that's the questions that they're hoping to get answered with this clinic coming next week.
Yeah, Garrett, just lastly, let's just focus really briefly, if we could, on the Norfolk Southern angle. Have you seen representatives from them on the ground, and how far are you from the actual site of the derailment?
Yeah, we're probably just under 2 miles from where the explosion occurred when they set off that controlled release. And yeah, there have been representatives from Norfolk Southern that are here in town. They're set up at a church, and they are there for folks to come in and to ask questions, to submit reimbursement for receipts for hotels, for food when they had to evacuate from their homes, and to be able to get some of those questions answered. The experience of what it's been like going in and working with them has varied a lot from folks we've spoken to. Some have said it's been a great, easy, smooth experience. Others have said that it's been a pain and that they have been really difficult, and that at this point they said, I just need to take a break and give some time because I don't have the energy right now, the emotional, the psychological stamina to go back and try to go through these hoops that they're putting up again.
Yeah, and what's in store for the weekend, for you, for your team, and for these residents? What can we expect?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting this weekend. There have been 2-hour lines outside of the church where the Norfolk Southern Railway is set up. 2-hour wait today, and below 30-degree weather with snow for people to try to get some of these reimbursements and these expenses covered. That's on a weekday when a lot of people here are working. So this weekend we are expecting those long lines to be even more dramatic throughout the weekend, and of course preparing for Monday when those clinics are going to start or the clinic is going to start opening up. That's something that everyone here that we've spoken to wants to get those details on so they can start to get those answers.
All right, Garrett Tenney there live for us in East Palestine, Ohio. Garrett, thanks so much for your reporting. Talk again.
Yeah. I got it.
The ones that we announced last year following Russia's invasion are some 10,000 American troops in Poland right now, most of them on rotational orders. On Tuesday evening local time, President Biden will deliver remarks in Warsaw on how the United States has rallied the world to support the people of Ukraine and as they defend their freedom and democracy. President Biden will make it clear that the United States will continue to stand with Ukraine, as you've heard him say many times, for as long as it takes. And on Wednesday, President Biden will give a chance to meet with the leaders of the Bucharest Nine, otherwise known as the B9. And these are largely the group of eastern flank NATO allies who are basically and quite frankly, literally on the front lines of our collective defense right now. And he'll do so to reaffirm the United States' unwavering support for the security of that alliance and transatlantic unity. The leaders will discuss our efforts over the past year to strengthen NATO, which is stronger and now more united than it was, than it has ever been, and how each of our nations will continue to work together as allies to continue our unwavering support for Ukraine. Now, this is an important trip for the president, and it comes at an important moment. It also follows days of diplomacy at the Munich Security Conference, where the Vice President, the Secretary of State, the Senior Director here at the NSC for Europe, and many other cabinet members, administration officials, members of Congress are all meeting with our allies and partners to discuss our enduring support for the people of Ukraine, as well as our transatlantic unity and our ironclad support for our NATO allies in light of all the changes to the European security environment over the last year. And as the President believes, that security environment has changed. Not is changing, not will change, has changed. In fact, Vice President Harris is meeting with foreign leaders, including Chancellor Scholz of Germany, President Macron of France. Tomorrow, the Vice President will deliver a keynote address about our support for Ukraine and the atrocities that Russian forces continue to commit against the Ukrainian people. As you all know, close coordination with our allies and partners has been a priority for President Biden since taking office and throughout the past year as we support Ukraine. In addition to his engagements in Poland, President Biden is looking forward to hosting Chancellor Scholz at the White House on March 3rd, and the President will be speaking with a number of our allies next week on the phone, including Prime Minister Sunak of the United Kingdom, President Macron of France, Prime Minister Meloni of Italy. As we approach the one-year mark since this invasion, we can proudly say that our support for Ukraine remains unwavering, and our alliances and our international coalition in support of Ukraine remains stronger than ever. And with that, we'll have to take some questions. We're back to my age again.
Thank you very much. Look at Scott.
Actually, I had a brief follow-up on the balloon incidents from earlier this week.
Okay.
Had you seen a story in Aviation Week that an Illinois hobby club feels like their balloon might have been a candidate for the balloon shot a week ago? Any response to that, because it's a very particular location in the last set of data that they got?
Yeah, we just can't confirm those reports or what the remains of that balloon might actually end up being, and we haven't recovered it, so it's very difficult till you can get your hands on something to be able to tell. And because of where it is over Lake Huron, I mean, we all have to accept the possibility that we may not be able to recover it.
But quick following on what the president said yesterday, he stood by it that it was out of an abundance of caution. But an anecdote like this, does it make any sort of reconsideration of perhaps this was an overreaction at any point over the past week?
So I'd ask you to, just for a second, put yourself in his shoes. Especially, certainly in light of the Chinese spy balloon and what was a very real, certainly very sizable and tangible security threat, surveillance threat to the United States in the wake of that. So the military fine-tunes their radar parameters to see more, and of course they're finding more. And you got these three, and they're unidentified. They're not responding to any kind of communication, so we don't know who owns them or what their purpose is. And they're flying in sovereign U.S. airspace. They're also at altitudes that could affect the safety of civilian air traffic, and based on the flight path and the prevailing winds, potentially moving over sensitive military sites. And the military leaders come to you and they say, Mr. President, we don't know what these are. We're concerned about what they could be and about where they could be going and what the purpose might be. And we recommend that you take these down in the interest of safety and security of the American people and out of an abundance of caution. And the president acted on that recommendation because he takes so seriously his responsibilities to protect this country, our secrets, our interests, and our people. So the short answer to your question is absolutely not. Given the situation we were in, the information available, the recommendation of our military commanders, it was exactly the right thing to do at exactly the right time. Now, going forward, and you heard the president talk about this yesterday, we're going to make sure we've got some new rules in place for how we make decisions in future circumstances. Yeah. That doesn't mean, and it doesn't mean, and you heard the president say this yesterday, it doesn't mean that there won't be additional shoot-downs if he believes there's a legitimate threat to our safety and security. But it does mean that we're going to put a new set of parameters on the decision-making process going forward.
But just last follow-up on that, everything you just said, can that coexist? Let me rephrase. Was there any feeling of frustration of perhaps this was a $12 hobby balloon from a group of kids in Illinois after the fact?
Again, given the information that we had at the time, and the legitimate concerns about potential surveillance in the wake of the Chinese spy balloon, you make decisions based on the best information that you have, and ultimately you have to come down to some core principles when you're making decisions as commander-in-chief. And of course, the most core principle of all is safety and security of the American people and our interests. So again, I say to you, the short answer to that is no. And frankly, given the circumstances in light of what happened with the spy balloon, wouldn't that be a better outcome if it turns out that they were in fact civilian or recreational use or a weather balloon and therefore benign, which is what the intelligence community thinks? Isn't that a better outcome? than to have to think about the possibility of greater threats to our national security.
Thanks, great. So, John, I take that to mean you guys don't have any plans to reimburse the bottle cap balloon brigade?
I don't know of any plans to reimburse. We honestly don't know what this is.
More generally speaking, what can you tell Americans about what they should expect in the future, understanding that these new parameters are going to be classified? If they see something in the air, should there be any concern that a missile is going to follow it?
Again, we're not going to rule anything out, in or out, in terms of how we're going to treat with additional potential unidentified aircraft. I thought the president did a terrific job yesterday of putting this into some context and making it clear to the American people that their safety will always come first, that these are likely, we're going to find out that they were likely of a benign purpose and not a threat at all. So there shouldn't be any overarching concern by the American people that the skies are somehow full of attack balloons or that they're at greater risk. If anything, you look back at how we dealt with this, again with information that we had that wasn't complete, but yet legitimate concerns about a threat, and dealing with that threat safely and efficiently. Nobody hurt. Nobody hurt as these balloons were taken down. And I think that should give the American people a measure of comfort and confidence. But the president wants to make sure that as we go forward, we do so smartly and we do so effectively. And that's why he wants a set of new rules determined so that we can now deal with these in a perhaps a different way, go in the future.
While we have you here, what can you tell us about this ISIS raid in Syria?
Yeah, so I think you saw Central Command put a statement out that last night U.S. military and SDF partnered forces conducted a helicopter raid against an ISIS senior leader, a man named Hamza al-Hamzi. And he was overseeing the group's deadly terrorist network in eastern Syria before he was killed in the raid. As the Pentagon has reported, an explosion during the raid also resulted in 4 U.S. troops and 1 of the working dogs suffering some injuries. The troops and the working dog are in stable conditions. They're being treated at a U.S. military facility, U.S. medical facility in Iraq, and I think the Pentagon will have more information on that.
Okay, in the back. Thanks, Karine, and thanks, John. So first, 2 questions. First, will the American public eventually find out what these 3 unidentified objects are, including which companies they belong to or which specific benign purposes they had?
We would like nothing better, but I can't sit here and promise you that we'll get to that level of fidelity of detail. A lot of it's going to depend on an ability to recover these 3 objects. And just to remind you, one's on sea ice in north of Alaska in Arctic conditions, extremely bad winter weather up there. They have not been able to really mount anything on the ice to find them now. The other's in the Yukon Territory, thick wilderness, and as of today, I don't believe the Royal Canadian Mounted Police or their investigative organizations have been able to get to it. And then the other one fell over Lake Huron, again in very deep water. I think the Canadians have decided that they're not going to look for it anymore. I don't believe that the United States has made a call on that yet. So pretty tough conditions, going to be very difficult to find them, let alone once you find that debris, be able to do the forensics to identify it. So I can't promise you that we'll know definitively one way or the other.
Question on President Biden's talk with Xi Jinping. So as the administration is trying to ease tensions, the House Select Committee on China is trying to focus on human rights abuses by the regime by planning hearings, etc. on that topic. Will President Biden bring up human rights issues with Xi Jinping?
The president never fails to bring up human rights concern. And when he met with President Xi in Bali, he brought it up then. And it's not just with President Xi. The president believes that you have to lead with your values, particularly in foreign policy. He's never shy about bringing that up.
John, what's the likelihood that President Biden meets with President Zelensky next week?
There's no meeting. You're talking about on the trip? There's no meeting with President Zelensky scheduled for the trip right now.
And related to President Xi and that call with President Biden as well, have tensions cooled enough to where the two leaders could jump on the phone together right now?
There is an open line of communication, and I'm not denying that there aren't still tensions, particularly in the wake of the spy balloon. We don't believe it's the appropriate time right now for Secretary Blinken to travel to Beijing. And you heard the president that he will want to have another conversation with President Xi, as you might expect that he would, but we don't have anything on the schedule right now, and we'll have to do that at the time when the president believes it's appropriate. What's really important here, and I know the question was about President Biden and President Xi, is that the lines of communication with the PRC remain open. I recognize that there are tensions, but Secretary Blinken still has an open line of communication with the foreign minister. We still have an embassy in Beijing with a terrific ambassador, Nick Burns, and the State Department also can communicate directly with the PRC's embassy personnel here. So the lines are open. Unfortunately, the military lines aren't open. And that's really what we would like to see amended. And it was, of course, curtailed after Speaker Pelosi's trip to Taiwan.
Is that a precondition for a call?
There's no preconditions for a call. The president will want to have a conversation with President Xi at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Thanks, Kirby. Just a quick one on the president's trip to Poland. Is he going to be making a stop to Rzeszów or anywhere other than Warsaw?
Right now, the trip is going to be in Warsaw.
Okay. Before the Chinese spy balloon incident led to a fine-tuning of radar, how was the administration tracking these flying objects, if at all?
Let me go back and I want to answer your first question again. I said right now. The trip will be into Warsaw. So I didn't want to make it sound like I was alluding to a change to it. And your second question was, how were we tracking these before?
Correct, because the reason why you were able to detect and shoot down these 3 objects, the president said yesterday, was because
they adjusted the radar.
Correct, yeah. So what were you doing before, if anything, to track aerial objects?
The commander of NORAD, General Van Herk, spoke to this last week. And the way he characterized it was that they were tuned to look for, defaulted to look for, other types of threats in our airspace, fast-moving, lower altitude, more kinetic potential threats, such as ballistic or cruise missiles or bomber or fighter aircraft. That's what their focus was, that they had not adjusted the, as he called it, gates on the radar, the filters, to look for things that were much higher, much slower, and a smaller radar cross-section, harder to see. So, as we said the other day, when you adjust for that, you're likely to see more of what you're asking the radar to look for. But it just wasn't set for that. He was focused on other types of threats, more kinetic threats to our, or potential kinetic threats in our airspace.
So it sounds like, yesterday the president said that he wanted to work to establish a better inventory of unmanned airborne objects. Does that mean currently there is no inventory?
I wouldn't say there's none, but I think it's fair to say that he wants us to focus a little bit more on this particular issue and
on it, and you can order it. I think you need some DOT or you got to give some paperwork in order to get it, but they have all the dimensions. They're selling them what they're made of, different ones. They have double deraillers with 2 on each side. That'll take them both off. They have single. I've kind of looked into this. Like I said, not that I want to cause any problem or crimes, but in case a hostile government were to take over our railroad system, we should be able to help our government fight, the Chinese or Russians. Anybody watch Red Dawn where the Russians and Cubans come over? Just thinking ahead, people. Shunt is correct. The bearings were on fire on the train. Is that what started it? Let's see here. Man, I'm getting way behind on my comments again. Holy shit. Pipe bomb on a track. I don't think a pipe bomb would derail a plane. It'd go over that like a freaking firecracker. I don't believe that. A woman was driving the plane. Oh, that makes sense. Found one for $430. Found what? A derailer? They're kind of expensive. I think I found one on eBay, but I didn't want to pay that much. Rick, a tire will derail a train. Not that I've done any research. Really? I can't believe a tire will do that, dude. I mean, this is what I'd like to see experiments on and stuff. Grease up a high grade, the train will slow down. Oh, that's true. I think if you grease it up on a high grade, it probably would. The wheels would spin. That makes sense. Your sound was lagging when you were talking about the derail device. Man, I don't know why I'm lagging. I just did a freaking speed test on my computer. Speed test for internet. Let's see what my speed test is. Download is, well, that looks kind of slow. Maybe because I'm live, it's a lot slower. 8.03 download. That is kind of slow. I was like 187 earlier. Let me cancel that and retry that shit. Yeah, that's what I was at earlier. I was at the big numbers. I wonder if my internet's messed up. So I got 308 download, probably half that for upload. Yeah, so that's my internet speed. All right. Engineer was an Asian woman. Oh, shit. Here we go. DWO. Don't fall in love with a railroad man. Tape a pocket pussy to the rail. What the? Really? Just remove 20-foot of track. Man, those tracks are hard to remove. Do some research, Rick. You'll see a train can be derail and collisions take place with other trains. I've done a lot of research. You'd be interested. Well, somebody should do a video on it and direct me to a video. That way I ain't got to do all the research. I can only do so much research. White Noise. I haven't watched that yet. Somebody told me that it was on there. I started watching it. It's on my continue to watch list, but I have not finished watching that. Supposedly this is a basically deja vu. They predict everything is happening. Put a hydraulic jack to spread gauge. You mean like the rails? Lost my virginity on some railroad tracks. Go Texas. Oh, shit. Brakes on fire, bearings on fire. How much have I missed? Oh, man, we're almost done. Thanks for coming, Debbie. Okay, thanks, everybody, for coming. We've been on for a couple hours. Y'all have a good night. Bye, Debbie. Too bad you were late. Rick, why are you being mean to Debbie? Whatever. She comes in late. Derail a plane. Put a hydraulic car jack. Spread the gauge. There is a PDF on how to make a shunt and how to make one at home. Costs no more than $250. Really? When this video posts, put a link to that PDF. I'll add it to my website. Paint a balloon on the side of it. No shit. Just have a balloon floating on the rail. Biden will freaking order a strike and blow up the railroad lines. Freaking idiots. Enough on deraillers. Uh-oh, somebody got fed up with the derailer. Grease it up. Try a spike puller. Speed doesn't matter, it's bandwidth. Holy shit, Elizabeth! Get your ass over here, girl! Yeah, I know. 3-ton bottle jack at a 45-degree angle, pushing the rail inward just 2 inches. Damn! Elizabeth got this shit down. Thanks, girl. All right. I'm getting vodka out of the freezer. Oh, that means it's going to be good and cold. I'm trying to catch up my comments, people. Hang on. I'm almost down to the bottom here. spreading the tracks. Have a good weekend. Somebody's already leaving. Damn. Rick, you got Amish ISP. Really? 8 megs. No, that was a bad one. That didn't work. That was pretty slow. Might as well have freaking dial up at that rate. Free Eric. All right. So let me get off the derailer here. Get back to the news. I don't know what they end up deciding on this.
If the EPA administrator wants to stand here and tell people that the tap water is safe, by all means, they should be willing to drink it.
Okay.
Ooh, good for him.
So,
and that, if you look at what we've talked about for years, whether it was fentanyl or the crime wave or
look at all the dead
laptop
fish.
story or the border, you have to drag.
They wasted money on it. They got to show it off.
DOD on James, in terms of releasing the imagery. I never said we had zero idea. I said we don't know what they are, and so did the president. The president also told you that the intelligence community's leading explanations at this point are that they were a benign purpose, probably commercial, recreation, or scientific research. But we may not be able to go to 100% certainty on that unless or until we can get to the debris and analyze it. And as I said earlier, that task alone is going to be very difficult. And I can't predict with certainty that we're actually going to be able to get recover the debris. But we never said we had no idea. We can't prove definitively. The intelligence community has helped us try to do some analysis on this, and that's their leading explanation.
So you have tried to portray this entire sequence of events as one in which the commander-in-chief demonstrated good judgment at the right time and did the right things. The president's critics obviously see it differently. And what they depict is a commander-in-chief who, according to the Washington Post reporting, was able to track this Chinese spy balloon from the inception of its mission off of Hainan Island all the way to U.S. airspace and across the country. And eventually that was shot down after the Chinese had had a good look at whatever they wanted to see with that balloon. And who then presided over a series of missions in which millions and millions of dollars were spent and missiles were fired at objects that you now concede most likely were benign in nature. And that suggests a commander-in-chief who overreacted after allowing the Chinese spy balloon to do what it did, and then went trigger-happy on a bunch of kites and balloons that had no military threat to them. What do you say to that depiction of events?
I've already reacted to that exact criticism in the first question of the briefing. I've already reacted to it. No Americans in the air were hurt. No Americans on the air in the ground were hurt. James, no significant surveillance achieved by the Chinese spy balloon. And now we have an opportunity to learn even more about this program, a program that we started to really study in earnest when we came into office. No apologies here. You make the best decisions you can with the information you have and at the recommendation of the leaders in the Defense Department who are going to have to execute on that mission. The President did exactly that. He put the safety and security of the American people first, and he will never apologize for that.
Knowing everything you know now, knowing everything he knows now, would he take the exact same steps and shoot off these expensive missiles at these benign objects?
We're going to put some more policy parameters in place, James, to govern the way we handle these going forward. You make the best decisions you can with the information you have at the recommendation of military leaders. I can't say it any more than that.
Thank you, Ukraine. John, you've said often, actually, let me just really clarify one more thing before I move on to Ukraine. Have we
I can't imagine anything I said needs to be clarified.
Yes. Have we put forward the formal request to the Chinese for the call with President Xi? Okay, so there's no formal request just yet? No. Okay.
That doesn't mean it's not going to happen, or the President still doesn't want to talk to President Xi. He will.
Understood. On Ukraine, you said often that Ukraine gets to decide when it wants to negotiate. But at this point, is there any serious effort, or is there any effort from the administration side to look at pathways to peace? Do we have any idea of what those pathways to peace might look like? Is it even realistic at this point, absent of Putin stopping his aggression?
We're working with Mr. Zelensky on his 10-point proposal. I think you're all familiar with that. And he asked if the United States could devote some of our team to help his team sort of figure out how we can best operationalize that proposal, and that work is ongoing.
Okay, and I think part of the problem with the pathways to peace that doesn't seem like it's realistic at this point is, you know, the issue on who keeps what territorially. That just seems like it's way off in the future.
Why do you think it's not realistic right now?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Is it? Do you think that it's realistic?
Do you think Mr. Putin has shown even a scrap of interest in ending this war? Like I said, a war could end today? No. And what's he doing instead? Launching cruise missiles and drones into civilian infrastructure, knocking out the power, knocking off the heat, killing kids, sending kids to camps inside Russia, buying drones from Iran and trying to buy artillery shells from North Korea. This is not a man who's at all serious about ending this war. And quite frankly, it shouldn't have to end through negotiations. Now, that's likely the way this will go when President Zelensky's ready for it, but he could end it now just by pulling his troops out. He has shown no indication of being willing to do that, and so there cannot be a serious peace proposal or negotiation until the Russians have shown even a scrap of interest in actually stopping the murder and the slaughter of innocent Ukrainian people. And in the meantime, as President Zelensky very eloquently said over in Munich, there's a need, a real need, an urgent need for the rest of the global community to come together and support him so that his troops can succeed on the battlefield. And that's what we're going to stay focused on right now. Okay. So that if and when he does negotiate, he can do it with a position of strength.
John, one on each topic we've been talking about right here. First, as it relates to the Chinese spy balloon, given the reporting that the U.S. was monitoring and were aware of it since its departure from China, much the same way that they shot it within the 12 miles off the coast of South Carolina. Why not make an active decision to shoot it in the 12 miles or the miles off the west coast as well? Why not shoot it before it was over U.S. land?
Without speaking to the veracity of this reporting, I would, and the specific nature of our ability to track it, the NORTHCOM commander, NORAD commander, General Van Herk has already spoken to this in terms of why he didn't take action at the time.
Wasn't he speaking to when it was over the United States?
No, he was speaking to. He got asked specifically about approaching Alaska and why he didn't take action, and he talked about no hostile intent, no hostile threat, and concern for lives and livelihood on the ground.
Do we have a domain awareness gap?
He has identified a domain awareness gap.
Assessed as part of this review that's taking place in some.
So it's not a review. We're simply developing.
Part of this effort.
We are developing new policy parameters that are going to be helping us with the decision-making process, Peter. Now, General Van Herk talked about a domain awareness gap. Some of that gap has been addressed by fine-tuning the radars and making them more sensitive to things that are high, slow, and small. And we'll certainly continue to work with the Defense Department as they begin to move forward. They got a new budget they're working on. If there needs to be more resources applied to this particular challenge, then that's certainly a conversation worth having.
Then lastly, about the trip. In late January, the administration announced dozens of Bradleys would be sent to Ukraine. Any update? Those obviously needed to be built. Any update on the timetable within which those will be delivered to Ukraine?
I think you're getting a little confused. The Abrams tanks are being procured through.
Correct. I meant to say Abrams. Yes, correct.
They are. I don't know where they are in the procurement process. That's a better question for the Defense Department. I'd refer you to those guys. But it's going to be many months before they can be contracted for, built, and procured, and getting them into Ukrainian hands. It's going to be a while.
Good, Arno. Thank you. When the president says he's going to support Ukraine as long as it takes, does it mean that if President Zelensky decides to launch a battle to retake Crimea, the president would support him as well? And another question, can you confirm that the top Pentagon official has arrived in Taiwan for a visit?
On the first question, I'm not going to get into a hypothetical. I'm certainly not going to hypothesize about potential future operations that the Ukrainians might or might not conduct. That's up to President Zelensky and his team. When President Biden says as long as it takes, he means as long as it takes. He's not trying to be cute by half. There's no special way to interpret that. He means as long as it takes. Hopefully it won't take any longer than another day or so. But I think we all know that's not the case. So when he says it, he means it. And I think all you got to do is look back at the last year, at the at the unprecedented amount of assistance, security assistance alone. Forget about just the financial and humanitarian assistance that the United States has not only provided but led the world in providing. So he stands by that, and I can't confirm your other question. You'd have to talk to my colleagues at the Defense Department. I don't have detail on the schedule.
Are you able to provide any update on whether there are discussions of other Western leaders coming to Poland while President Biden is there? There have been grumblings that Rishi Sunak could come.
Grumblings?
That's the best word I can come up with.
Grumblings that what?
Grumblings that Rishi Sunak, Macron could come to Poland while the president is there next week.
Yeah, I don't know of any plans. That you'd have to talk to their offices about their travel. As I said, he does look forward to meeting with the B9, the Bucharest 9 leaders. So there will be leaders from the eastern flank countries of NATO coming to Warsaw to meet with the president, with President Duda. I do not know about. I don't know about anybody others.
And then just one follow-up.
I did say in my opening statement that he will reach out to Prime Minister Sunak. He will reach out to Prime Minister Meloni of Italy, and he'll talk to President Macron of France next week. He's anticipating conversations with them next week.
Okay, thank you. And then does the White House have any sense of when it will need to go back to Congress and ask for another security assistance package for Ukraine?
No. I mean, again, hopefully we won't need to. But we'll certainly be prepared to. We are still executing in the early phases of executing on the appropriated funds we got at the end of the last Congress, which was some $42 billion. Much of that was devoted to security assistance, and as you can see, we've already started sending packages. And we believe that this funding will get us through much of this year, and I just don't have a date certain where I would tell you we'd have to go back. But obviously, if we feel like we need to, back to the President's comments about as long as it takes, we'll do that, and we'll do that at the appropriate time, well in advance of the expiration of any existing funds.
Natalie? Priscilla. Yes. Well, welcome to Thank you.
No, not close at all. I was trying to be nice.
Well, welcome to the Green. Thank you. On next week's visit, are there plans for President Biden to cross into Ukraine?
No.
And then on the balloons, the protocols and the way they've been adjusted now and how the parameters will be adjusted in the future, does that give the administration confidence that objects that are benign in nature won't be shot down?
What I can tell you is these parameters will help us sharpen the decision-making process now that we are looking for more and finding more. And you think, then that's appropriate. But I'd also point you back to what the President said. If he deems something as a threat, he's not going to hesitate. So you're asking me, can I promise that that if he were to take that action, that every single thing would turn out to be exactly what we thought it would be? I can't promise that. All I can promise you is that he will always act in the best interests of the American people, our national security interests, the ability to protect our sensitive military sites and our nation's secrets. That will always come first, and that will always be the default position that he'll take as he makes these decisions.
So that doesn't rule out that objects that are...
You're asking hypothetical. I mean, we're not even there yet. All I can tell you is that every decision he'll make going forward will certainly be in keeping with these new parameters, but also designed to keep us safe. Thank you. Sorry it takes so long.
Are you kidding me? We appreciate it.
All right. Have a great weekend.
Okay, I just have a couple things at the top. One of them, I'll start off with the Turkey, Syria, and the assistance that we are providing currently.
Joining us to discuss this even further, Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon. Jennifer, good to see you. Thanks so much for doing this. I have a few questions, too. Where does the debris now go? Who's going to be looking at it, inspecting it?
Well, the debris from the Chinese spy balloon, which was brought up from the ocean floor, it was about 30 feet wide, so it's a huge payload that the intelligence community now will be combing through, and the FBI. It was taken to FBI labs at Quantico, Virginia, but I imagine there will be multiple intelligence agencies that will be wanting to get their hands on this payload. If you're talking about the other 3 objects that were fired on and shot out of the sky in the last week, the remnants of those balloons or objects most likely will never be recovered. They were much smaller. Remember, the payload and the balloon size for the Chinese spy balloon was about the size of 3 buses. The ones that were shot out of the sky in more recent times at lower altitudes, those were about the size of a car, and most likely now we've learned that they're pretty benign. They're probably either weather balloons or research balloons used by hobbyists, and that they pose no threat, and they were not connected to the Chinese spy balloon program.
Jennifer, is there still concern, though, because they might not be recovered? Some of the search efforts have, concluded. They paused there in Lake Huron as well. We got that from Canadian officials just yesterday. Is there still some concern, though, with Pentagon officials about, not being able to look at this debris themselves to just make sure what it is?
Well, it certainly was mysterious, and certainly one of the reasons that they erred on the side of caution. Would they have shot these 3 objects out of the sky if the Chinese spy balloon had not just traipsed across the continental U.S. for the past week? Probably not. First of all, they wouldn't have seen them because they wouldn't have sensitized the radars, open up the gates, if you will, so that they could see anything flying at that level. So there's been a little bit of an overcorrection, I would say. I don't think that the Pentagon or intelligence community is too concerned about that debris at this point. I think they've kind of ruled out that it was anything significant or connected to any sort of spying effort by a foreign country. But that being said, they're going to have new rules of engagement in the future for what do you shoot down, where do you shoot it down. All of those things, they're going to be decided in the coming days, briefed to Congress, and they will remain classified because the White House says and the President says they don't want enemies, so the U.S. enemies, adversaries to take advantage of knowing what we will or won't shoot down. So in some ways, firing on these 3 objects was also providing a bit of a deterrent message to China and others, Russia and others, who might try to fly surveillance over the continental U.S.
Yeah, and just going back to President Biden's remarks, he finally came on camera. He addressed this yesterday. Is he getting good marks for this? Did he alleviate some of the concerns? Did he answer some of the questions, you might still have about those 3 high-altitude objects?
Well, I think I don't think he's getting great marks, frankly. He came out, what was it, 12 days after the U.S. military, for the first time in the history of the United States, shot down an object flying over the United States. That's pretty significant. And to not hear from the president for 12 days really created a lot of confusion, even though his public affairs officers and staff and spokesmen were trying to sort of alleviate public concerns. The president was pretty late to the game on that. And, what he says now in hindsight makes sense. But you heard John Kirby get questioned again about it today at the Pentagon. The story isn't really settling down because, again, in the information space, they let this sort of drift, if you will, for the last 2 weeks, and it leads to a lot of conspiracy theories. Right. It leads to a lot of speculation and a lot of, frankly, a lot of fear, unnecessary public fear.
Yeah. Just lastly, Jennifer, we've heard the term awareness gap there at the Pentagon, and when you talk about that Chinese spy balloon that was shot out of the sky over South Carolina, you've been hearing a lot about, when did we know what? How long have we known about these programs that the Chinese have had to surveil some of our, highly sensitive military sites up in the sky there? So what is it? How long have officials known about this, and how long have we tracked it?
Well, we have to differentiate between how the Chinese spies on us every day and have done so for years, whether it's with satellites, through cyberspace, in our computers, through TikTok. This particular program is something that the U.S. Military and really a very limited number of people in the U.S. intelligence community were watching closely in the last few years because they started getting some evidence of a Chinese surveillance balloon program that was exploiting this domain gap, if you will, this layer of at about 60,000 feet that the U.S. frankly was not looking for slow-moving objects in that level of atmosphere. They took advantage of that. That's the domain gap that they talked about. Now those radars are up, and there is no domain gap. There's no Chinese spy balloon that's going to be able to enter U.S. airspace anytime soon because they now are onto them. They've unmasked that program. But it was a very secret effort to watch that program for a number of years. That's why not many people in the U.S. government were briefed about it in the past. Were they able to see it when it took off on January 21st from Hainan Island province off the coast of China? Yes, they were. But it was a limited group of intelligence professionals who were watching it. They expected it to go towards Guam, which it had done in the past, or circle the globe. They did not expect that Chinese spy balloon to cross the continental U.S. They would have alerted more people, and I think the military would have been on a different footing if that had been the case. Instead, we know that General Milley here at the Pentagon was alerted to this around January 25th, just within 48 hours of it crossing into Alaska briefly, but there wasn't really enough time. You're talking about 12 minutes or so that it was over the Aleutian Islands and in over U.S. waters where it could have been shot down there. Then it enters Canada and comes down into the continental U.S., and then the decision was taken not to shoot it out of the sky because it could kill people. Right. And so they watched it and they shot it down as soon as it was off the coast of South Carolina. And now they're very happy because they have the entire payload and they can learn a lot about this program.
Right. Jennifer Griffin, as always, we appreciate your time, your reporting in this major story there live at the Pentagon, and we'll talk again. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Andrew.
Gentlemen, each of you appear to have retained counsel. I'm going to go down the line of the attorneys. Mr. Massey, are you prepared to arraign the client?
I am, Your Honor. I'd like formal arraignment by reading of the indictment in or plea of not guilty, and I support for report.
Just for the purpose of the record, your client's name.
Defendant Martin.
See, Mr. Stengel.
Good morning, Your Honor. Demetrius Haley is my client. He's present at the courtroom. Wait formal reading of the indictment, enter a not guilty plea, and ask for a second. Good morning, Your Honor. John Perry on behalf of Mr. Tadarius Bean. At this time, we waive the formal reading of the indictment off to the court. A plea of not guilty.
Mr. Summers, I see you back there.
Yes, Your Honor. On behalf of my client, Justin Smith, Charles Summers, we entered the waive formal reading of the indictment and plead not guilty.
Mr. Bowden.
Morning, Judge. On behalf of Mr. Middles, we waive formal reading of the indictment, Mr. not guilty.
Gentlemen, each of your attorneys have entered pleas of not guilty on your behalf. Understand that despite everyone's best effort, this case may take some time. Your attorneys are going to be receiving the discovery. Depending on how voluminous the discovery is, it may take some time for the state to collect it all, to turn it over to your attorneys. For your attorneys to review that discovery, to prepare their motions and prepare their case. So be patient. Work with your attorneys, cooperate with them, meet with them, go over the discovery. Make sure that if there are any delays, that these delays aren't on account of any of your actions. To those also in attendance, as I've explained to the defendants, this case can take some time. So we do ask for your patience, your continued patience, your continued civility in this case. We understand that there may be some high emotions in this case, but we ask that you continue to be patient with us. Everyone involved wants this case to be concluded as quickly as possible, but it's important for you all to understand that the state of Tennessee, as well as each one of these defendants, have an absolute right to a fair trial, and I will not allow any behavior that could jeopardize that right. So with that being said, we thank you all for being present. State, understanding that there may be some discovery that needs to be collected, we are going to continue this case out a little bit further to make sure that discovery is concluded. We're going to reset this matter until May 1st, 9 a.m. State, is there anything else?
Your Honor, the only other thing on behalf of the state is I have a protective order as to each of the defendants to allow certain digital discovery video evidence to be provided.
Any objection by any account?
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Massey, is there anything else on behalf of your client?
No, Your Honor, we did file our motion for discovery this morning.
All right. Mr. Bowden, anything on behalf of your client?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Perry?
No, Your Honor, but we did file a motion for guilt particulars pursuant to Rule 7C, Tennessee Rules of Procedure.
Mr. Stengel, anything on behalf?
Nothing further this morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Summers?
Nothing further than that.
All right, gentlemen, we'll see you back here May 1st on that day, and we will now excuse the defendants and their defense counsel. We're asking everyone else in the courtroom to remain in the courtroom, remain seated until you're excused.
And with regard to everybody else, I would let the court know that their family is here.
Yes, thank you. You all are excused.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Hagman? Before the debut, I did want to acknowledge the family being present. We do appreciate you all being present. Thank you for being here. We'll see you back here on May 1st. Please stand recess.
Court stands to recess.
freedom.
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
And the family of Tyree Nichols wish to express gratitude to District Attorney Steve Mulroy, Paul Hagerman, and the entire District Attorney's team who is charged with prosecuting this matter on behalf of Tyree Nichols, as they do with every citizen in this jurisdiction. We are again relieved that they have given information to try to dispel some of these rumors and innuendo that we keep being bombarded about, that somehow this was something personal. No, we are aware that there were photographs that were taken and none of them were sent to all of these rumors that are out there in the social media world. The family is dealing with enough grieving the death of Tyree and their brave fight for justice than to have to deal with all these salacious rumors. I know in George Floyd they had to deal with them talking about Chauvin knew somebody who George Floyd knew, and that was the reason he kept his knee on his neck. And then in Botham Jean's case, who was killed in the apartment by the white policewoman, they alleged that they were having some kind of affair, which all were bogus and untrue. And just like with Tyree Nichols, all these rumors that are circulating are bogus and untrue because we have the text messages. The prosecutors have been able to verify exactly who those pictures were sent to. And so what we want to remain laser focused on is getting justice for Tyree Nichols and being able to define the legacy of Tyree Nichols. And the people who are most appropriate to do that is his mother and their family. So you're going to hear from Rodney Wells, and then we're going to introduce Miss Rovon Wells to talk about how they felt and why they had to be here today for this arraignment of the former Memphis police officers who are charged with murdering Tyree Nichols. And I think it's important to note that even though we want everybody to get due process, we are champions for equal justice and due process. But as Police Chief Davis said, Judge Doyce, it's important that we take swift action. It's important that we move swiftly towards justice, so we don't want there to be any unnecessary delays in prosecuting this case with respect to everybody having their day in court. Those officers get to have their day in court, but my guy, Ravon Wells and Rodney Wells, get to have their day in court, and we don't want this to be forever. We got video. When people in our community do something on video, it don't take a long time to prosecute them, right, Attorney Turner?
That's right.
It don't take a long time. And so, first you will hear from Mr. Rodney Wells, the father of Tyree Nichols.
Hi, everybody. My name is Rodney Wells. I had to be here today to make sure that justice gets done for our son. This is a glorious day. This is the beginning of the process. So, the statement's going to be very short, and I'm just glad to be here. Our family's glad to be here, and I appreciate everybody coming out.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. And now you will hear from Tyree's mother, Ms. Ravon Wells.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. As my husband stated, this is the beginning of the process. We're going to be here at every court date
Targets are on site.
so that they can know that we're here. They need to.
If you're an undercover agent?
I don't know. I feel, it's funny because I feel very numb right now. I feel very numb. And I'm waiting for this nightmare, basically, that
crosses Imperial, still doing about 75 miles per hour. Copy that. Copy, copy. Can they? I've got programming. A passenger? No passenger. Yeah. All right. I got nothing. Mark, how are you? Yeah, we're doing well, but as you've already seen, this is, yeah, we sure do, and he is a squirrely one, already showing real signs of desperation. I'm sure you saw that little collision, several collisions in a private parking lot in East LA with these CHP units, then ramming through fences to get back on the freeway. Again, to recap, this is a stolen vehicle out of Compton as we make our way back in Compton. That's always important because when they end up back where they started, it starts to become a little bit more predictable, especially for law enforcement if they're familiar with this particular suspect. In this case, they may or may not be aware of his criminal history or his residence, but they do know this is a stolen vehicle out of Compton, started with LA County Sheriff pursuing him up the 710 freeway, and now California Highway Patrol taking this over on the 5 freeway as he got back on the 710 and is now on surface streets here in Compton, Mark. 100%. Yep. Yeah, it changes everything. It went from a stolen vehicle pursuit to felony assault on a law enforcement officer, and those are very serious charges. In fact, there were more than one collision, so there will be multiple charges just like that, not to mention destruction of property and all of the other infractions, as he's just in the last few seconds even showing a willingness to drive on the wrong side of the road. Now he's on the back on the correct side of Atlantic Avenue, northbound Atlantic Avenue, now picking up a lot more steam. You can see that helicopter flying through the shot. That looked to be CHP. Am I right, Justin? Okay, so still LA County Sheriff, CHP on the way with their shipper. Right now, the Sheriff's Department helping those CHP units on the ground, at least a handful of them now, having no trouble keeping up with him. He has not been breaking any speed records, was doing just above the speed limit on the freeway, but the driving has been extremely reckless. They cannot break the laws that he is breaking, but they can certainly keep up with him at these speeds, despite the fact that he's running lots of red lights. They have their lights and sirens blaring. Code 3 in hot pursuit of the suspect who is refusing to pull over. The passenger seat appears to be empty. We don't know what the situation is in the back seat, but during those collisions in downtown, he did suffer some moderate damage, some heavy front end bumper damage, as well as his mirrors, which both appear to be hanging by a thread. Eastbound Rosecrans, right through the heart of Compton here. We'll see if he starts to look for either a residential street to turn off of. We'll see how familiar he is with this area if he does that, or he could take it straight through the city of Compton. Look at that, right through a red light, lots of cross traffic there, barely even braking, but he managed to navigate that intersection. But continuing eastbound Rosecrans Avenue, which is seeing relatively light traffic right now, but at these speeds, he's doing about 70 miles per hour on Rosecrans, Mark. So at these speeds, it doesn't really matter. If he comes up on one of these intersections at these speeds, it is a recipe for disaster. You can see occasionally that front bumper making contact with the asphalt, creating some minor sparks there. We'll see if that bumper hangs out. Looks like it's pretty secure except for that front right quarter. But in any event, he is really pushing the pedal to the metal here on Rosecrans Avenue. Yeah, certainly appears that way, at least from our vantage point. The rear windows are very heavily tinted, but as we peer through that front windshield, it does appear that the passenger seat is empty. And as you see in that wide shot, CHP actually having to pull back slightly, but now as he makes that U-turn, makes it much easier for them to make the U-turn with him, and they will be going now back in the opposite direction. Very peculiar, though. You have to wonder, why does he make this U-turn? Is he familiar with this section of Compton? Is he looking for another place to either dump the vehicle or a residential street to hide out? It doesn't seem like he's going to get very far. He is outnumbered here, and the charges, as we've talked about, are so serious. It is just hard to imagine, especially at these speeds. I mean, it's really not a big obstacle for CHP to keep up with them at these moderate speeds. But some of the dangerous driving, as we're continuing to see, is certainly going to be, it's going to make for an interesting ending to this pursuit, to say the least, I venture to say, Mark. Yep. It's almost, you definitely, yeah, you get that cat and mouse sense mentality. He got off of Rosecrans onto Willowbrook, then turned around, and it just made a very random U-turn. So we've now seen 3 successive U-turns. Here comes a possible pit maneuver. He is certainly doing right about the ideal speed for a pit maneuver. Now, of course, he's going to speed up a little bit, but that was a great opportunity there, and you can see there's not a lot of other collateral in the way here, so a perfect area to execute a pit if they have the opportunity. Fishtail the vehicle out of control, but there he is. He's coming out the other end there, now pulling back on to, looks like he's back on Alameda, so he is now going, yeah, he's back on Alameda, and it doesn't look like they made contact with him. You thought for a second that they were going to pull up right behind him and execute that pit, but it does not look like they made contact with the rear. Boxed in here, look at this. Over the double yellow lines, through another red light here, going around all that traffic, no cross traffic. They're going to make it with them, so a right turn now onto Compton Boulevard, where there was a stale red, but no traffic, fortunately, and there's the night sun. That is LA County Sheriff's night sun, shining a light on him again, giving him all the awareness he needs to know that he has eyes on him from every angle imaginable. Look at this, railroad tracks. Do they go through the railroad tracks with them? 1, 2, potentially a third. Look at them all going through the railroad crossing as the gates are about to drop. Almost I mean, this has a video game feel to it, Mark, and some of these drivers in many cases act as if they are in the middle of a video game, and certainly some of the stuff we're seeing here tonight gives you that feel. But anyways, they all made it through the railroad crossing with him as the gates were about to come down. Now he's on one of these side streets. We'll see if he decides to dump the vehicle. Again, this was a stolen vehicle, and when it's a stolen vehicle, you never know how much gas is in the tank. It could be a full tank, it could be a quarter tank or less, and then he starts running out, and then he has to look for a spot to just run for it. You just get the feeling this guy is not going to come out with his hands up, but we could be wrong, and hopefully he does. In any event, these side streets provide lots of hiding opportunities if he doesn't. And so they will have plenty of units in the area with the assistance of LA County Sheriff to form a perimeter if he starts to hide out. But now he's on an alleyway. Again, all CHP here that we're looking at. But again, you have to imagine that the Sheriff's Department is working to get their way into the area, because they are going to need some help here in the event they have to, form a containment area or a perimeter. Yeah, a little more commercial area here, but it's worth mentioning he was on Compton Boulevard, then zigzagged his way through that residential neighborhood for no reason whatsoever, only to end up back on Compton Boulevard, which again sends that message that he's really making it up as he goes along, no clear destination in mind, and certainly a high probability that he is looking for a hiding spot. In any event, now turning off of Alameda off of Compton rather, onto Central Avenue. And also relatively light traffic here with all of those initial units still behind him. At some point here, would not be surprising to see them hand this off to the local CHP office. I believe these units are all out of East LA, but in any event, they are all still right behind him and not giving him much room to play with. The one thing that's very fortunate that we can say is that throughout this pursuit, traffic has been relatively light, and now we're right back where we joined you just a few minutes ago, right back on Rosecrans Avenue. He's westbound Rosecrans, yep. So he's now, getting closer. Yeah, he's making his way sort of out of Compton, actually. So he's more towards the 110 freeway now. He'll be in Gardena here in just a few more lights. Yeah. You just read my mind. I wasn't sure if it was a reflection or if that part of that bumper is actually making contact with the asphalt, but there are some sparks there coming from the undercarriage underneath that front bumper. Again, to recap, that front bumper was damaged during a collision with CHP and then subsequently through some fencing. He rammed right through a fence and damaged the vehicle there. So that appears to be what's making contact with the asphalt. That front bumper is still hanging on there. In any event, you see some more sparks there actually under that front right wheel as well. So, we don't know what other damage might have occurred there underneath the vehicle, but in any event, it certainly seems like it's plenty drivable, and it's just a matter of how much fuel, I think, is left in there. But in any event, he's now on Figueroa Street, northbound Figueroa. Am I right, Rob? No, we're going north. Yeah, northbound Figueroa at about 50 miles per hour. And again, all of those primary units now making a turn with them through the red light at Redondo Beach Boulevard. So now a westbound turn, making the left onto Redondo Beach Boulevard. Once again, light traffic to contend with here, but lots of warehouses. It's a pretty industrial area before you get closer to the residential part of town, and lots of hiding spots in the event that he chooses to dump the vehicle. In any event, they are all still right behind him here as he, does about 35, 40 miles per hour, giving them a great chance to set up for another pit maneuver. Absolutely. Everything changed in that moment. Everything changed for him because there's no way, not only is there no way they're going to let him get very far, but the amount of force that will show up at the end of this pursuit, as we are now so accustomed to seeing, is going to be immense. They will spare no expense at bringing him into custody. So he's not going to get very far. I don't know how much time the vehicle has left on it, but in any event, you can see they are ready, and there are some other local municipalities in the area that may also help out at the end here. Now, CHP is very, very particular. They do not want anybody's help. If they are the lead agency, they will remain the lead agency, and everybody else will stay out of it. However, as he moves through these smaller jurisdictions, they will be ready to help out in the event that there's a suspect search, a foot pursuit, whatever the case may be. But right now, lots of CHP units behind him, a couple of others standing by in the area. They are all well aware of what's going on here. The Sheriff's Department broadcasting it on their frequencies as well internally, and all of the officers in the area have computer monitors right in their patrol cars, and they can see and keep up with the pursuit remotely. So there will be an end eventually here, but it's going to be very interesting based on what we've seen tonight. The behavior that we have witnessed is just, we're talking about very serious crimes that will not be taken lightly. That's exactly right. And so they have mostly pit-trained officers, I think almost all of them, with maybe some exceptions, but they are mostly ready to execute that pit once the supervisor gives the go-ahead and the approval to continue it. Now, you know, that same person would also be the one that probably, under other circumstances, maybe would have been the one to give the order to pull off or pull back because of the dangerous driving. But again, we're not going to see that tonight because of the charges, specifically assault on a law enforcement officer, several contacts, collisions, first putting it in reverse, and then almost a head-on collision with another CHP unit. Again, he is on borrowed time with that, even that lead unit, even in the height of traffic, not giving him much room to play with, no more than 5 to 10 car lengths back, but full view of that suspect, not getting anywhere away from that lead unit, and that helicopter is still right over him as well. So there's only a handful of ways this could possibly end. You know them very well, Mark, and we'll see if they decide to employ the pit maneuver tactic. I think my money's on pit maneuver for this one. He's back in Compton, but now going again westbound on Rosecrans. So as he continues westbound, he'll start to approach the 110 freeway once again here off the nose. He's slowing down a bit, and this could be indicative of either a low fuel light or something else. So we'll see. Slowing down under the railroad track there, making a slow crawl through the intersection into oncoming lanes of traffic for no good reason, looking for a side street, and most likely looking for a place to dump the vehicle. Now, one unit has crossed over with him, and now only one of those units is ready to make that left turn. That's going to be a northbound turn onto, I think that's Mulberry Street, or Mulberry Avenue, and there he is. So he's going to come out the other side again, part residential, part industrial at the end of this block here. And here comes another unit waiting for him on the other side. So he's got units in front, units behind him, almost another head-on situation there. He goes around, swerves around him, but again, notice the slow speed here. He is conserving fuel and maybe on borrowed time in terms of the gas tank. We'll see here, but for some reason, the driving has slowed down dramatically. Yep. Nope. Yep. Would have been a good place, but once again, the likelihood of a pit maneuver just went up again because at these speeds, this is the perfect situation. Most of these streets are pretty desolate, as you can see at this time of the night. Not a whole lot of traffic, lots of commercial warehouses, no collateral damage here. Comes up on another intersection with a lot of pavement to play with. Yep, that's Spruce at Alameda Street, making a slow crawl onto Alameda, now northbound Alameda, under the freeway, and maybe looking for a chance to get back on. I don't know why. I think something is wrong with the vehicle. Perhaps it's fuel, perhaps it's something else, but he is coming to almost a dead stop under this overpass, which is going to be a little bit difficult for us. We're going to come around here and see. It almost looks, yeah, he's still crawling along, no more than 20 miles per hour, and there he is. That'll put him back on Rosecrans, I think, or unless that's, yeah, this will merge with Rosecrans. So now crossing over Rosecrans, a U-turn on Rosecrans Avenue, and now going back in the eastbound direction. So now eastbound Rosecrans, back through Compton, and even picking up a little bit more speed. So maybe that wasn't the end of the gas tank, but in any event, that speed is not right, but he's doing about 50, 45, 50 as he steps on the gas there. Still has some more life left in him, but look at this, onto a sidewalk. Okay, that's an access road. This will take you. Okay, it's one of those exit, those kind of like access roads that could take you off of Rosecrans onto, in this case, Spring Street. He made an erratic U-turn there, and that puts him on Spring at Peck, in a residential area where I think they probably will be less likely to perform a pit because you just don't know who's walking around, and obviously it's pretty dark out there. So you want to. It looks like either a parked car or somebody just stopped at the stoplight. Yeah, it started at the stop sign. That's right. I mean, it was just a few days ago. You can't forget that pursuit on Friday where there was a getaway vehicle ready under an overpass to take the suspect away, and the pursuit continued. So even if the vehicle's on borrowed time, if he's determined and has a network in this neighborhood, he may have the ability to something. That was one of the first times I've seen it executed so well. He just jumped, switched vehicles, pulled a switcheroo under the overpass. But in any event, there's the spike. There's the spike. There's the spike. And that looks like it was a successful spike strip. That was a really clever spike. That was a pretty lengthy spike strip. I didn't even see it right away, and I don't think he saw it either. Ran right over it, and we'll see how the vehicle starts to behave. If it behaves any differently right now, if it was a good spike, there's little tubes that will penetrate the tire and slowly let the air out of those tires, bringing the vehicle to eventually a slow crawl at best. But in any event, he is now circling this neighborhood, a neighborhood that we have been through a couple times already, as you mentioned, which indicates he may be very well familiar with this neighborhood. Through another red light there, and back over a set of railroad tracks, and the joyride at this point is continuing. It's been really slow, yeah. I mean, at one point, maybe 45, 50, as you mentioned, but really, since he's been off the freeway, it's slowed down dramatically, and now underneath Rosecrans again. We'll see if he pulls back into these residential neighborhoods, but it still looks like the vehicle's, driving okay, I guess, okay. Actually, that front left tire looks a little wobbly. What do you think, Rob? Can we push in there? It does look like that front tire is starting to lose air, Mark. Is it my imagination? It appears a little bit wobbly, but again, it could be an optical illusion. Well, it's definitely not flat. That was a good shot there. Nice close-up as he makes this illegal U-turn at Santa Fe Avenue, now going eastbound again on Rosecrans. You can count the units there, upwards of a half a dozen, as he slowly reverses course on Rosecrans and just barely making that right turn now onto McDivitt Avenue, another residential street. Picking up a little speed over that speed bump, but it does not look like those tires are running flat. The hazards, yeah, that's his hazard lights. They have been on for a chunk of time. I'm not sure if they were on at the very beginning, but they've been blinking for a little while. Those rear-view mirrors, which we've mentioned, they have been hanging off by ever since that. I think ever since he made contact with those fences, but maybe even before that. So he has no rear-view mirrors, just the one in his inside the vehicle. But yeah, the hazards are on. The lights have been on the whole time. Just difficult to see. We were able to get a glimpse of the passenger seat, which is empty. We don't know for sure whether those back seats are empty, but we will find out soon here. But in any event, he's now back onto Santa Fe Avenue. That's a northbound turn onto Santa Fe. Let's count once again, Mark, or Rob, I just want to see. He's got 3, 4, so the same 4 units. And by the way, I think some of these units may have actually been swapped out with the original, since we originally joined you. I think these are some fresh units that have joined the pursuit, which is par for the course here once you switch into the CHP South LA division. Yeah, you would think, and look at the right rear, Mark. Look at the right rear that is now starting to smoke. You can see a little bit of smoke coming from the right rear, and I think maybe that rear tire may have been affected by the spike. The front tires appear intact. It's difficult to tell, especially at this time of the night, but it does look like there's some smoke now coming from that right rear rim as that tire may be deflating. He's now at Compton Boulevard, and there's a better shot. Look at that. Yeah, they're both, actually both. So the right tires hit the spike. It looks like maybe the left tires were spared. But both of those right tires, the front and the rear, are now basically down to the rim. The rubber's still on there, but there's no air left, and he is riding on those rims. That's where that smoke is coming from. That is going to dramatically affect the steering of this car. It's only I don't know exactly the model, but it's a Kia, maybe a slightly older model. Can't say for sure, but this vehicle, I think we can say now, is on borrowed time. It looks like the back seat's empty, but there's something. Is that his hand? I'm trying to make out what is sticking. Is that? I think that might be his cell phone, actually. It might be a shot of his cell phone through that front window, which is rolled down. I thought he was sticking it out the window for a second, but you can see the display from, I think, a cell phone. So he's driving with his right hand. Looks like he's got a cell phone in his left hand. And, worth reiterating, the speeds still not really breaching 35 or 40 miles per hour. So it's turned into a bona fide joyride at this rate, but it's not going to end well for him, and he's not going to make it easy. You just don't get that impression, but again, hopefully he does. Hopefully he's using this time to think about things a little bit more clearly. But, it takes all kinds, and if he's a career criminal and just is determined, then it could end differently. We'll see what happens, but in any event, those right tires are now done, and the speeds have been affected as he's now making his way down Long Beach Boulevard, northbound Long Beach Boulevard at about 30 miles per hour, coming up on Cedar Avenue here in Compton. And again, a fresh pursuit package now in tow. These are all from CHP's South LA division. Yeah, and the longer this goes on, I think there's no choice but to wonder why. Why haven't they done it sooner? Now, again, we're armchair quarterbacks. These guys are working with intelligence about the suspect, about the other crimes that may be involved here. A lot of information that we don't have. So, again, take all this with a grain of salt, but why are they letting this go so long when I have seen many opportunities for a very safe pit maneuver that would have brought this most likely to an end? Now, maybe it could be that after his maneuver earlier, they're thinking a little bit more carefully about that because they know that if they're in a if they spin him out and he does like a 180 and he's then face to face with those officers, he has no problem if the vehicle's still drivable to ram right into those officers and pose a real danger to their life. So that's one consideration. I'm sure there's lots of considerations that the watch commander and the supervisors are discussing right now as to how they want to treat this, but in an environment where we have seen several fatalities on LA roadways as a result of police pursuits just in the last couple of weeks, you can't help but wonder why. When you're watching it go on for, we're going on well over an hour with this pursuit, we've seen opportunities. Got to wonder why and what else they are dealing with. That's a big one. Yeah. Right. Right. So in that circumstance, that pit maneuver would actually turn into an escalatory measure with somebody like this, and they don't want to do that. And so that makes a lot of sense. I get that. Now they have a successful spike strip at least on one side of the vehicle. So if this continues, I imagine they'll set up at least for a spike strip on the left side if they have the chance. If that opportunity arises, I hear there's some chatter about that, so it's a good possibility. But again, those spike strips, when you see them executed well, it's always a little bit of luck too, because you're banking on the suspect following a specific pattern or by happenstance happening to turn and drive right over at any given intersection or what have you. So they are difficult to execute. I think nobody in the country does them as well as law enforcement officers here in Southern California, because the training is so intense and they have so much practice doing it. And so, let's see if they try and spike the left side, because that will really hinder him. I mean, the right tires are gone, but he's still, as the rubber gets chewed off, I imagine eventually those rims will indeed just start to crumble. But that could take a while. I mean, we've seen fully spiked vehicles travel quite a distance in the past. And so, it doesn't always bring it to a stop. Certainly it slows things down, and he was already slow, and he's only really gotten slower in the last 15 minutes. That's a good point. Yeah. If he maintains these slow speeds, you make an excellent point, because the likelihood, the risk of a high-speed crash goes down. Obviously, if he's only traveling 20, 30 miles per hour at the most, that's manageable. So at that point, why increase the risk when they could just wait for the gas tank to empty out? Again, time is always on the side of law enforcement. We become impatient as spectators because we, of course, want to see it come to an end. And if there were lives in danger or they felt it was getting too dangerous, they would use other tactics. But under the circumstances, with what they're dealing with here, you can rationalize why they are just letting him burn off as much fuel as possible and then approach the vehicle at that point. So probably what we're seeing here, because they've, as we mentioned, there have been other opportunities to bring this to an end, and they are opting not to, and I think there's a reason for it. Yeah, and now I'm really curious as to where exactly. I wish we had a pinpoint location. I don't have that, unfortunately, but something tells me it probably started in this very neighborhood. Just a guess on my part, but it did begin in Compton, went up the 710 freeway into the East LA interchange. He got off, was not very familiar with that part of town in East LA, basically ended up on private property in a dead end, went face to face with those officers, a couple of collisions with those CHP units, and then where he saw there was no outlet, just rammed right through some fencing in those parking lots, tearing the fences right off and continuing the pursuit back onto the freeway, ending up on the 710 freeway, back into Compton, back into this neighborhood, and when he got onto Rosecrans and almost made his way into Redondo Beach, sure enough, he turned around and came right back to this general area. For the last 5 minutes, by the way, he's basically been flirting with the border between Compton and Linwood, but he is now in Compton, and he is on Santa Fe Avenue. Once again, all of these streets are pretty familiar to us just because we've been here several times in the last half hour, so they're certainly familiar to him. Yep, the front right and the right rear, both down to the rims. We have seen some sparks flying. I think that's actually coming from the bumper, but we have seen some smoke coming from, I think, the remainder of the rubber. In any event, he is now zigzagging his way once again through another residential neighborhood, and I hesitate to call these random turns because he may very well be more familiar with these turns. So he's not really in any position to outrun these officers, not at these speeds and certainly not in the condition of the vehicle. He knows that he's on borrowed time. He knows better than we do, probably, how this is going to end. And, while as crazy as this pursuit has been at times and as serious as the charges are going to be, this is nothing more than a joyride for the last however many minutes. I mean, this has really been just a casual cat and mouse game with these officers, not getting very far, putting no distance between him and that primary unit. You see some more sparks coming off there. That front right rim is probably going to be the first one to go here. That is really, it's a front wheel drive car, and I don't think, it looks like that rim is already starting to come apart. Yeah, I mean, while we're on the topic, something very similar happened to me many years ago. Seeing my own car pull out of my driveway on my way home, and seeing my car drive in the opposite direction, only to be found days later in pretty similar condition. Unfortunately, it was an '87 Monte Carlo, but we won't talk about that. Yeah, yelling at somebody. I mean, certainly those officers can't hear him, but he is certainly trying to communicate as he made his way through that intersection there. Very animated. Not what I would expect. I kind of, just based on the driving and the circumstance here, you felt like he was just kind of taking it easy, but he looks angry. He looked very animated there for a minute, and that is not a good sign, I have to say. I mean, that, you know, I was hoping, really hoping that with the turn of events and the condition of the vehicle, that he would have some time to calm down. But he is still very energetic and was clearly yelling at somebody there. Not sure what that was all about. In any event, continuing now northbound Long Beach Boulevard. Normally a much busier boulevard, especially on the weekends, but on a Tuesday night, light traffic, not a lot of pedestrians out. You still see the helicopter circling this pursuit. You see some of the neighboring jurisdictions here, the other police departments just kind of, in some cases, blocking intersections, in other cases just kind of waiting in the event that it comes to an end in their jurisdiction. But the vehicle still driving pretty steady here, despite the fact that those right tires are gone. He's managing to maintain about 25 miles per hour now on Long Beach Boulevard. So it has not slowed him down entirely, at least not yet. But if he stays here, maybe they'll have the opportunity. Yep, the phone's still in his hand there. I was about to say, if he stays on this track, certainly a possibility they may be able to set up for another spike strip, at least on the driver's side. Yeah. Yeah, in fact, I at least as almost every time that we've even been able to peek through that driver's side window, he's had that phone on, whether he's texting somebody, calling somebody, or like you said, maybe streaming ABC7 at this point, who knows. But that is most likely what those watch commanders are doing, in fact, back at the CHP station, probably watching our very picture right now as he continues to maneuver through South LA here in Compton. This time he's made that turn onto MLK Boulevard, and you see now CHP creating a traffic break behind him as he comes. Now he's almost coming to a stop. The vehicle's slowing down even more, coming up on another intersection and slowing down even more. It's a stop sign, but he's barely going to make it through this intersection. I think the vehicle is starting to give him problems. We've said that before, and he's, gassed it, been able to, continue the pursuit. But I think he's really, really crawling now as he toys with these officers. They are ready to bring this to an end. They're ready to make that felony arrest once he decides to pull over. I don't see him getting very far if he does decide to run on foot. But we'll see what kind of stamina he's got left here. He is certainly, that last time that we saw him was pretty animated behind the wheel of the car. Look at this cross traffic here at the stop sign, continuing through. That driver of that pickup truck certainly able to hear the lights and sirens coming through here. And now he comes back out on the other side of that residential street, back onto Long Beach Boulevard. This time, though, making a right turn onto the southbound side of Long Beach Boulevard. And once again, able to keep that wheel steady and pretty much driving in a straight line at 25 miles per hour, despite the fact that he is missing 2 right tires. Basically down to the rims. The left tires appear to be in good shape, and he's now going through a major red here. That is Long Beach at Imperial Highway, coming up on the 105 freeway. He's been hesitant to take this under the freeway, which would put him into Linwood. But in any event, he's heading in that direction now. So he's made plenty of U-turns, and if history is any indicator, he will probably make another U-turn soon here as he ventures away from the territory that he seems to be most comfortable in. He started this pursuit over an hour ago in this general vicinity. He has ended up here. Hard to imagine that he's going to get too far away from here, but with the pressure behind him, anything's possible, right? So we'll see as he continues northbound, or rather southbound on Long Beach Boulevard. And look at this. Look at this, still able to accelerate at a decent clip under the 105 freeway, bypassing the entrance ramp there, had an opportunity to get on the freeway, and now he's going a tick faster. What do we say, about 40 miles per hour? Right around 40, 45 miles per hour as he accelerates underneath the 105 freeway into Linwood. Or am I right about that? Are we still? Yeah, I mean, I guess we're in Compton now, but in any event, southbound Long Beach Boulevard at a faster clip and putting a little bit of distance, maybe more than a little bit of distance, between himself and that primary unit. More sparks flying out of the right side. We'll widen out really quick. I want to get an idea how far back is that lead unit. We've got one unit about 8 car lengths back, speeding up behind him, able to make the turn. No U-turn, just a left turn now onto Carlin Avenue, back into a residential neighborhood. More sparks flying from that front right rim. And how many other of those units were able to make that turn? Are they all still behind him? My guess is yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 units, 4 CHP units. Still the lead agency in this pursuit, despite everything we've seen here this evening, and it makes perfect sense when you consider the fact that he has literally rammed into police vehicles during the course of this pursuit. Now making a right turn onto Bullis Road off of Carlin. You see the sheriff's helicopter still up in the air over this pursuit as they circle these intersections, doing really tight orbits, trying to keep close eyes just in case he comes to a sudden stop and is able to run for it. Again, these are narrower streets, less likely that we'll see a pit maneuver here. But California Highway Patrol ready for anything as he makes his way through this neighborhood. Some street vendors here, not a lot of pedestrians out, very light traffic overall, but certainly the danger exists nonetheless. I mean, especially if he's still able to accelerate through some of these intersections, anything is possible, and we certainly don't even want to use our imaginations because we've certainly seen what some of these people are capable of, and you just hope that this ends in a peaceful fashion, or at least a peaceful resolution as possible. So now North Bullis Road off of Carlin, continuing, slowing down a bit after we saw more sparks flying out of the right side of the vehicle. Yeah, the calculations that he's making here, and certainly some of the behavior that we're seeing, makes you wonder, at least possible and worth raising the question, if he's under the influence. We know the original charge was GTA, Grand Theft Auto, but you know, there's nothing saying that can't be, you know, might be other things at play here. And if he is under the influence, that will certainly play into how this all ends up. But he is doing a circle around this neighborhood now on McMillan Street at Bradfield. coming back up to Bullis, North Bullis Road. If he makes a right turn, that'll be the direction he came in here. But he's basically circling these neighborhoods. I'm not sure if he ran over something there or something fell off the vehicle. But he is speeding over a number of speed bumps, which are a real challenge for those right wheels, especially considering that even those rims are on really borrowed. I mean, at some point, if he accelerates too much, he will eat right through those rims, and eventually you've got nothing left but axle. We're not there yet. You can still see the rims spinning there, but at some point, they will start to come apart. Yeah, especially for a Kia, right? I mean, it's a small, compact vehicle. I mean, these are not heavy-duty trucks, and we've seen semis that have been spiked numerous times, and they can go all night long. We had one maybe just about 6 months ago that went for like 8 hours down the freeway, even at a snail's pace, after every tire on the 18-wheeler was flattened by spike strips. The thing just kept on going. This is not that. This is a small, compact vehicle that is not designed to endure this type of damage. So he's kind of just weaving his way through here. Bradfield, we were here just a moment ago, now turning off at K. He's on Bradfield, and now his next major here is Rosecrans. He'll turn westbound onto Rosecrans, and I imagine, look at that, somebody is aware of it and sticking their cell phone out the window. So you already are starting to see some of the spectators out here familiar with this pursuit, aware of this pursuit, and taking pictures and video while they're at it here. And I think it's fair to say at this point, we could say pretty confidently that this is now a tactic that they are using here. They have made a determined decision to let this continue, because now, over the course of the last hour, we can say with confidence, there have been many opportunities to end this in other ways. They have made the calculation that that's not what they want to do, not the safest course of business. So in this case, they have used one spike strip. Maybe they try for another, but other than that, they are just going to continue to follow him at these speeds. Unless something dramatically changes, they will follow him to the very end. Again, they can swap out units all night long until that tank is empty. Might be a very different call during the day too, but at night, and this has been the pattern all night on the freeways and on surface streets. Traffic very light tonight on Tuesday night. Not a whole lot of people out, just occasionally a few cars at the lights, but that's about it. And so why not, right? If they feel that it's safe enough to do this, and this is safer than the alternative, that's what they're going to do. And I was actually a little surprised a few moments ago to see him accelerate up to 40 miles per hour. I thought this vehicle had already reached its top speeds for the night, but we'll see. what's left? I mean, it really makes you wonder whether he is intentionally crawling along like this. Is he trying to conserve fuel? Is he just trying to fight the steering wheel because those right wheels are not cooperating and that's why he's going slow? Or is he just, is it more of a joyride, as we mentioned earlier? Does he have the ability to still move this vehicle, maybe not as fast as he would want, certainly not at freeway speeds, but he's got to be aware. I mean, there's no doubt about it. He knows that, you know, he's probably already tried to floor it and realizing that the car's just not cooperating. And so it's only a matter of time before this comes to an end. They know it. He knows it. We know it. The only thing we don't know is how it's going to end once that vehicle is disabled. Another minute of freedom. That's right. Yeah, he's probably just as surprised as we are that the car's still rolling. But yeah, he's enjoying every minute of it. And if he is under the influence, that has been, which has been the case many, many times, where they enjoy their last smokes and their last beer in the driver's seat before going to jail. In any case, we don't know that that's the case here. No indication from any of our information that he's under the influence, but certainly the behavior has been very erratic and a little bit aggressive at times, which is a little bit surprising to me. But again, he's got his now left hand on the wheel, and his right hand, I can't tell if he still has the phone or if it's something. Is it a bottle? It looks like a bottle. Yep, there you go. Well, just as we were saying, he very well may be enjoying his last beer. You never know. Definitely a little bit more weaving than he was. I was pretty surprised he was able to keep it as straight as he was, but it now looks like that vehicle is behaving a little bit differently. Still, those right rims, by the way, the rubber's completely gone, so the tires have flown off completely. There's nothing left there. It's pure rim on asphalt, and still carrying the vehicle, but I think you're right. I think it's starting to affect the in any event, made a turn now back onto Carlin Avenue. Again, worth noting that these are all streets. In fact, every turn he's made in the last few minutes has been repeat adventures. He has been on all of these streets multiple times, essentially doing a circle, what may or may not be his neighborhood. He has certainly made the decision to stay around here, and, you know, again, always worth repeating, this is where it all started, at least in this part of town. So you can draw your own conclusions. It may very well turn out to be his neighborhood. You're absolutely right. The endurance level, the adrenaline spikes, they are very real, and they come into play so much so that these officers are trained on how to deal with those roller coasters of emotions that are going through. There's a lot of multitasking going on, and then there's a lot of emotions during these pursuits. And in this case, we know that that lead unit has been replaced at least once, maybe twice. It wouldn't surprise me if it was even more than that, even when we weren't watching or didn't catch it. But they will swap these out. That's something that the watch commanders are keenly aware of. They don't want to leave a primary unit in that lead position for too long. For that very reason, it's something that they have done studies on, they have trained on, and they're aware of. That is something that can complicate the actual arrest, and it can complicate the actual safety of the driving behind the wheel of these pursuing officers, because they are human beings just like you and me, and they have their own endurance limits, and these are stressful episodes. I mean, you know, we are, as a culture here in Los Angeles, fairly obsessed with these. They are exciting to watch on TV, but they are dangerous, real-life dramas that are playing out. And the reason we air them is for public safety, first and foremost, because there is so much danger involved. And one of the many dangers is that, in many cases, not only private citizens who get hurt, but law enforcement officers who get hurt as well. Because the driving, you have to now mirror, in some cases, this maniac's driving behind the wheel of the pursuit vehicle, and then you have to try and keep up with him or try and outsmart him or whatever the case may be. And again, that is a mental exercise. It's a real workout for all of the officers involved, but like you said, especially those lead units right behind the suspect. Look at this, and this is what you're afraid of, right? Because this has now been going on long enough that, as you mentioned, neighbors are well aware of the commotion. They are well aware of what's going on with technology. They've already received the breaking news notifications. They've got Citizen on their phone. They're aware of this, and now you start to see some people coming out to either take part in it, to catch a glimpse of it, to get a quick photo or video or social media post. Certainly ill-advised, but in this case, it's almost inevitable. The longer the pursuit goes on, I'm almost surprised we haven't seen more of that. And if it was earlier in the day, maybe we would. But in any case, we have not seen that much. But we certainly hate to see a pedestrian jump into position anywhere near this pursuit, because you just never know. Even at these slow speeds, you just never know how it's going to end. And God forbid it ends right at that moment. You then pose a real problem for law enforcement, because they have to look out for crossfire situations. They have to reevaluate their use of force in a position where they might need to use force, whatever the case may be. It's just a much cleaner situation when the streets are clear, the sidewalks are clear, and everybody is indoors. And certainly, I hope it stays that way. It's a pretty calm night. Like I said, not a whole lot of traffic to begin with out here. Very few pedestrians, but certainly folks are well aware of what is playing out in their neighborhood, where, you know, even 10 years ago, might not have been the case. It might have taken a little longer for word to spread. You know, people say turn on the TV, and then by the time you make it to the TV, you know, whatever. But right now, everybody is well aware of what's going on here. Look at this. I mean, absolutely unnecessary. Actually approaching the vehicle almost as if she wanted to give him a high five. Okay, this is nothing compared to some of the things that we've seen in the past, but that's the type of behavior that could certainly get somebody hurt. It's really, really important that people not try and do things just like that. A clear example of what we were just talking about, have no idea. Maybe they know him, and maybe they know that he's not a threat to them. But that's not the point, right? Because there are so many other factors here. It's just not worth it. The danger is all too real. And now we're seeing more and more people pulled over. These are neighbors. These aren't professional photographers. These are not news media. These are neighbors who are coming out to partake in the commotion out here tonight. And you see a lot more people now with their phones out. Yep. Yeah, unfortunately, you're right. The driving now continuing at a snail's pace back on Santa Fe Avenue. Again, another major thoroughfare that we have been on plenty this evening. The lights turning green for them, and they are continuing to roll right through these intersections at no more than 25 miles per hour. It's been a while since we've seen him deviate. He's been pretty much on this the same pattern for a while, and so I'm starting to wonder why we haven't even seen another spike strip to try and knock out those left tires. It's easy for me to say, but I would imagine that that's something they wish they could do to further disable the vehicle. But so far, just those right tires that have been incapacitated. Now he's on 2 right rims and then 2 left tires that appear to be intact. But at these speeds, he's been able to maintain control of the vehicle, and that's probably not by choice. It's just that's just all the vehicle will give him as he makes these random turns, mostly right turns, by the way, which again puts him into kind of a more of a pattern and more of these like circles around these same blocks. Again, more people coming out. And, you know, it's definitely, you know, on TikTok, you can go viral really quick. So it looks like he's continuing through, kind of almost enjoying the attention. And we saw just a few minutes ago, it looked like he was sipping on something. Don't know what it was. Whatever it was, I think he polished it off because it was basically the end of the last few drops you saw, and then I think now I almost saw another. Well, it might have just been a reflection. I thought I saw the cell phone, but actually his window is back up, right? His window is back up. That's all reflection at this point. So, yeah, we haven't had a clear glimpse of him in a few minutes, but it seems as though he is just enjoying these last few minutes of freedom, or maybe another hour. Who knows? At what point, or at any point, do we see them change the tactic, if at all? Maybe not. I mean, we've discussed why. They may just, you know, ride this out to the end. But the slower he gets, I mean, as he makes his way into, you know, different areas. I mean, here's another wide open area, still has some residences here, but do they pull up next to him? Do they try and communicate with him? Do they try and maybe talk some sense, or is somebody trying to reach him? Is he calling a family member? These are all the things that go through my head. Or are they just riding blind behind him, completely unaware of what his next move is? Now, nobody could read his mind, but, again, they are usually working with more information than we are. So we're just spectators. I would imagine they've made some effort to find out more about the suspect and more about the crime here. But if it was a fresh stolen and they just caught up with the LoJack, then that might be all they are aware of. Yeah, same here. Yeah, I think that's it has to be a conscious decision. It was definitely intriguing at first, but it's clearly a tactic at this point to not employ the pit. They made the conscious decision to try the spike. They haven't tried it again, at least as far as we're aware. They must be confident that the vehicle's on borrowed time, which makes sense, and that the gas tank only has a finite amount of fuel. And this could be very anticlimactic at the end, I'm afraid. Right, yeah, exactly. That's what they're hoping, yep. Yeah, now on South Mona Boulevard, continuing towards 130th at a snail's pace here, but still in the city of Compton. We have not really left that general area. He is in Compton, maybe kind of on the edge of Willowbrook now, but he's not traveled very far, hasn't covered a whole lot of real estate in the last hour or so. He's basically just circling the same general neighborhoods where, at least it appears, he is a known entity by some of the folks who have come out this evening. Certainly wondering what was going through that woman's mind who actually approached the vehicle almost to give him a high five. You have to wonder what that was all about. And you have to wonder almost, I didn't see it. I don't think that I've seen any of these units drop out, but I almost, in some cases, would imagine that one of the pursuing officers would stop and talk to that woman to see if they do know who he is. Maybe they're already doing that behind the scenes and we don't know it. But that appeared to be somebody who knew him, somebody who was aware of the pursuit and aware that he was coming through. And there's probably more of that. We're certainly seeing a lot more folks with their phones out as he makes his way around the same general area now on East El Segundo Boulevard. So the answer is yes, we're not aware of it. However, it certainly would be one of the things that they are considering that would explain some of the tactics that we've seen if maybe they have information that he might be. Now, certainly he has already shown a willingness to use the vehicle as a weapon, which certainly counts as a deadly weapon. Aside from that, whether he is armed inside the vehicle, whether he's got a gun or a knife or whatever else, we don't know. We have not heard reports to that effect. But that doesn't mean that they aren't aware of a weapon in the vehicle, because that is also something that in many cases would preclude them from attempting a pit maneuver. that's one of the things that makes you think twice about getting into a pit maneuver with somebody who's heavily armed. Now, it certainly happens, but it's one of the things that goes into the decision-making process, and it's something that we have seen here, and the clear intent to not pit him again. Again, it could just be a coincidence, but so far, no reports of any weapons. Right. Yeah, right around 20 to 25 miles per hour. We'll go ahead and throw up our real-time speed tracker, dipping below 15 miles per hour, so really slowing down now. Back on Santa Fe Avenue. Again, if that sounds familiar, trust your instincts. We have been on Santa Fe numerous times over the last 30 minutes, if not more. Actually, again, all of these streets are looking really familiar. We've moved a little bit further to the east and north, but or west and north towards Willowbrook, but still in the same general vicinity as he's kind of meandered around here, almost looking for attention. Again, enjoying the ride. He's got the window's been up and down at times. It looks like the window might be cracked now. I can't get a clear view inside. I do see the reflection there. But other than that, he is going right through another red light here. So these, look at that. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, close to 8 or 9 people anticipating the pursuit, phones ready, and trying to catch a glimpse. A little more smoke coming from that right rear rim. Every time he speeds up, and now he has sped up a little bit, now closer to 25 miles per hour, upwards of 30. And a little bit of smoke coming from the rear of the vehicle. Thank you, Rob. Southbound Santa Fe coming up on Rosecrans Avenue for the umpteenth time during this pursuit. He will have a decision to make there. I guess he could go through, but I think he's going to set up for a turn here. We'll see what happens, but he is coming up on Rosecrans after this stop sign here. Several cars there, and another major off of his front. Yeah, I think at the bottom there, Rob, is going to be, that's Rosecrans down there, I believe. Yeah. So he's got the red light here. We'll see what happens, but still traveling at a snail's pace. He kind of peaked at 30 miles per hour there and is now crawling once again back up to this intersection. No braking, just slowing all the way down. Here comes somebody right in front of him and weaving just around that vehicle through the red light. Why that person is doing that, no idea, but you saw that one unit, I think it was the lead unit, shine that spotlight right into that vehicle driver's side window. Like, what are you doing? Don't do that. Some more sparks flying now, some more smoke coming from the rear of the vehicle. Again, those right tires completely gone, nothing but rim on the right side of the vehicle. Hazard lights on, headlights on, and the left side appears. Look at that, there's the drink. There's the drink. It looks like maybe a water bottle that he threw out the window. More smoke as he picks up a little bit of speed here, upwards of 30 miles per hour, again on Santa Fe as he made his way through Rosecrans, coming up on Plum, about 25 miles per hour. Again, he is going south on Santa Fe. Making the turn onto Compton Boulevard, a right turn, westbound Compton Boulevard to complete the circle, and around we go as he continues through the bottom of the 10 o'clock hour, a pursuit going on well, at least 2 hours by my count. Now pushing about 35 miles per hour on Compton Boulevard with a little bit of life left in the vehicle. He has finished his drink, both hands on the wheel, and he is going for it as far as this Kia will take him. Suspect continuing westbound on Compton Boulevard at a snail's pace. Again, only about 25 miles per hour with CHP right behind him, forming a traffic break. So nobody can really come up behind them here to interfere. So they are ready if he does come to a stop. Not seeing many units left in front of him or at any of these intersections, quite frankly, awaiting him. I would have anticipated by now we would have seen another spike strip attempt, but we're not seeing that. Just those 4 or 5 units right behind him with the helicopter overhead. You see the night sun occasionally in the shot there. He is crawling along. Here comes an SUV, an interceptor along his left rear, and somebody's given the go-ahead for the pit. Here comes the pit, spinning him out of control, doing a 180. He is pushing the pedal to the metal. Another collision with another officer. CHP making contact there. He's coming around that light pole. A failed pit after he spun around, did a full 180. Another collision with CHP. He's going to thread the needle right through those officers in the back there, and away he goes. Another pit attempt there to no. Oh man, this is really frustrating for these CHP officers. This could not be more frustrating, quite frankly. After all of that, they saw a clean opportunity for a pit maneuver. Watch commander gives the go-ahead. It looked like a good one, and then he pushes the pedal to the metal, floors it. Not really fast, but certainly made contact with the front end of that one CHP unit. Drove around that pole and is now going eastbound. He's now eastbound on Compton Boulevard. If they see another opportunity, I imagine they're going to try it again. He's coming back for more. Here comes a different unit coming back for another pit attempt if he sees an opportunity. Speeds just under the threshold as he comes up on the double yellow lines, over the paint, through another red light, and we'll see if they try to make contact once again. Here it comes. Left rear, here comes the interceptor, CHP SUV, making contact, a full speed pit maneuver, spinning him at a 360, not enough to disable the vehicle. He continues to go. He's rolling along here, trying to gas the pedal there, but he's not going anywhere fast, but he is certainly continuing here. He is now northbound on Alameda Street. Northbound Alameda, more sparks flying from the front right rim after 2 great pits. Here comes a third pit attempt. This one's going to do it. This one's going to do it, a full 360. The car still goes. It's continuing. This Kia is refusing to give up on this guy. 3 pit maneuvers in a row. The last 2, a full 360, and he continues this joyride through the streets of Compton. Here comes pit maneuver number 4 along the right rear. SUV making contact. The bumper goes flying. There's the rear bumper, and now they're going to try and box him in. A possible opportunity to box him in, but no, he's still able to run. Gassing it again. He's doing about 5 miles per hour with whatever is left in this car. 5, maybe 10 miles per hour, coming to a slow crawl, and that is probably it. But man, this Kia is relentless. Here comes another possible pit. That would be attempt number 6 in this pursuit. And let's see. He's going to need to pick up a little bit more speed for an effective pit, but he might have the opportunity here. If he goes much above 10 or 15 miles per hour, I would expect to see that interceptor pull right up behind that left rear corner once again. Here it comes. Ooh, a slow speed pit under the overpass. That is Alameda. Alameda and Rosecrans. Here he is. Officers with their guns drawn. The vehicle at a complete stop, face to face, hands up in the air. He's putting up a fight. He is not cooperating. They're dragging him out. That's it. He is done. Tackling him to the ground after he ended up face to face, a full 180 with those officers. Must have been one more pit maneuver down there, and now he is being pulled out of the vehicle, placed under arrest. Oh boy. Well, that couldn't end much better or much safer, because the potential for collateral damage over the course of the last couple of hours was high, to say the least. Enjoyed his last few moments of freedom behind the wheel there, and that'll do it. 6 pit maneuvers to bring this suspect into custody. Officers clearing the vehicle. Code 4 given. You can see them about to pop the trunk there. And this pursuit is over. One driver in custody, about to be hauled off to Men's Central Jail after a wild and dangerous pursuit here in Compton. CHP's got their man. And that'll do it for our coverage from up here in Air 7. Keep it right here on abc7.com and Eyewitness News. Coming up in just 8 minutes. Reporting live from Air 7 HD, I'm Chris Christie, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.